up, everybody? I love that they can hear it.
I saw that Billy was first and Willard was not.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Hey.
Echo, Love, Willard
Hey,
Hall.
Craig.
Right.
Yes.
What are you wearing?
Trousers, their khaki pants.
Hey, did you get that hepatitis taken care of, Craig?
No, it's still raging on.
You didn't catch it from my anti-ice prostate tester, did you?
Oh my
I don't
God.
know where it came
They're
from.
supposedly trying to spread that amongst the good guys.
Oh God, there's that fucking Jason Schmidt. He
They
must.
found a lab.
He's probably going through withdrawals because his fear porn buddy has been out in Vegas or somewhere.
Wait, who's that?
It's funny because he's making up
Schmidt?
for he's Willard Hall is making up for being late with a bunch of funny jokes this time.
Clint, Cola's a legend tonight. You got it wrong. Thank you, Clint.
I was looking for something. I guess I'm not going to find it in time. It happens every time. No, I did find it. I like this one too. It matches my colors.
Damn, Carl, are you trying out a new Darth Vader mask?
Pootie's mic is like, it picks up everything though. So like in his defense, like if he breathes on it, it just picks it. I feel like I could be that close and it wouldn't be that loud.
Stop
Right.
breathing, Pootie. Just hold your breath. You can do
Don't be farting, Pootie.
Uh-huh.
it. Well, that either.
Or doing
Man,
any
I'm so
terrorist
excited, y'all.
operations live on stream.
Really. Don't be sending your AI gas so we can smell it and shit.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Much
by the
love,
way, it's
everyone.
Girl Scout
Good to see ya.
cookie time of year again, folks.
We're out of somebody get on that toilet paper situation. That's bull crap. I really am so excited. I think it's been a good week. I think everybody's scared. I think it's funny. I also think that one of their favorite little sayings, when President Trump was supposedly going to get in all kinds of trouble, it like matches better now, because like walls, it's
Feeling the walls closing in on him.
All the walls closing in on him.
The walls closing in on
the
him.
end.
The walls are closing in.
The walls closing in.
like that was their main, what is it called? Mockingbird media thing when Trump was
Yep.
supposedly going to, and now we got Walls, Governor Walls, his walls are closing.
That
in.
was
I'm such a nerd.
amazing.
I'm such a nerd. But it is funny. His name's Walls.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was the other one too. You guys remember? It's a threat to our democracy, and you could
Uh-huh.
see 18 News. I don't know where. I haven't seen that one in a while. Oh, good. I'm looking forward to it too. I'm super excited. I really am. Jeff, did you have some things that you can share live, or how's that work?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Man, everything. I know.
You
All
want
the
you want
things.
you want
Yeah.
you want to talk about the threat that Trump just made to Iran?
I suppose I guess I. Not
He
really
said,
sure.
He said, "Time's up, bitches." Yeah.
There's a
Yep.
lot of memes. Also,
So hold on, Cola. Hold on. So he said time's up to
Yep.
Iran. He said
Yep.
bitches too. He said bitches.
No,
Okay.
he didn't say bitches. I was ad-libbing.
No, I wasn't trying to be funny. No, but hold on. Let that sink in. He told them time's up. There's a lot to those two little words, man.
Well, they withdrew from the Oman talks. And the Ayatollah had put out there, we're not participating in this nonsense. And Trump put out on True Social, hey, I've given you every opportunity. Time's up. And after he said that, they deployed the George W. Bush to, I'm not sure if it's heading to the Mediterranean. I think it's going to the Mediterranean to protect Israel and Jordan and
Yeah, but
all
like I
of
said
those
before,
countries.
if you've got a carrier in the Med, you can hit any of them places.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Because, we hit Tarnac Farms from that region in Afghanistan.
Well, we also have a presence in what is it, the Gulf of Hormuz?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The
We're
Strait of
doing
Hormuz.
that so the IRGC don't try to interdict on the shipping lanes and fire silkworm missiles it ships.
And we got bases all over there.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's the other thing, that the Ayatollah, he threatened to attack all of our bases in the Middle East and Israel, and Israel conducted their Security Council this afternoon our time, and I was told that the White House basically told Israel, hold off, don't do a first strike. We're going to do it first. That way it'll lay the pressure off of Israel, and hoping that, I mean, if I don't think they're going to be able to attack Israel. If they will, it'll be
Well, Israel is hitting a little pinpoint strikes all over Lebanon right now.
Oh yeah, because they're taking out the Hezbollah.
Man, I mean, just saw a video of this, man. I mean, it's a guy walking down the street looking like he's just a boom, man. I mean, they're actually taking out. I saw two different ones where it's just like one guy walking and they take him out.
Right.
Probably a drone with some sort of missile or something on it. I'm sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no. You're and did you see the one where they sent a fucking missile through the fucking window? The Israelis, dude.
No, I didn't, but that is true. Hillary is going to turn up and be questioned. They agreed to it, right, Jeff?
Yeah, they said their attorney said that they're both going to show up. Now, do I think they will? No. I think it's a delay tactic because, with the shit with Epstein, I don't think, I think they're going to be a no-show. And, how deep, if anybody is, I don't know if anybody has went in and read some of this Epstein shit. I mean, they put 2 million documents online, and
yes, it's an overload.
Right, and as soon as the DOJ put this up, the British, I think they arrested 3 MPs, which is kind of like our congressmen, and the BBC had put up one of the photos that the DOJ gave King Charles, where one of the MPs was standing in nothing but his underwear in front of kids that were under 6 years old.
Oh, blimey!
There's a whole lot that there's several people. I don't think we even know all the. I think even with people covering and digging in, there's still going to be names and people coming out like crazy.
Right.
Because it's a lot.
What's in St. Simons Island, Georgia? They said they just had the FBI sting there.
Where?
St. Simons Island, Georgia.
I don't know about that, Pootie. I know that they're still freaking out about. You mean just today? Another one? Interesting.
Yeah, I think it was a raid on one of the election officials.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I do find a lot of I find it funny about this. Sorry. Just the similarities with, I keep putting up, there's more too. It's all over the internet that Tom Homan, it's the same position, but one time he's a good guy, next time he's a bad guy just because Trump's in office. And I don't know, there's a lot of hypocritical stuff there,
Well, and did you see where Big Mike come out and just absolutely trashed Obama again?
No.
Oh
Yeah, she come out and just absolutely bashed him.
Like how?
No, are they going to get divorced too, Jeff?
They're already divorced.
Oh.
They've been divorced.
Oh, I'm out
for
of it.
That doesn't
Yeah.
surprise me. I
Yeah,
don't.
they-
I'm not surprised by that.
she admitted it on her podcast, like her second. I think it's her brother that she
Yeah.
does
Yeah.
their podcast with. It was like the second or third podcast. She said that they got a divorce,
Oh,
and
shit.
nobody in the news media covered it.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
what was he
That's
trashing about this time?
Something about their daughters,
Mm.
because I have a feeling that it's going to come out that their daughters, because Big Mike's Big Mike.
Mm-hmm.
No, Michelle is a tramp.
I'm just agreeing with you, or actually, just
Um,
Rivers agreeing with you.
that those kids are part of the Epstein family.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What
They were
about
brokered- they were brokered through them. They knew the parent or something like that.
Well,
yeah.
Well, if you read some of these Epstein documents
Oh Lord.
and you do a search on 23andMe, remember where people were willingly sending in their DNA?
Oh yeah, not me. Yes, I do remember that.
Okay,
I
well,
sent him a stool sample. Am I okay?
oh my God. But apparently Epstein had something to do with 23andMe.
They was
Interesting.
cloning.
Well-
They was cloning kids in Ukraine.
I saw a lot of that in there, cloning on some of it, but I have, obviously we couldn't have possibly seen it all yet. But I also heard something else, and I did not want to share it because I can't verify it. But I saw someone else share that in the Epstein files that in 2019 Biden was, deceased, and something about his new, fake him and the mask slipping, and I'm like, there's no way that the DOJ really released these with the files, but
Well,
people
hold
are
up,
alleging
hold
that they
up.
have. It's alleged
Can we
because I really
stay
can't
on
back it
that?
up.
What
Go ahead.
Jeff was talking about for a second was now I forgot.
I'm so
Shit.
sorry. There's so
What
many
about-
of
No, I just totally forgot. There was something about what was he talking about? Now I just blanked out what the hell he was just talking about.
Michelle,
23andMe.
Oh, that
yeah,
that
and Epstein
DNA
being-
stuff. Oh, Epstein. Okay, thank you. Sorry. That Eric Weinstein physicist guy, he has the brother
True as that.
Scott or whatever. He did that interview with that CEO, Diary of a CEO guy, and there he exposed how Epstein was all up in his I think he was part of Columbia in his science program. So he was funded through the university. I think it was Columbia, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he's all up in all that medical shit.
Well,
Super
well,
freaking freaky.
Well, what's gonna be even freakier is I was told this morning that Bill Gates has been in the news quite a bit.
Oh yeah, because they
Yeah.
said that he tried to get meds to give to his wife so she wouldn't know
Well,
he could get STDs and
Well,
stuff.
not only that, but Bill Gates and Epstein were funding Anthony Fauci for the COVID.
Yeah, I
Gain of
seen
fun-
that.
yeah,
So,
gain of
I'm going to
function,
switch this
yes.
picture. I just wanted to point out that's Tom Homan. That's our same Tom Homan right now. So it's just funny to me how people forget. Like they should know. Anyways, sorry. You continue with
He
your.
must have changed. He must have changed, just like the Democrat Party and the Republicans switched sides back, a few years ago. Nobody knows when it happened. He must have switched sides, I guess. Huh?
They decided they're not behind deportations anymore because Trump wants them. That's what changed because he was doing the same. It was the same job.
I know.
Look, Barack Obama deported more people from the United States than Trump has in his first year.
And under
That's what's on
Obama,
that list. It said the
hold on a
numbers.
second. Under Obama, 56 people were shot by ICE agents.
Yep.
Now
Yeah,
he
we
did
don't
have
hear
8
that.
years to do it, so we're only in one. But to be fair, but still,
No, it's true. The numbers are astounding, and people don't want to. It's crazy. It just doesn't matter. Facts don't matter.
Well, did you hear what Trump told Elian Omar on True Social?
No, but I've
Mhm.
seen some damning evidence coming out against her with her winery and all her fraud. But no, what did he say?
Pack your
He-
camel.
yeah, he basically said he said you basically better pack your shit and head back to Somalia and protect your own country.
Mm.
And then that fucking other bitch from the squad that looks like the fucking chick from Wakanda, the bald headed Presley.
Presley.
Oh, she's fucked now. She's totally fucked. They're going to get her.
Yep, she got rich
Gotta
the
get
last
'em
couple
all.
of years too.
Oh, I
So-
don't. I think we're in for a very, very, very big surprise in the next week.
Which one? Real quick before, because we swooped right over top of Biden potentially being off already.
Oh, Biden.
The
Biden's
mask, was
dead.
that really in the files dump? I saw a couple people in chat. Somebody said it was 2017. They corrected the date. I think I said 19. And then someone else said they saw it, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily true. Does anybody know for sure if it's been like, they're alleging this came out of the Epstein dump from the DOJ. And I just have a hard time believing they accidentally let that slip or on purpose.
No,
You know?
no. If it is, I can't. I'll have to do a search through the
I
documents.
didn't have time, and I just didn't want to. I want to say allegedly. It could be totally
Well-
fake. I saw it, and I didn't have time. But
Well,
this is still this is another one of Holman. Sorry, go ahead.
Think about when Biden was sworn in.
Mhm.
They gave him a 21 gun salute.
I heard about all this at the time. I heard this stuff. Go ahead.
The military only gives a 21 gun salute for a military funeral.
Yeah.
I heard this at the time. I remember hearing all of this then. But
Yep.
then he still sat in office.
Well,
though.
yeah, and look, and Trump said when Biden got the vid the second time when he was out in Las Vegas, and Trump said, "Nah, he ain't gonna have to worry about it because he got the shot." And I don't think he was talking about the vaccine.
Mm.
No, he said a lot of times, he shot. He'd say
Yep.
it like that too. He shot.
Mhm.
You're like,
Here's another inconsistency. There's Rittenhouse and then that guy there.
Yeah.
Same kind of situation, but different depending on which side is in at the time. But I think I think it's all a tragedy. Anytime there's lives lost, I still consider a tragedy, no matter whose side they're on. It's awful, but there's so much coming out about them putting up this resistance. Govea covered so much, and I've got a lot of clips if we get through them, but I don't know. It's a lot of stuff, so it just depends on how it goes.
Oh, I got a question for Jeff.
Okay, good to see you, Cheryl, Bonnie, everybody I've missed that's come in. Wild Dragons, Al Bundy. Go ahead with your question. I'm sorry, Craig.
Oh, there's rumors, Jeff, that Epstein was behind or is behind Bitcoin, and that he was part of the development. I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of chatter, but I don't know if that's true. I have no way of checking.
Well,
Have you
I
heard that?
I've heard that he helped fund it. Because you have to think Epstein got all of his money through blackmail.
Mm-hmm.
I had heard that crypto was the currency of the underground, but I don't know shit about
Correct.
it. I don't have any of that shit, so I don't know.
Well, I think that's probably true. I mean, definitely. But it would be kind of dumb though, because you can trace it, right, pretty easily.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
everybody's so worried about digital currency. You're already participating. You have been participating in
course.
digital currency for decades.
Damn it, Jeff.
Your debit cards, your credit cards,
Yeah.
ACH, check withdrawal,
Yeah.
all that shit. It's all digital. But Trump just said what last week? He was not going to institute a digital bank currency system. Was that AI or did he really say that?
Oh,
I
I
mean,
don't
it is
think.
hard to tell.
I look. I think when it comes down to it, you're still going to have U.S. currency because a couple years ago I was given a picture of what the currency is supposed to look like.
Yeah,
Is
the
it
new
rainbow
money.
currency, Jeff? Is it rainbow currency? Is
No, it
that what
was
it's
nice
called?
looking stuff though. It was
Yeah,
It's
very
I mean
rainbow
it's
currency, baby. It's rainbow currency,
Mhm.
isn't it?
that's what they
uh,
wanted. That's not
yeah.
what we saw.
No, it is.
No.
Jeff, is it?
Well, it kind of puts you in mind of the Saudi money. It's real colorful.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, that's and for people that are saying nothing's happening and there are no arrests, uh, when the DOJ
Don Lemon got
released,
arrested. Sorry,
huh?
go ahead. Don Lemon was just arrested. There have been
Yeah.
arrested. There's more to
Well,
come.
Well,
this
there's
is
nothing.
no, this is how stupid people are. And it's sad to say, but most of them are Americans because the American populace is pretty much fucking stupid from their neck up.
Damn, Jeff.
Damn,
And
that was harsh.
Yeah,
Well,
But
that's like
truth
most of
hurts,
our
baby.
audience, Jeff.
Truth
Sorry.
hurts.
um,
Mhm.
when they arrested Lemon, and people were in these chats saying, when he was released on bond or ROR, people were like, "Well, I can't fucking believe they let him go." See, nothing happens. No, stupid. He's not a flight risk, and if he
Mhm.
is, they took away his visa.
That's
Okay,
what
he
I
had
got. It's
his
been the same. He doesn't have a record or anything. It would be the same for anybody
correct.
else. They
Yeah,
can't keep
I
a
mean,
record.
exactly. He
What's
look
it called? Due process, right? They have to at least
right.
try him in court.
He hasn't been proven guilty of shit. He's just been charged.
Right.
So,
Because
you
he's a gay
know,
black man in America. That's why.
Mm.
That's what he said.
Mhm.
He said that was the reason.
What do you guys think about
and
these conspiracy theorists were right flag here? I thought this was pretty great. It's just about all of
I
it. I know
like
it's
it.
probably,
I'm trying to hear what the rest of Jeff was saying.
I'm
Though. I
sorry.
don't
Go
think
ahead,
he's
Jeff.
finished.
so they let him out on bond, whether it was a signature bond or whether he had to put up money. He more than likely had to surrender his fucking visa. But, you know, everybody's all in a free fall because this dude's out. It happens all the time. And, now it's just going to give, DOJ time to bring him in and do a little shaking of the tree and see what type of nuts fall out of that tree.
Looks like
Because,
cash is falling out, doesn't it?
well, yeah, I mean, just look at, um, you know, Savannah Guthrie's mom's disappearance,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Something happened from the first visit to the house. They cleared up the crime scene, and now the FBI is back out at that house. Now, I have my theory. I can't prove any of it, but I think when it comes down to it, and I could be totally wrong on this, so don't quote me on it.
Get the book out.
But I
Darky's
think that
notebook. No, I'm just kidding.
I think this is going to be linked to drug cartels.
Well, they have to do that
Ooh.
somehow, don't they? That
Well,
has to. Yeah.
well, most people probably wouldn't believe it, but Guthrie is really good friends with Don Jr.
Oh, that's not good.
and um,
Savannah,
the
the young one.
Don
Oh,
Jr.
yeah. Both the youngins. Mm-hmm.
Right, and you know,
Oh.
truth be told, she likes Trump, President Trump. Okay,
That's hard to believe because she's so.
and Well, you know, some people play a persona to get a paycheck.
True.
And just the area where she's at, Pima County, you know, it's not too far from Fort Huachuca, which is in Sierra Vista, Arizona. I was stationed out there, and we used to go out at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and run the desert because it was cooler. And you'd see drug cartels flying planes over and kicking out drugs all the time.
Damn.
And uh, I have a feeling that maybe this may start being linked to the cartels because one, she's very notable. You know, she's a personality.
Right.
And, you know, because I think Trump's going to set up a fucking DMZ between the United States and Mexico,
What does that mean? DMZ.
demilitarized zone, where there will be like a 4 or 5 mile, like 2 miles on the Mexican side, 2 miles on the U.S. side, and our military will be patrolling the whole entire border
Mm-hmm.
because we're more than likely going to hit Mexico, all the drug cartels.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Cindy Corto, mark your words. I don't think so. I don't know you, but I know what's going on around me, and it isn't. It looks looking like you're wrong. Just because of what is happening is a big purge, and it's very timely and stealthy and strategic. And I see what's going on in my community. I'm not blind. A lot of people don't see because they don't look. And
Um,
yeah.
well, you know how that, you know, letter in the alphabet talks about suicide weekend.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're getting close to it because, you know, what I told you guys backstage about Epstein.
yeah,
If
somebody was talking about that in chat. I was biting my tongue, but
yeah, if that does come true, um, I think that's going to be the start of the old weekend where people aren't going to have a choice because look at what just happened in England. The DOJ sent a picture to King Charles that came out of the Epstein shit, and they arrested I believe it's 3 MPs, which are equivalent to our congressional members. And the one picture that was put out by the British government had the MP standing in front of kids under the age of, I would say, 7, in nothing but his underwear.
Oh.
And they went in and arrested these MPs. So, and you know, I personally think it's going to happen in the UK first because that's the center of all money is London.
man, there's so much to take in. There's so much happening. Someone also asked in chat, did we watch the Clintons today? Was it watchable? Could I they did like I saw somewhat of a hearing, but they weren't there. They were just going back and forth.
I think it was a debate. If I remember, I think they're debating on the rules on, you know, which is common on the questions and shit that will be asked. But like I said, I will be shocked if they
I didn't
show
understand
up.
it all, but I'm sure that I heard them arguing between civil and criminal. And there was a person arguing the civil side saying that if we go the criminal route, they'll never talk. It'll be pushed off and pushed off. And I don't know. Typically, I'd go towards criminal, but the guy made some good arguments. If what he was saying was true, maybe it would be better just to keep it civil, just to get them to actually have to testify and answer questions. I don't know, because like I said,
I saw that too, Cole, and it makes it like it's wow. This is not so cut and dried. This is a slippery slope here.
It never is, man.
Well,
So
I think me personally, I think it's all for naught because you have to remember there are over 400 JAG attorneys still in DC.
interesting.
those JAG attorneys aren't there for a fucking picnic.
Mhm. I agree with you. I just wish they'd get to doing something. We're all waiting.
I have
Here.
a
Well,
question for Jeff, if I may.
mhm.
Okay, what do you know about? So this video come out 10 days ago on Media Magic Group or Entertainment. It seems like they interchanged that last part. And it said it was Bridgeport, California. Now I have a Bridgeview, California, and it's just over the ridge, right? And it's had all these different names in the past. It's had Bridgeport as a name, Bridgeville, and Bridgeview. And I guess there's a base in Mono County called Bridgeport in California. And so I was looking at it and I was looking at the
The-
terrain. And I mean, would they I don't know. I just don't it's looking like would they say they're in an area but really be in a different area? I guess is my question.
Who?
Marines.
You mean,
That would
well,
totally. I think they would absolutely say they were in a different area just to throw people off their scent. But I don't know.
Mm.
Jeff,
well, you have to remember Trump ordered the Pentagon to set up quick reaction forces
Mhm.
yes.
for
Maybe
rapid
they're your quick
deployment.
reaction forces. Do you think? I mean, it's
It- well,
500 people,
well,
right?
look at what happened in LA their afternoon. I mean, they had people out there at 3 o'clock, or yeah, it was 3 o'clock LA time
Mhm.
in front of the VA protesting, and the police department did an unlawful assembly, and a 14-year-old kid launched a bottle at an LAPD officer and hit him square in the head.
Oh my gosh.
All the cops went and jumped on this kid. I mean, at the time, they didn't know how old he was, but
Mhm.
then, I think it was nothing more than to fuel the news media. But my question is, what the fuck is a 14-year-old kid doing out there?
Mhm.
What you should be doing is going and arresting their parents as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, what about the little girl that was pepper sprayed? Well,
Yep,
why
tough
is the
shit.
little girl out there?
Right.
What are you doing
You-
bringing
you
her
know-
to
Just
the
my little girl,
protest?
she
Yeah.
wouldn't have been on either side of any protest. I
Right.
wouldn't have
Yeah.
a child out
No,
there.
absolutely not. And and this is the only thing that I wish that the White House would come out with better messaging. They need to come out and tell people, look, Americans have been coddled too much over the last few decades. Look, this is your one and only warning. When you fuck around, you're going to find out. We don't care what your age is.
Absolutely. Mhm.
Well, they learned that
They're
from
showing it.
they learned
Mhm.
that from the freaking Palestinians, man, and the Iraqis and everybody else that used children as shields. So
Right.
that's a good idea. Bring your kids to. They probably had to put a thing out saying, "Bring your kids down here."
Well,
And then they
another
blame the
thing
police. What's
I
wrong
want to
with
share
you?
just one. It's not even a clip, but this is what I've been saying. I'm really excited about the stuff Trump's talking about term limits. This Mila Joy posted this. Restricts House members to 6 years, senators 12 years, potentially replacing 73% of the 115th Congress, 318 House representatives, and 46 senators to advance his Drain the Swamp initiative. Do I support it? Yeah, I support that. That one, I'm always trying to, I don't know the exact, numbers, but there they were. So I just wanted to share that while I had y'all's attention, because that is something everybody goes, nothing's ever going to change, blah, blah. That would make a big difference. We talk about draining the swamp, that would help, term
Yeah.
limits. At least people can't live there.
It may help, but I remember when I first brought that up as a solution, the devil dog kind of pushed back on me, and I was like, "Well, what's your problem?" And the problem is really if you get someone that's good and they're in office, you don't really want to see them go, but there's such a lack of engagement for Americans too. I mean, really, that there's a dual problem there, you know. So
Well,
I get the idea of term limits, but yeah, go ahead.
well, see, the problem with that concept is my senator or my congressman's good. I want to keep them.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're term limiting the president, look, look, when I was working in the federal government and I had a security clearance, an active security clearance, every year I had to do a financial disclosure statement.
Mm-hmm.
And that had to be turned over to DERNZA, the director of the National Security Agency, because that's who my security clearance was drafted under.
Security.
Why doesn't these congressmen and senators have the fuck they make the president well, they don't make him. Every president's forced to do a financial disclosure just because the media is fucking nosy. But these congressmen and senators every year should have to do a financial disclosure
True.
statement.
True that. Yep. That's oversight. We need more oversight more than kicking people out of Congress that are actually doing the freaking work. That's the thing. It's like we're looking at our Congress going, they're so useless. All they do is
Well,
steal from us. We should limit that.
well,
But
here,
yeah.
here's the thing that I think will resolve that issue
Mm-hmm.
without term limits: voter ID,
Oh yeah.
cleaning the
Say that,
voter
Cliff.
rolls,
Mm-hmm.
paper ballots that are hand counted under military observation. Because people
Yeah.
say, "Oh no, not the military." Our voting is the number one national security issue. Period.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That'll
That could be
clear everything up.
viewed. That could be viewed remotely as well. You know, by multiple
Yes.
people. Absolutely easy peasy.
Paul Scott asked, "Did Mitch McConnell pass today?" I don't know if he passed away, but I was told by somebody in that protects these fucking clowns that he was in very, very, very bad shape.
Mm-hmm. Glitch Mitch. The hell was that when he glitched out? That was the weirdest shit. Okay.
More
You
than
Why
know,
one
don't
time.
they?
We never even talked about that.
Why
well,
don't
What
Need
the
to
they
vote
hell
ever
right
was
now.
retire?
We,
Why don't they? Why don't they stay until they die, man? I don't get that.
I know we need a fake Mitch. We just
well,
we need him for just a little bit like a Mitch mask.
well, he is quite old, but
Yes, right.
I think now this is just my personal opinion.
Mm.
I think this is how you're going to see some of these people that possibly have already been tried
Mm-hmm.
and found guilty. This is how they are going to write them off,
Mhm.
because if it comes out that our military, hypothetically, let's say, you know, the military's executed 15 congressmen or senators,
Mhm.
that's going to fuck this country up.
Right.
You know, that's like, I told people that when the Epstein list didn't come out, the names, you know, that's going to topple world governments. You can see what it's starting to do in the UK with
Yes.
these MPs being arrested. Just wait till it starts here, because I believe it's already happening, but it hasn't been disclosed because you can tell as, and I'll use midterms as a reference point. As we get closer to midterms, you're starting to see more and more and more information flood out, and you're starting to see mainstream podcasters like Megyn Kelly
Yes.
repeat the phrase again, that I can state that you are going to hear from Jeffrey Epstein again.
Boom. I can't believe that one.
And
Yeah.
she
Where
said
did you
it.
already just say that live? Well, she said it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she said it on her podcast that
I
she
saw
can-
that. It was like a
Yeah.
month or two ago, huh?
Well, she did it again.
Oh, I
There's
didn't
been a
see
lot of
that.
evidence of that, like video of them, drone video, all kind of stuff.
You know,
you know.
Cola, I don't know if you were around when I had said this, but you can have it in your notebook. And you know,
Possibly be in that notebook somewhere.
you know, that letter in the alphabet says future proves the past,
I
correct?
am so glad you brought that up because you're going to segue me into a couple clips from Trump being asked about it. But go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, future proves past. Continue.
Right. And I had said that I was given, after probably about 8 months after J6,
Mhm.
that I was given information that on J6, if the vice president didn't send the votes back to the state, if he hampered this, they were going to bring out Jeffrey Epstein onto congressional floors. And then they had the 2 bomb threats, one at the DNC and one at the RNC, and it was called off. And then that's when the whole insurrection nonsense happened. And that's when you had special forces that were intertwined with that group to get items out of certain congressional members' office. And, you know, I was talking with a buddy today, and we were talking about this whole Epstein alive thing. And because somebody brought it up in chat. What about McAfee? Where's he at? Well,
Yeah.
if McAfee is dead, okay, and I say if because, you know, when people go into WITSEC, which is witness protection, there's only one person that they have to notify of the people in WITSEC, and that's the Attorney General. They don't even have to notify the President of the United States that a person's in WITSEC. And remember, McAfee had a dead man switch, right? It was all over the news. Well, I think McAfee's dead man switch was Jeffrey Epstein.
That's wild.
Did you see the NBC reporter asked Trump today if he thought he'd be president on January 21st, 2028? He said, I don't know about that.
I don't know. Wait, who said that? I'm sorry.
The
You never
NBC
broke down on the segue.
Yeah.
Sorry. I saw everything. Let me say this. I've noticed so many things are resurfacing and it feels like regurgitated information, but I started thinking about it and it's like, just because we have heard some of this awful stuff before and put it in, we already know it. Other people are hearing it for the first time. And I think that's why it's resurfacing. They're going, oh my God, I can't believe this. Let me share this with so-and-so. And so-and-so shares it with so-and-so. And then somebody shares it on and it gets online because we already saw a lot of this stuff, but it's all resurfacing like everywhere. And the pizza was 900 times in the Epstein files.
Correct.
That stuff is real. That gate with the pizza and all the things.
And the hot dogs.
Yeah, I've got that list too. And we always talk about it. That's one of the things that resurfaced, a bunch of that stuff. But I do want to play this is 20 seconds. And then there's one that's 1 minute. It is Donald Trump being asked about QAnon like a while back. It's not new, but I always enjoy it every time.
You are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there.
Let me ask you about QAnon.
I'll just go on and let this one play too. Why not?
It is this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior of that. Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true
So,
and disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told
know
you.
very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it. I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard, but I know nothing about
believe it is
If
a
you'd like
satanic
me
cult
to
run by the deep
study the
state.
subject, I'll tell you what I do know about. I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are and how vicious they are, and I know how they're burning down cities run by Democrats, not run by
Republican
Republicans.
Senator Ben Sasse said, quote, QAnon is nuts, and real leaders call conspiracy theories.
He may be
Why
right.
not just say it's
Can I be
crazy and
honest?
not true?
He may be right. I just don't know about QAnon.
You do know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me
tell
ask you
all
another
about it.
thing.
Let's waste the whole show. You start off with white supremacy. I denounce it. You start off with something else. Let's go. Keep asking me these questions.
I do have one more to
Let me just tell you what I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia, and I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, and I agree
But
with
there's not a satanic pedophile.
no idea. I know
You
nothing
don't know
about
that? Okay.
No, I don't know
You
that.
just
And
this
neither
week.
do you know that.
Okay, just this week.
Why
you
aren't
retweeted-
you asking me about Antifa? Why aren't you asking me
Because you
about the
just-
radical left?
because you're
Why aren't
volunteering.
you asking Joe Biden questions about why doesn't he condemn Antifa? Why does he say it doesn't exist?
Because you're here before me.
no.
I think my favorite part when he says, you don't know, but
Well-
but a lot of people have pointed out over the years that there is no QAnon. That's what the
Correct.
media called it. You know,
Correct.
there were anons, which was short for anonymous, and then there was Q,
Correct.
and then there's Q plus, which a lot of people allege is Donald Trump himself. Anyhow, I loved all of his answers every time he was at question,
Well-
because it's like, so what if he was? What is it bad to get rid of pedos? You know what I mean? Oh, I loved it. Anyways, I'm
Well,
so glad I got that out there. Go ahead.
And you
That's
have
my
to
call.
listen to how Trump phrases things,
Mm-hmm.
because what he just said is true. There is no QAnon.
I
It doesn't
know.
exist.
That's
So
exactly right.
he's not lying.
That's right.
Now, when
She said she didn't know about it, and he goes, I don't know about it, and neither do you. He's saying you can't say
Correct.
that there's not. That was a beautiful answer as well. Anyway, go
look,
ahead.
so you know, just like people, you know, at these protests and all this shit that you know have no other things to do than to collect a paycheck to protest, and they come out and they say Trump's on the Epstein list. Okay, prove it now. You made the statement. Prove that he's on that list in the reference that you're making, because the way you're phrasing it is he's on there because he's a sick fucking pedophile, which I see no proof of that.
There
you know,
is no proof of that.
and
You trying to say something, Pootie? Sometimes you can't hear him. Did you try to say something, Pootie?
No,
You're just like agreeing or something. I'm sorry.
You know what he
yeah.
sounds like? He sounds like Rudolph when Rudolph had that shit on his nose.
but you know, when I was contracted to work at NSA,
I thought
okay,
to be a dentist.
and there was a group at NSA called Q Group,
Right.
and Q Group was worked on very sensitive information that nobody knew what the caveats were for Q Group. So it was a very, very, very compartmentalized program. And it took up a half a floor in one of the wings at NSA. So, you know, just look at some of the shit that Trump said during his first administration, you know.
Right. Hang on one second. Yeah, Carl, I know it's old. I'd never said it was new. I saw it when it first came out too, but it's still relevant. And yeah, it's resurfacing too. Like I didn't go looking for that. That came into my feed again, as well as so much pizza talk. And that I knew about years ago too. But what I'm saying is,
But what was he saying that Trump said? I didn't know what he meant.
no, the QAnon bit where he gets a question about Q and everything, that is about 5 years old. That was a long time ago.
Well, that was during the when he was still president and he was going against Joe Biden. It was a town hall.
It was they were about to debate, I think, right?
Correct.
So yeah, I've
Okay,
seen it
thank you.
too,
Yeah.
Clay. Right. So yeah, I didn't mean to mislead. I hope no one thought that was brand new. Yeah, that's an old video. But it is funny the way things are just like coming back around, like a bunch of pizza stuff too. I mean, I think it has to do with the Epstein files, and I bet there are people for the first time connecting a bunch of dots that we already, had been connected.
Well, and I think the reason why this stuff keeps resurfacing and keeps coming back around is because you have more and more and more people now starting to,
Wake up.
see. Correct. They're starting to see different stuff. And, that's just, I asked my mom, I said, would it surprise you if you found out that Jeffrey Epstein was still alive? And her response was absolutely not. Nothing would surprise me anymore.
That was one of the biggest like mainstream conspiracy theories, I don't even know if you should call it that, but yeah, everybody was like, he didn't, himself. It was crazy. Like people that were not even in circles were saying it. So yeah, I think that would be probably most people would believe it pretty easily, Jeff. I think.
Those memes were out before he was pronounced dead. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, right?
They're going to say it's AI. That's AI.
That's a good point, Craig.
Right.
I hope not. I agree, Baz. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that, but it wouldn't stay out there. People, it's getting resurfaced. People are watching it, and it's throwing it back out there, and that's to me is a good thing. And I do think it has a lot to do with the files. I'm really curious about that Joe Biden thing. I wish somebody would have. Who did we lose? Pootie. Oh man.
Shit! I hope I didn't upset him with my Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer comment.
I hope not either. Let me see.
He says
you could give a shit
he
about
probably
the
just lost
stupid joke,
connection.
Craig. You give yourself too much credit.
Than that.
Craig, no one listens
There
to
he
you
is.
anyway. So.
Exactly.
See, I told you it wasn't
He's
me.
back. We were hoping you weren't mad at his joke.
Pootie.
His joke. I was about to play a clip for him, but you came back, so never mind. I don't want to anyways.
Wait, play it.
Anyway, everybody got quiet all at once. There is so much coming out though. I'm super excited. I really am. This week more than usual because there's just so much. And when you see the other side coming out and they're trying to sue now to get those documents back because I think they're terrified. And I think they should.
Who, the Democrats?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not just the Democrats.
Right.
They fell into the trap. And, I don't say it was Trump that set the trap. Me personally, I think it was the psychological warfare division of the U.S. Army that set the trap on, where all the Democrats were saying, release these fucking things because they didn't think they would. And now that it's getting released and you're starting to see, a movie that's going to be played in DC called Panic in DC, because now you have General Flynn back in DC, you have the Kraken back in DC.
Yes. What was she coming out talking about election stuff again? I have
Well, here, the amazing thing about this whole election shit, just think of how much money she was sued for. I think you're going to have to be paying that back.
I was about to say, how's that work? I mean, is there something?
No, she'll have,
and Rudy too.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's just amazing. It's just amazing too how all of a sudden the U.S. Supreme Court is doing a shitload of opinions in Donald Trump's direction, but the U.S. Supreme Court will not touch the tariff question.
Well, I'm glad. We're glad for that at this moment because I don't know. Hopefully they don't end up doing that because it's really I think things are going good with the tariffs. People would argue, but wars are ending, all kinds of leverage because of those tariffs. But this, they're saying, Liz Churchill put this out. It said this was in the files, which I do believe we had all heard some of this, but it's coming out for people that never have, planning the simulations in 2017 with Epstein. So that's probably stuff they were blinded by trying to get Trump, and they didn't think about all the other secrets that may come from it, and maybe didn't even believe that they would put them out there.
Well, I mean, they were funding Fauci. That's in the Epstein files.
Yeah,
That
it's not.
they
It's
were
all coming out, man. And
right.
like I said, this pizza stuff too. That's a whole big
Oh,
mess.
hey,
Go ahead.
hey Jeff, don't be talking about January 6th on TikTok. This dude said he got his whole channel wiped talking about it.
Got his what?
Got his whole channel wiped off of TikTok for talking about January 6th.
Shit.
Oh, yeah,
Look,
because TikTok is controlled now.
Really?
yeah, fuck. I'll get on there just to prove a point.
You better
Yeah.
not.
I could go
He's
without
cracking.
social media.
I seen where they had millions of them done delete their TikTok because of all the censoring.
Yeah, it does keep getting longer, Paul. But yes, all this is allegedly, and here's the alleged what they do. If you look into some of those things on the laptop too, they say weird things like, let's have a pizza for 2 hours and let's do this thing with it's really weird. Hillary Clinton asked for a hot dog with no bun, but they acted like she was ordering food, but that was in there. A lot of weird stuff going on with that stuff's coming out, man. But I don't know. We always talk about those codes, but I've never had the sheet. But like I said, everything just keeps falling. It's just all coming back out again like it's the first time. And of course, most of us have seen it, but for some people, it's like a flood of things they've never seen, which is crazy. And here goes this one. This is exactly what I was trying to, with those clips. That's why they're coming back out. Everyone, remember they told you that this video we just watched, it was a Pizzagate conspiracy theory. People are starting to see it might not be that, allegedly in Minecraft or whatever. It's pretty wild, man. It's an amazing time to be alive. And this isn't even half of the stuff. The Clinton stuff too. I wish that more would come out on that. What the heck? Oh, Billy and his yeah, with the gate stuff. Yes. Oh my gosh. Stuff we don't need to know. You're like, well, that's not important, but you can't help but listen to that when they start talking about it. I did. It was on both PBD and Timcast. They both of them had to talk about that.
That's where they call it the STD files.
That's hilarious. Yes, 40K party. That's what I heard about, and it's, nobody ever, it wasn't getting a lot of traction. It was a fringe group, a small group of people that even heard this stuff, but I think it's louder this time. I don't know. I don't have any evidence of that other than it's hitting the algorithm again. Do you guys think this is reaching further than it did the first time around? Like a second wave?
Yeah.
I do too. I hope so anyway. I don't know, but I hope so. And it seems that way.
No. If more people are on X, it will be. I mean, X seems to be the more fluid place than YouTube for sure, to me.
Well,
Right.
you can get away with more. Yeah, there's like no censorship there.
I've
That's
had
the
a little
benefit.
bit of censorship. They don't want you to say certain things like I like to say, but they just kind of put a reader's note on it and said this could be problematic. But it was kind of a long rant about all the bullshit, like calling the cabal out. So
Yeah.
they didn't like that. But no, it's mostly free, feels a lot more free. And the information comes out a lot quicker than it does on YouTube. And I'm not on X or Telegram. I mean, I'm on Telegram, but that's all so much. It's too much for me, all these places.
Yeah,
keep
that's
up
why I
with it
don't
all.
use I use YouTube a lot, and I do go other places. But
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's like it's too much to keep up with because, and then I
X is a
forget where
lot
I
like
got things.
Facebook to me, and so Facebook took me down. So it's weird. It's like Facebook, but I don't know anybody. So that's a totally weird thing.
No, I get what you mean, 100%.
Yeah.
Yorka, are you even here? You're so
You're
quiet tonight.
quiet tonight.
No, I'm not here. Leave me alone.
He's not here.
Fine. Grumpy ass. We'll leave you alone. You got
Oh
it,
yeah, there's the
buddy.
weird conspiracy with Zoran. I don't know. They say Mondami was there as a baby, and all of a sudden he's not really tweeting about the Epstein files anymore. I don't know what about that. Who knows?
Mm. Did you look
And
at
they're
that
saying
email I sent you? I wondered.
I didn't have a chance. I'm
Oh, okay.
sorry. I still can't
That's
know.
okay. Next week,
I'm
maybe we
sorry.
could show it to Jeff. It's got those, he's probably seen these documents or the corporation documents signed by Trump and all that. That was 2020. I just wanted to see what
Was it
I
Florida filed in Florida? That
I
stuff or
believe
no?
so. And the
Yeah,
name
that's
on
the
it. Yeah, I've seen it over and over. It's the same one that's floated around.
no, it's the bankruptcy documents.
Right. It's like a yellow creamish
Yeah,
color.
bankruptcy from Florida. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's factual because
Yeah.
it's on the Tallahassee Federal Bankruptcy Court's website. You can go look it up and look at the full document.
Mm-hmm.
It's filed with. That's why I laugh when they talk about we're in debt and the debt calculator shit don't exist no more.
Right. Well, and who is Roger Allen Moore? The name on this, just a made up name they use to
What in the
funnel.
document?
Yeah, that's
No,
who is the federal person. Roger Allen Moore.
y- y- y-
Raj.
no, he is the legal counsel under Treasury.
Okay.
He's the one
Oh, I see.
that
Yeah, United States Department of Treasury. Yep.
yeah, he's the one that signed off on the wire transfer from the Fang family out of Hong Kong to pay the debt off.
Oh.
Oh, fang. Hey, Jeff, who is the new Fed guy? Yeah, don't we get a new Fed guy because the one's under investigation, right?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. The Fed's not part of the United States government, but the Fed has to, if I'm not mistaken, it has to be approved by the Senate, right?
Everything
The
should
Fed
be
chair?
like
Yeah,
that.
I'm
An
not
agency.
sure. I don't
I
even know.
think he has to be, which is fucking weird because he's appointed by the president, but the Federal Reserve isn't a U.S. entity.
Right. Well, the Jerome Powell did state that they have no comment on the dollar as now it's
Correct.
basically swallowed up within the Treasury Department
Yep.
Right.
or absorbed. I
And
don't know what word he used, but that's what
These
happened.
two guys are screwed.
They both were. It's weird, right? They both retired. There's something to that.
oh well, Jamie Dimon's fucked because of the silver. He's fucked.
Did
I
he
mean,
short sale it?
no.
Hmm.
Well, one of the things that I've heard that he's going to be charged with is it's going to collapse J.P. Morgan because what they were doing is they were short in silver and they didn't have it and they were doing it on paper
Right.
to
Yeah.
boost their books.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep, I heard that too a couple weeks ago that J.P. Morgan got busted. Once it hit over $67 an ounce, that was it for them. They no longer had the funds
Well,
after that.
and I and I could be totally wrong on this, but I think our government manipulated the silver price so this would happen.
Mm-hmm. In this timing.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And with Trump talking about the Monroe Doctrine and doing all that shit again, that amplified it.
Well, yeah, because otherwise, what you got a lot of these streamer people were telling people early on about Nasara Jasara, get your money out of the stock market, and I just couldn't really see Trump destroying everybody's IRA and stock market and making it so if you didn't pull all your money out of the stock market and put it into metals, you were going to be totally screwed. I just didn't
Well,
see that. I don't know what about that.
well, one of the guys that I know that was one of his last projects before he retired from the bureau was introducing quantum computing into the financial market and how it would basically react, what type of shit they can do with it basically. And what I think is everybody's financial information, whether it's IRA, Social Security, all that stuff has been put on basically on a separate system.
Mm-hmm.
And when the plug gets pulled, then, you
JP
know,
Morgans and all those.
correct. It's going to
Mm-hmm.
be a fail safe.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what is going on is, you know, the question going to come up, well, where did we come up with all this money? Why all of a sudden do we have all this money? The easiest story that you're going to be able to tell the American people that's believable, and this is why I think the Supreme Court's not testing it, is, oh, it's because of the tariffs. We're bringing in, that's why Trump keeps saying, we're bringing in so much money into the
Right.
treasury, so much
Yeah.
money.
Well, let's see
Well,
it.
they,
Yeah.
well, no, they have to cover up
Mm-hmm.
for the bankruptcy. I mean, it's always going to be there, but a lot of people won't go and look it up because
Mm-hmm.
one, they don't know how did it even happen. Two, some of them may not know how, and three, most of them are too fucking lazy to do it.
Well, how
And,
does it happen when all our money is already going out of all these fucking agencies to other countries as it is? There is no money for us. It's just
well, all right,
unbelievable.
yeah, but is it really happening?
I don't know.
That's that's the question you have to ask yourself.
At
You
this
know,
point,
they
probably not, right? At this
correct,
point, probably
correct.
not.
I
But
think
it
I
did.
think a lot of this has been stopped. And what
Mm-hmm.
you remember when Trump in his first term, he went on his world tour
Mm-hmm.
and he met with all these world leaders on their home court.
Yep. The sword
Carry
dance.
on.
And
Yeah,
I
you thinking of
think,
John Dunning? Yeah, he used to play
Mm-hmm.
that song behind it. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
and you know, I think that's, you know, when Trump notified them what was going to happen, because Trump hasn't done a world tour in his second term.
No,
No,
he
yeah.
hasn't. He's been real quiet about his alliances across the globe as well.
Correct.
That's a big secret, unless you know, right? Unless you
Right.
watched the first
Well,
one.
you
You
know,
wouldn't know.
and that's like all these, you know, these YouTube channels that are bangers of war. Um, you know, you got like, you know, New York Prepper, you got Lee Harvey Wheelbarger, um, all these other fucking clowns that every 30 minutes were attacking Iran, right?
Right. Right.
All right. Well, if you think about it, you know, Trump says, I'm done with wars. You know, I'm
Yeah.
done with regime changes.
Mm-hmm.
What I believe Trump wants done is he wants the Iranian people to rise up, which they are. And
Yeah.
once they get to the head of the snake, that's when the United States is going to step in, wipe them out, let the Iranian people do their own elections, put in, well, you know, the Shah will probably be, you know, the person that,
Reinstated.
correct, who's going to be put in there, and then
Mm-hmm.
let the Iranian people prosper, because, you know, Saudi is quiet because Saudi is worried that Tehran's going to do a nuke. Israel, they just want to go in and pounce the fuck out of them just because
Right.
of them, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But you know, if like I don't know if it was live here or if we were talking about it backstage, where, you know, Tom Holman started to pull back some ICE agents, right?
Mm-hmm. Minnesota.
Well,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
right. Well, I think that is a nice little package that they did, because you had guys from the criminal division of the FBI that flew out on a 747. So, you know, there was a lot of agents. And now it's come out that the Minnesota FEMA director is basically has been a color revolutionist,
Mm-hmm. We were talking about
and
this backstage.
and she has
For
been
real?
she's been put in charge of shit that happened in Syria, shit that happened in Iran, or not Iran, Iraq, all Ukraine, all these fucking places where they've had upheaval and turmoil, and they've utilized, Islamic youth and all this other shit to do this
Mhm.
jihad. Well, look at what they're doing in Minnesota right now.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
trying to do a color revolution. So I
Mhm.
I, I believe that when the DOJ went out there, they got rid of the riot act because these idiots out there, they're pretty quiet. The politicians are anymore.
Mhm. Mhm. Well, I like that we're seeing other countries get their shit together, like El Salvador and Brazil. And it'll be great to see the UK, Iran, and Canada, if they're able to stand up. And I think you're right. Trump, he wants all the people to stand up for themselves. He can't sit here and fix all this shit for us. We have to do our part because he's trying to do everything lawfully, and that means the people have to do it,
Right.
So,
Stand
yeah.
up, Americans. Stand up.
There you go, Craig.
I love y'all. I gotta go. I love y'all.
What?
Oh,
No.
Yeah, but stand up. I got work in the
Boo.
morning. I
Fine.
love
You're a
you.
working man. He's a
Go.
working man.
I gotta
We
go to
love
work.
working men. We love you, Craig. You're
love
you're
you
a
Too
guys.
late for
badass.
work.
Truck stops are open 24 hours a day.
I know.
also, I have a song request for you. I have to talk to you about it backstage, though.
Oh, we can do that for sure. And also, Jeff, we're gonna go do our sword dance.
Oh
Carry
my
on.
goodness.
Ooh.
Carry on. I'll meet you in the
Carry
porta
on,
potty.
my wayward son.
All right,
Oh,
buddies.
Lord.
Love y'all. Love
Bye,
y'all.
weirdo. Love you.
All right, Craig. Bye.
It's like a
My
nice
favorite weirdo. He's my favorite weirdo.
Do
Let me
you guys
miss you.
remember a video that came out where a girl was saying they're eating humans and screaming out there? She's speaking another language. Does anybody remember that? That
Yeah, she's
resurfaced.
saying they're eating the babies.
They're
They're
eating
eating the
humans. I knew they
babies.
were
Or
killing
no,
people.
is she
But
saying we should eat the babies, or was she the one that just came out of the ritual and was calling it out?
yeah, and then she disappeared too. I got a short clip
Yeah.
of that.
Well,
because it
Nicki Minaj has come out and said that same thing
Yes.
too.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
I think that it's resurfacing again. Maybe Nicki Minaj just found out. No, that sounds crazy.
No,
No,
they're using
I
her.
think
They're
she's
using
known
her.
and
She
she's
has
just
to.
blowing the lid off it.
Yeah, I
has to
heard
say
someone say someone had to have given her permission for that. Like, I don't know whether that part's true, but like
Permission.
it
Hey,
may
Jeff,
be the
you think
proper time
she's-
to let this stuff out, and like she's willing to say it, but she had to get like, I don't know, who knows if that part's true, but
I
do
wonder
think-
if Jeff thinks she's having her arm twisted like I do.
Oh, the
Who?
Nicki Minaj thing.
Nicki Minaj.
To say all the shit she's saying.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. You know what makes great movies? Great actors.
Mm-hmm.
Good actors. Now you gotta see. I was gonna say earlier about I'm just gonna share this real quick. Like I said, it's a few seconds. This is wild.
¡Comieron humanos! ¡Asquerosidad! ¡Comieron humanos! Yo estaba en el récord que había, o sea, no sé si la así, pero que habían comido humanos. ¡Humanos! ¡Fuera la carne humana!
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that next picture you didn't want to see. If you did, I'm sorry.
No, I didn't want to see that.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm a big girl. I'm on the internet,
Well, that's what a bunch of that whole thing is, compilations of crazy stuff that's just resurfacing from the files, from just clips like that one, and they don't sound so crazy anymore. I remember, and I don't know if anybody else does, but I remember Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, he was talking like that years ago. Like, I don't even think it was. I was like, I thought that guy's nuts. What's he talking about at the time? He was like, they're eating babies and all this crazy. I was like,
or your friends. If you had a friend that was like about the chemtrails, I was like, she's nuts. She's always talking some weird shit, Now I'm that weird friend.
well, somebody's got to do it. I think she found God too. That's my opinion. God, I love Jerry. I really do. Because sometimes
Jerry, you're so optimistic. You're such an optimist anymore.
She said what happened to her was she was totally against Trump. This wasn't that long ago. And she started doing all the things. I don't know what country she's from, but she was going through becoming a legal citizen. And as she had to go through all that schoolwork and all that stuff, she started realizing what the real deal was. And I do believe she became Christian at the same time, or strengthened her faith, or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's where it all happened.
That's fine.
Hmm.
That's fine. I'm a skeptic.
I mean, we don't really
No, I don't know. I'm just telling you what they're saying.
I know. I
You
just
know what
don't.
else?
I
You
don't
remember
believe
the
their
Obama
names.
and the
I don't know.
sorry.
You know.
I know
No.
I go every different ways, but the cash pallets and stuff, Trump put a tweet about, or a truth or whatever about that. I did not know that. Maria Zack testified about the stolen 2020 election operation connected to Obama when he diverted $400 million from the infamous pallets of cash sent to Iran. Funneling. See, I thought they planned this off as a conspiracy theory at the time, and funneling through. And I kind of thought it was because it stopped being talked about, but I don't. Maybe it wasn't. Dubai embassy to operatives in Italy and Geneva, Switzerland. In return, officials at the Leonardo Spa used military satellites to help hack U.S. voting machines, flipping votes from Trump to Biden using CIA-developed tools like Hammer and Scorecard, which I definitely heard. There was like a bald guy in the White House or somewhere, and he was telling
No,
this.
it
You
was
remember
yeah, he was a 4-star general, General McInerney.
McInerney. I
Yep,
remember that. He was talking this BS, and then it was like you never heard about it again. What
correct.
is this? Maria Zack testified about the 2020 election operation. Where did she testify? Is this one of those hidden elections, or is this something we're supposed to know about?
No, that is one of the sealed indictments
Hey,
that led to us having those 2 generals defect from Venezuela, which in turn we got Maduro.
hmm. Wow. And then they say that there's an email in the supposedly, I think, came with the Epstein stuff. John Brennan confirms 51 intelligence agents signed the infamous letter solely to give Biden the ability to lie to Americans in order to be elected. John Brennan was part of that cabal that took down Trump in 2020, and this email proves it. Supposedly from the Epstein stuff. So yes,
Well,
I do believe they thought that they were going to take him down with it, and it's totally backfired.
well, I don't know if it was on your show last week or Craig's or somebody else's, where I read that email
Mm-hmm.
that was sent to me about where individuals were signing off on a coup against President Trump in the 2020.
And that's
And
it. That email,
correct,
that's the email.
correct.
Damn, Jeff. Oh my God, it's really crazy because I don't have any. I'm digging around, and the stuff does, here's Trump again. It was stolen right in front of your face. Accountability's coming. Anyone involved with fraud during 2020 better lawyer up. Your time is coming. He should have said thank you for your attention to this matter.
Right.
I
Well,
love it. I'm
um,
excited.
well, when I received that audio of Clapper being interrogated by the U.S. Secret Service, shit, that was in 2016 or 2017. I received that, and people thought that was all bullshit. And when I received it, I asked a buddy of mine who I knew Clapper because he worked in that group, and I sent it to him, and he said, "Nope, I know I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's him because it's how he clears his throat. It's the most annoying thing he's ever heard." And he said, "I can spot that a mile away." So I know based on that audio that Clapper flipped.
Mm-hmm. So why even go? So they're going after him supposedly, right? Because he's part of the Russia, and they're doing that in Florida. So do you think he's made a deal or something? And
Yes.
it's just
Yes.
now he's just testifying as like the star witness or some shit?
The Secret Service brought him in because how it came out was there was a meeting at not OEOB, at the Naval Observatory, which is the vice president's house, which Mike Pence lived there at the time. There was a meeting called by Nancy Pelosi, and it was Nancy Pelosi, Paul Ryan, Pence, and one other person I can't recall. Oh, Clapper. And one of the agents had overheard them talking about a coup, and they were trying to make sure that Mike Pence was on board. And do you remember when Donald Trump disappeared for like 2 or 3 weeks in the media? This was during his first term, and the media was going fucking nuts,
Oh yeah.
asking the press secretary, "Where the fuck is the president at?"
Mm-hmm.
And she
I
would
do.
never answer. This is the time frame, because the lead Secret Service agent at the Naval Observatory had called the director of the Secret Service to get a push. And what a push is to get a relief. So they sent a car over, picked up that agent, dropped off another agent. He went to the Secret Service director and said, "They're plotting a coup." And
Yeah.
that's when the Secret Service got Trump the fuck out of Dodge.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and he disappeared for 2 or 3 weeks, and they kept asking the press secretary, "Where the fuck is the president at?" And she would never answer.
Mm-hmm. So in Biden's terms, I came to believe that, they had, after Trump, he never conceded the election, but after Biden's fake inauguration and all that shit, that Trump went away for like 6 months, and it
Correct.
was said that he was hunkered down, completely insulated, totally safe. In his first term, that was really him though, right? And the White House and stuff, or was he always using doubles? I just don't even know what to think
Well,
about that
I mean,
personally.
I think it's him. I don't think
Yeah.
they're using a double for him.
And now that he's back in the White House, that's really him, you think too?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It seems like him to me.
I think that even though Trump is the president, in all circumstances, I think the military is basically running the country right now, but they go to him for final yay and nay, because I'm still a firm believer that he invoked the Insurrection Act a long time ago. And they haven't come out and stated that the insurrection has been squashed, which I think you're starting to see what's going to be the culmination of the Insurrection Act.
Camel,
Yeah.
that challenge coin was like the Judas's silver piece for kissing Jesus. That's what that silver coin was, in my opinion. It felt terrible just watching it. You felt a vibe. It was awful.
Well, I've never seen a vice president go out with so much with irrelevancy. Like once he was gone, you never heard shit from him. Never knew what he was doing.
No.
He just disappeared, and you never heard a damn thing.
Yeah.
That was the first. That's a first, because usually
Yeah,
they're out doing shit.
Yeah, because I mean, you always heard from Al Gore. You always heard from oh shit, Dan
Who was
Quayle.
Bush? Yeah.
Yeah, but George W. Bush kind of disappeared after his presidency for a while.
Well-
You really didn't see much of him.
Well, I think W realized that he was given a bag of rotten eggs, because I like Bush. I don't think he knew. I mean, there was no doubt that the architect behind what my belief is with 9/11 was Dick Cheney. And Bush was just the quote unquote gullible idiot because I truly believe that Al Gore won that election. And
Right.
but they couldn't put Al Gore in there because I don't believe they can manipulate him like they could W. And
Man, I remember. Hold on a second, though. That was the year 2000. I was painting my house on the outside, and I took that week off for work. And I know how long did that go on? That whole time I was listening on the radio, and we didn't know who the president was.
the hanging chads, right? It was
Right, but I mean that went on for over a week, maybe almost maybe a month or something.
Yeah, it was like 3 weeks.
And you know, I don't think Bush actually won that election. I think I think they had to rig whatever they had to do.
Really?
So because Al Gore, I mean, I got a challenge coin from Al Gore from when I was working at the White House under Admiral Blair.
What's that?
So what terrible thing did you do? Because we know
No,
what you
well, no. I mean, they basically it's called a military challenge coin, and so you're giving them, and then like in the military, if you present a challenge coin, people have to buy you drinks. Okay, it's kind of like a memento type thing. And my challenge coin, it has Office of the Vice President of the United States, and it has Al Gore's signature on it and stuff like that. But if the quote unquote conspiracy behind Bill Clinton instituting the whole Nasara Jassara at the time, and then they come up with the whole Monica Lewinsky bullshit, because that was all a setup. That was all a setup by Democrats and Republicans on Bill Clinton. And but I think Al Gore knew that it was a setup, and they couldn't have him in the White House. So, they made sure that it continued with Bush so they could execute, 9/11, the attack on Afghanistan, the whole color revolution over there.
I had not heard about the color revolution until about a month or two ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, really, I mean, when you have time, look into the current FEMA director in Minnesota and look at all of the operations that she was involved in under FEMA was Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. I mean, it's fucking nuts that, this woman still allowed to fucking walk the streets.
Oh, yeah. Miss, what difference does it make? That bitch? Is that who you're
Yeah.
talking about?
No. She was in the FEMA portion of like World Affairs or some shit. But Minnesota hired her to be their FEMA director.
So
And
was
she's-
that sorry. I'm trying to look at chat too. I
Me
get
too,
distracted.
sorry.
I don't like to ignore chat either, though. They're saying that was the challenge coin. Didn't you say that? That's what they gave Pence, or was it something different? When they gave Pence that coin on the floor, wasn't it the challenge coin?
Oh, I didn't say it, but I think it was. It was like it was like a welcome to the club type thing.
Attaboy.
Right
Yeah.
after, yeah. I mean, but it's the thing is they think they're so slick. Like other people didn't notice that. Like I noticed it from a mile away, and I didn't even know exactly. I'm just like,
Well,
that.
wasn't it?
As soon as I saw Pence before they won or anything, man, I said, man, that guy ain't got no backbone, man.
And the
I could
fly
just
landed on
tell.
his head.
Well, he looked like Ray Spannon from freaking Johnny Quest.
Well, that's just like why would Trump pick basically a no-name governor from Indiana?
I know.
Kind of like why would Kamala Harris pick Waltz? Sounds like that was kind of scripted.
Yeah.
In order to put the spotlight on Waltz, and now look at him.
Central casting.
You're right.
And the walls are
Feeling the
closing in.
walls closing in on him.
All the walls closing in on him.
The walls closing in on him.
The walls are closing in.
The walls closing in.
You know
Well,
what's funny?
Trump learned so much from that first term, not getting anywhere and making some bad decisions and being attacked the entire time. And it was almost fortunate, I think, that Biden did cheat and won and had that 4 years for Trump to get his shit really together.
No,
And
well,
So this go around, it's like, all right, we ain't screwing around this time.
well, I think Trump learned the Potomac two-step is what they call it
There you
in
go.
DC. And, I think that, the military allowed under, the consultation with Trump to allow Biden or whoever the fuck that was to do this in order for them to do continuity of government and to do other things under the black budget to do this type of shit. Because, just think about it. All the shit that they accuse Trump of, they're the ones that are actually guilty of it,
Yep.
right? Okay, so
that's why that clip is so funny to me, because the walls
Right.
never did close in on them, but they are going now. Sorry.
Well,
go ahead.
correct, right. And so, they always talked about, Trump is going to be the dictator and he's going to do a coup and all this. Well, you guys were the actual ones that were doing the coup. And, Trump, when all of this weird shit was going on, Trump said we have to do everything by the Constitution.
Yeah.
And that's what he's doing. And they can't handle it because that Constitution is our safeguard. And the
Right.
military is the enforcer of that safeguard.
Well, I think it makes people mad they can't catch him doing something against it. It's the opposite. Like they want him to so that they can be mad at him, but he's got to do it before they can. They'll claim it and then not be able to prove how, because I do think he follows it to the letter of the law, to the T, even as much so as in that clip when he said, "Oh yeah, I don't know QAnon." I mean, he, like you
Right.
said, wasn't lying. I
Right.
think he's pretty meticulous about things like that. Real quick, I got a short clip of him talking about, it's not even a full minute, I don't think, about him talking about the Epstein files and how he thinks that he's just taking his victory lap about it, because, they tried to get him with it. They really did.
What did you think of the latest release of Epstein files, and do you think your critics will be satisfied with this release?
Like this guy Wolf, who's a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me. And I didn't see it myself, but I was told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, the radical left, that Wolf, who's a third-rate writer, was conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to hurt me, politically or otherwise. And that came through loud and clear. So we'll probably sue Wolf on that.
Did you have any knowledge?
Maybe the Epstein mistake, I guess. I don't know, but we're going to certainly sue Wolf.
The Epstein estate?
I guess so, because he was conspiring with Wolf to do harm to me politically.
So that means it's going to work out in his favor after all. It's kind of hilarious.
Well, and
go ahead.
this is what I think Q meant by save Israel for last, because I believe that the whole Epstein shit was set up by Sierra McCall and the Mossad to topple or to basically put our government in a spot to where no matter what Israel did, we would give them billions and billions of dollars. And they seen that even though Trump supported the Israeli people, that Trump wasn't going to allow the Americans' tax dollars to go to this fucking entity. And, I think when it comes out that, because Giselle Maxwell, I believe it was her dad that, worked for Mossad. And I think all of that's going to come out in the wash that Israel was behind a lot of this.
That's what they say. There's Israel's name more than Trump also.
Yeah.
There's a lot coming out. So I have to honor the request. It's 11 seconds. Sorry, should have done that. Smirk gets me every time right there at the end, like she's doing something. I guess she kind of is. I couldn't probably put that. Kind of had a little beat to it. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could get that rhythm going like that she did.
She's the second one I've seen that does that.
I'd love to
Prettier
see
than
the
the
other one.
first one
I'm
I've
such a
seen.
nerd. I think it's fun. I love that stuff.
It's
It cracks me
I
up.
love musical instruments. Anything can be a musical instrument.
Yeah.
I tried doing it, but the grater kept hitting me in the nuts.
But
He doesn't play the
don't know.
grater.
It was
Not the grater he plays. What were you
it was
saying,
one
Jeff?
of
Sorry.
those stand-up graters, you know, like a stand-up grater, but it was shaped in the shape of like a dildo, and it said if 2020 was a dildo.
Wow.
What have you been
That's
watching,
how it
D?
felt. Okay, it was grinding. It was a horrible year, worst year ever. It was funnier to see it, I guess. I didn't.
Sounds like sexual connotations to me.
It was funny. Okay, it was funny.
Well,
Yeah. Yep.
good.
Not something you ever want to really use.
Man, I don't
But
know. I'll
it's
never get through all
relatable.
of that tonight. There's a lot of good stuff happening. A lot of this fraud is being uncovered. So much is happening all at once. You can't even get through it all. And that to
And,
me is a good thing. But
and we haven't even gotten to the fire hose yet.
oh
Uh-oh.
my God,
Fire
you're
hose.
kidding me. Well, the fire hose, where we're at drip,
Yes,
drip,
we
and I think
have,
the faucet.
Jeff.
No,
There's
I
no way
look,
we're not in. I can't handle anymore.
Well, you better buckle up.
buckle
'Cause
up,
you haven't
Buttercup.
seen shit.
Buckle
on,
up,
man.
Buttercup.
Come on, man.
Come on,
Decent.
man.
How dare you?
That's D sentiment. It's
Such a
full
little
now.
twat. He's such a little twat, that Greta.
Right.
I should say he. That's a boy. Just
I saw a thing today, but I don't know if it's true or not, that she's got to pull like a year and a half in Israel in jail. But I think it might be fake
Really?
for crime.
because of that boat thing. Yeah,
Yeah, because of the
she got
boat thing.
arrested
Yeah,
and
she
stuff.
broke all
She might
kinds of
have to.
crimes
Yeah.
or laws. I mean,
Well, I'll say this. If we have not had the hose turned on, then we at least have the faucet on, because I know we're past drip. So, but can you imagine though, D? Just extend your
No,
imagination.
I don't want to. I can't. I'm done doing
Well,
that.
I can. I want to hope that that's really happening, because it's a lot now, and it really is. I'm gonna have to like pick and choose, because I like to play the things in the background when Jeff's here, because he does got a lot to say, and it's always good. So I think her grading was.
but you know what? I have to agree with Dee here. It's almost like I feel like I'm out of bandwidth. There's so much going on every day. You're bombarded with this, that, and it just at my age, man, it's kind of hard to keep up with.
I want
It
solutions.
really is, and I don't. I keep up with what I
Yeah.
can, and then I look at Jeff and go, "What else happened?" And he tells me 10,000 other things. And Pootie's on it all the time. But hold on one second, Jeff. I do have to say thank you. Give him. I'm like, cracked out Whitney or Halle Berry? Which one? Halle Berry.
Thank you.
And why not the dance? Because this is literally, everybody like gets all grossed out and weirded out, but I think this little dance is my favorite one because it goes so well. Okay, I'll stop for real. But that's just a weird little way to say thanks to John. Do a little.
I'm
If
sure
I could
he
do
really
the dance, I would,
appreciates
but-
that.
What's that?
I'm sure he really appreciates that.
And he's like, get a better clip. Hold on, you know what? It's your fault, D. I got one more.
Yeah,
She's
play the blonde, okay?
the hotter
Clapping
one,
her
right?
boobies.
Where'd she go at? Oh, I lost her.
That's
or
what
Katy
John
Perry.
wants to see.
Katy
Go out
Perry's
to the
hilarious.
bar and you see somebody you like, and then you just go, hey.
Yorg
Yeah,
is always
that's
talking
better.
about
You're
the
welcome,
recoil.
John.
That was the
Mhm.
funniest thing that Yorg has said off the cuff in a while around here. He goes, "Oh, look at the recoil." I about died. That was so funny.
Well, where's my girl Methany at?
Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. I know you do like that one. You know, I had an opportunity to switch it because I had to get the walls are closing in, and I kept them because I was like, "Nah, Jeff really likes them." This is where he tells. This is the one I never use because I don't want to. This is if somebody was trolling.
Shut the fuck. Get the fuck out of here.
This guy's
Is it that hard for you to understand, Karen?
This guy
Go eat a Snickers,
this guy
bitch.
is screenshotting.
Go eat a Snickers, bitch. That's what Billy said. I should shorten it to just go eat a Snickers, bitch. That probably would be just enough.
They look like they're married. I don't understand what's going on with those two.
I agree. They are. Oh my God. But no, girl, I don't keep up with them, but Billy really does watch them when they get
the
going.
meaning of Jeff's order has been issued?
What happened?
What is the meaning of Jeff's order has been issued? I don't know. What is the meaning of it?
I don't know. I was agreeing with Carolina that it is a spiritual warfare, but yeah, I don't know what this means.
The order's been issued on what we're going to do with Iran.
Yeah, if he said, what did he say again? That's it, or game over, or
Time's up. Right?
Time's up.
Time's up. That's what it was. Yeah,
and within an hour of him saying time's up, he had Pete Hegseth deploy the George H.W. Bush to the Med.
Where? But I thought it was already up in there.
No. It just deployed out of Norfolk.
Oh, okay.
No, we got.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
What's the one I'm thinking about? What's the carrier?
You got the Abe Lincoln and the
George H.W. Bush, I think, isn't it?
No, that's the one that just deployed out of Norfolk in its battle group. You have the Abraham Lincoln, and I want to say, was it the Truman? It was either Truman or the George Washington that's over there. Whatever one just came out of retrofitting is the one that's on station now. The other one is pretty damn close, and the Bush just took off.
Sorry, I'm trying to get in here for a 30-second one because of this Doc P here. This is not me and Billy, but this one was hilarious. And if anybody's got a real funny clip they think I should clip up, send it to my email. I'll look at them.
He gives us free shots for the table. If I had a good impression of somebody,
who'd you do?
who do you think I picked? Oh, I just heard the news today. And turned down my face with arms wide open. Under the Captain Planet, he's a hero.
That was actually funnier in its entirety, but there was some kind of background music behind it, and I couldn't play the whole thing. But yeah, he talks about this short guy hitting on her. Look, she's really drunk. She's not that good of an actress. She's talking about this short guy hitting on her, and she's telling her husband, she's like, yeah, but I told him I threw a pepperoni, it landed on his forehead, and I said, grow, Mario. But it was like all this like copyright kind of music behind it, so I could only clip that point on where she was still being silly as hell. That girl cracked me up. Sorry.
Yeah, she was funny. No, it's good to see two people enjoy each other, not having a big old fight. You know, I'm sure there's been some other times on that Ring camera that might have been interesting too. Couples are funny.
I think anything real is funny. You know, Billy always telling me, oh, that's a skit. They practice that. And a lot of times he's right. But, you know.
Yeah, my husband always spots those skits too. There you are. Oh, I'll be right back.
I don't think that was a skit, though, that last one. I think that girl was blitzed up after a night out with her friends. And she just forgot the damn thing was recorded and they made it so funny. It was a mushroom, not a pepperoni. Yeah, duh. That's why I grow, Mario, because it was a mushroom. He's right. What, Carolina? What I do now? Sheesh. Anyways, I am so excited, you guys. I really am. And I'm just wondering if you have any more intel, Jeff. Anything that we don't know that we should know that you can tell us, because I wouldn't.
Not that I can say. I mean, I hope what I said backstage. I hope I get some clarification on that within the next few days. So.
Well, that you said that backstage, but people here said it tonight, and it kind of got said tonight, so they know too. And you know, no one's going to forget if that actually happens. That's going to be a big deal that you knew about it first, I think. And apparently, Megyn Kelly, because she hinted to it.
Well, no, that part.
Real
no,
quick,
I'm talking.
Go ahead. Sorry, I won't forget.
No, I'm talking about what possibly may be done. that I
now
talked about backstage.
Oh, in the future. Okay. I think
Yes.
you know. I
Yeah.
should write it down. Just send it in the
Yeah,
text.
that's definitely should hit the notebook.
Yeah, send a text so I don't make sure I put it exactly right, because if it happens, I will tell everybody. I don't care.
Yep.
I'll be excited. But I was going to say, Benny Johnson said he had it on good authority that Hillary Clinton was going to be arrested. He said that right on his program. I played it like last week or the week before. And I know that's probably, he shouldn't have probably said it, because if it doesn't happen, he's going to look stupid. But I think someone's telling him this shit.
Well, I think it's already happened.
Oh my gosh. Doesn't it?
No,
Right. I
no.
think so too. Yep.
Well, Cola, you have to go back and watch when she left Bush's funeral and the Secret Service was putting her into the van, and watch how the agent put their hands on her and her hands went behind her back, and the media said that she had some type of mental episode.
Right. They implied that like
You,
JFK Jr. could have been in that.
you can expand that out. You can expand that out too. And you can see handcuffs on her.
Right.
I've never seen the handcuffs, but I'll take your
You,
word.
you watch that part and you expand it out, spread it out, and you
Zoom
can see handcuffs
it
on
in.
her. Yeah.
Why in the world would she be handcuffed?
For attempted coup of the United States government.
Well, and then
I can think of thousands of reasons.
Well, I know. I mean, for us and everything, but I mean, that was that one time, and then if they were going to arrest her, they would have. I don't know. Forget it.
So real quick on this one here, D, I remember them like immediately when Trump came in, they had found 80,000 kids, and that was of 300,000. So I'm not great at math, but that's getting pretty close to the total number. If that's the same group of children. Remember, it was like 80,000 children almost immediately when Trump came in office that they found of the 300,000 children that the Biden administration, quote unquote, lost, but they really weren't looking for them. I don't believe, because they found 80,000 of them immediately. Well, now 145 more. And like I said, the total number I remember was 300,000. And this was like right when he first came into office. So I don't know. I feel like there's a lot. I think there's a lot to do with children involved in this too. Because if it has anything to do with the 17th letter and all that, it can't not be involving children, because that's what most of it's about. Just like he said to that lady, well, I hear they're against trafficking, which I think is a good thing. It was every time I swear that tickles me every time. I kind of chuckle every time because he makes such good points. She looks like an idiot grilling him about this. And he's like, all they're about is, saving the children. And she looks like a dummy, like going at him over it. At least that's what I see every time. And it's like, then she's like, you don't know that. And he's like, or she's like, you know of this ring or whatever? And he's like, no, and neither do you. You can't prove it wrong either, basically. Buffering. Good to see you heavy breathing. Me? I hope not. I love that name. It is the coolest internet name, though. Buffering. And then I saw something too, and I couldn't verify this either. So this is gossip / allegedly. They said that there was something in the files about wearing a vest camera and going down through tunnels and finding things or something. I don't know. Pootie is cute, you think? Let's see.
Trust
the plan.
But you do it better than that, though. I don't have one of you. I need to just tape Pootie saying it. Just the plan. Baby. You got to put the baby at the end or it doesn't sound right anymore. I'm so used to you saying that. You're not going to do it now? Man. Are you ignoring me? He's ignoring me.
No.
Hold on.
Trust the plan, baby.
There we go. See?
I was muted. I was muted.
Woody was on muted.
That's hilarious. I love it. There are people saying that that you're cute all the time. And then that was really funny. You Thanks, buffering. You sent that message of we were talking about what our temperatures was. You sent me a message. It was 17 degrees. I'm like, you are cute. And then the next day, mine is 17, and there's a little frog. I'm like, is that Peppy? Because not only was it 17 degrees, there's a little frog on my Google.
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
It's crazy.
There has been tunnel war for over 10 years. See, I don't know. I don't know about any of it for sure, but I know there were people saying that, but I couldn't be sure that it was the truth. You know, people say a lot of stuff. I like to at least try to verify stuff before I show it. And I feel like there's a little bit of a loophole in a lot of the messages that people put out, you know, like, if Elon posts something or Trump does a truth post or something shared or reshared, that's not misinformation. If that post actually came out, you know, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that this person did post this thing. So basically, even if Trump does post something that's not true, it's still true that he posted the thing. You know what I mean? There's like a little bit of a loophole where this is people's opinions. These are things that they post. But I am interested in what, you know, other people decide to post on their socials and what they're pointing out and paying attention to, because there's so much truth there. And sometimes they share things that the media is not even covering, but it's still true, you know? Lizards from hell, Camel said. Really relying on God. So,
all right, guys, I'm gonna have to drop down. I will see you on the next go round.
Yeah, you did overtime. So I appreciate you hanging out so long.
Yeah, thanks for
All
coming
right.
out.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Jeff.
I get excited, man. It puts me in a good mood because I do believe the walls are closing.
Feeling
in.
the walls
closing in on him. All the walls closing in on him.
The walls closing in on
The
him.
end. The walls are closing in. The walls closing in.
Sorry, I actually had to go. I had to screen record that just to save it, but I love it. It's like it's kind of funny because they put that there for him, and now it's like literally walls. There's a lot of stuff too. I haven't even gotten started. I know y'all don't believe me, but I swear I got clips for days I haven't even delved into about all the different stuff that's going on. Like some of Govea covered so many things. There's so much. Just things people are out and saying and stuff like that. Is Israel being saved for last? Who was first? Man, I don't know who was first, but Maduro was on that list, it seems, you know.
Venezuela, I guess.
Yeah. I think Monkey Works would know about the tunnels. I wish Jeff was here to see that. It's always like that when he leaves. Hey, Kiss Off, good to see you. But yeah, there's so much. Let me see. I'm probably quit doing all the I literally do put a lot of the posts and screenshot type things up while Jeff's here because I know
There was something in the Supreme Court that got kicked back down to the other courts. I can't think of I don't remember what it was now.
I'm
Some
not
big
sure
case.
either. There's so much going on. I'm serious.
I
Right now,
know it, man.
but it's a good thing, right? You want so
Yeah.
much to be going on, really. So let me see. This
Everybody kept saying there for so long, ain't nothing happening. Now there's so much happening, you can't keep up with it.
and people still want it. People still don't see it though, which is super
No.
frustrating to me. When people still go, "Oh yeah, well nobody's going to get arrested though," or "Well, it's never
Yeah.
going to know what the thing." But I've got a clip that Govea shared. This is remember Georgia just got raided, right? This is the actual clip from the news the day the water pipe broke, and this is 1 minute long. But this is what they shared. This is what happened, and there's so much that can. It's crazy when you really look at it. We all lived it, but here it is again, just because he.
Problem. What happened? Nor this is an election return watch party here on the edge of Atlanta. These are mostly excited Democrats because when's the last time Georgia thought of itself as a battleground state? After record early returns and essentially a day of problem-free voting, there is now a hitch in the tabulation of votes. I'm standing in Fulton County. Fulton County includes a chunk of Atlanta. Downtown Atlanta is State Farm Arena where the Atlanta Hawks play. They are tabulating the absentee ballots of Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. A water pipe has broken inside the arena. It
Not a
counted
water
86,000 absentee ballots. We don't know how many more they have yet to tabulate, but all the tabulation of those ballots has now stopped. We're told by election officials they may not finish tabulating those votes for a day or two. So depending how close the rest of the state is, we may not know the result of this critical battleground state for another day or two. That is because, again, a water pipe has broken in State Farm Arena. State Farm Arena is where they were counting the absentee ballots of Georgia's most populous county. And now that tabulation has stopped.
And then they all go, oh, wow, water main, yeah.
No, it's crazy. And when you think about it, that makes sense that that's where they're rating. You know what I mean? Like, of course, because there was effery going on. Let's see. Well, this one's not very long either. All the records.
Well, what I love about that whole thing is they let
Mhm.
so much time go by, and it was so brilliant because everybody thought they were going to get away with it, and now
And
they're not.
exactly. And also, you know,
Mhm.
like I just found out today because I have been doing a little medium news. He's having a little baby Govea. Gosh, I should have waited to not blurt that out. But yes, he got married and they're having a baby Govea. I'm really excited. He's going to have little tight onesies. I'm so happy for him though. She's very beautiful. We put her on the stream and everything, and it was so cool to see. It's amazing, you know. You feel like you get to know somebody and you watch them for very long. You know, I've been watching him for a minute, and it's like I'm so happy for him. Like I don't know the guy in real life, but I'm still happy for him. You know, it's pretty exciting. So this is something. Let me see. I saved it. This is I guess this was like let me see.
Statute
Yeah,
of
January.
limitations don't run out if it's still going on.
What'd you say?
Exactly.
What'd you say, Pootie? What doesn't run out if it's still going on?
So the statute of limitations doesn't run out if it's still ongoing.
Right. So this here is very short. This is the 22nd. So this is recent, you know.
Body right here. They're talking about exactly how many actual tapes they had that were properly orchestrated. And the answer is basically 0. Listen to this.
What we're about to talk about is facts. You're about to hear some real news.
That's right.
And I want to see if you'd be willing to report it.
Media.
How many
Media.
tabulation tapes did Fulton County, that you said in the early voting election, print out? How many total were there supposed to be? And how many did they print out?
For early voting, they provided 137 unsigned closing tapes and 0
Unsigned closing.
signed or unsigned opening tapes.
Okay.
Okay.
So you basically have no measurement at the beginning and you have no confirmed measurement at the end because nobody's validating either sides. So it's just a complete free-for-all. Speechless.
But it's just a clerical error, someone would like to say. And my point is this. I want to talk about the clerical errors that happened at the beginning of the day. If you don't know that you start with 0, how do you know that you end with 315,000 or whatever number you want to come up with? How do you know that?
Right.
Now, if the press is in here, I'm giving you some news because nobody's reporting it. Nobody's talking about it. You want to talk about t-shirts of people that wear at a campaign or polling site, or you want to talk about a hiring process that you don't like that I did, or one of our employees that I hired. This is news. This is what Georgia needs to hear about. This is what the state of Georgia's citizens care about when it comes to elections.
Not that other lady, though.
I want to ask another question. There was 0 of those 148 starting tapes printed, right?
Right, correct.
I'm astounded. Is the Fulton County attorney still here? I hope you're hearing what we're saying. I don't mean this to be personal,
She doesn't care.
but
Big fan.
I'm not worth 2 cents if I'm not astounded about this, if I'm not overwhelmed about this, because I personally am. And I hope you hear it in my voice and see it in my face. Georgia deserves better than this.
Rigged elections, which is
I love his commentary too, because he just tells it like it is, you know? All government should be illegal.
Yeah, I like him.
He got married and had a baby. He's going to have a baby Govea. I think that's pretty cool.
I missed
I really
that.
do. He's very good at what he does. There's not very many lawyers that I can sit and listen to and stand. He's a little cocky, but once you get used to his personality, he's genuine. That's who he is. That's the guy he is. And he cracks me up. And he does a very good job of covering it because he understands all the legal stuff. And a lot of times he dumbs it way down. So I guess I'm calling myself dumb because it makes it easier for somebody without a law degree to understand. And yeah, I like the guy a lot. There's no doubt about that. But everybody's always messing about his t-shirts and stuff. I never would have even noticed, but now I can't not notice.
Oh, come on now.
They super chat
Now
him
you're
to
just lying. Now you're just lying.
I never even thought about, I see it now, but I wasn't even paying attention to I wasn't even a thought in my brain. And then until people, before all the chat here, they started super chatting him. They'd be like, schmedium and messing with him. They were like making fun of him, but they're giving him money to do it. I don't think he even cared. He's like, okay, laugh about it, you know? But that's when I first started noticing on the super chats. And then that made me like him more because he rolls with it, you know? He don't get mad. He laughs about it. He thinks it's funny. So yeah, that made me like him even more. He rolled with the punches pretty good. But okay. And the Secretary of State called us conspiracy theories about, they're scared though. They really are afraid. And I'm excited. That's what's got me excited because I know what that means. You know, he's covering a news clip here. Hey, Brian, good to see you.
They're scared.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. And they know is the thing. They are trying to sue for them back. They're, like I said, we'll never get through it. This is from, early last week till now. I mean, news happened today that's way past this, but
Fox News is learning FBI agents are on site at a Fulton County election office in Georgia, where they are conducting a search. David got more details for us on this developing story. David?
Hi, Sandra. This is a satellite office for the Fulton County Elections Office. The FBI Atlanta press office confirming this, not giving many details, saying that the FBI is executing a court-authorized law enforcement action. No other details at this time, but we do know via sources a judge signed off on this warrant, allowing these agents, as you see them, enter this building to take items from the inside. Now, we're told that this is a sealed matter before the court, meaning details are now limited. Now, agents are looking at documents, phones, computers. We are told via multiple sources this is related to the 2020 presidential election. Now, we don't know specifically what agents are taking to the FBI lab, items that may eventually become part of a federal case. You may remember President Trump was charged in Fulton County with trying to overturn the 2020 election results. That's Brad Raffensperger right there. He is the Secretary of State of Georgia. That is the Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis. Now, Raffensperger spoke to President Trump back in early 2021, and Trump said that he wanted to find some 11,000 votes to help win the election. Raffensperger said that he felt pressure from Trump. Willis then took Donald Trump to trial. That didn't happen. In 2023, she said that her prosecution was all buttoned up, ready to go, but it was completely derailed after it was revealed she had an intimate relationship with the top prosecutor on her team, and it could have tainted the case. Late last year, a judge dismissed the case in its entirety. It's important to point out, Sandra, that a judge typically would not just sign off on a warrant so the FBI could go on what's known as a fishing expedition. It's likely the FBI DOJ presented some credible evidence to the judge for the judge to go ahead and give the green light. No immediate comment from the Justice Department. Again, the FBI.
I see Barry was talking about that. He said that they can't get it back because the judge that would have to file to get it back, the judge that issued the warrant is above them.
Okay. Well, I also heard what they want too. It's funny to me what they want. They want the stuff back, but they also want the reason. They want to know. Yeah. They're like, what do you know? They know already all the time. They don't know which thing that they are busted on. Yes. Isn't that funny? They want it unsealed. That's what they're doing, right? That's what happened today. They were trying to ask for that information to be unsealed. I was just showing, and they did point out that, there was a couple more things that I didn't know last week that they said in that little clip. And now I can't remember. I just heard it. They wouldn't put them on, which we knew that. I feel like there was something else is why I saved that one. But I do have the Secretary of State saying that it's a bunch of conspiracy theories. But what I hear is, I'm scared. Oh gosh, I'm scared. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah. Don't believe it, guys. Don't believe it. Hold on. Yeah. I'll pull it up real quick. It's only a minute.
Yeah, that one woman, that dark-haired girl, was talking about that. Man, she was talking so fast, she was scared, boy.
They all are. I really do believe that some of them know. Like, but other of them, what's funny to me is they probably could have been caught for multiple things, and they don't know which one it is. So they're like, tell us which thing you know about.
Yeah.
Once again, David Cott looks like he's on the scene talking to the Fulton County Commissioner. Man, shout out to this reporter. It says Dana Barrett, who's running for Georgia Secretary of State, calls this whole thing conspiracy theories happening outside the Fulton County Elections Office. Let's listen in.
We went around Fulton County the last few weeks, and we see that people are currently registered to vote in places like empty lots, homeless shelters that closed 10 years ago. What would you do if you become Secretary of State to address that? I'm not going to reply to conspiracy theories. It's not conspiracy. It's you can currently go on the voter rolls, purchase them for $45, and go there with us. We will gladly take you if you want to go to. I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not going to respond to conspiracy theories. How is that a conspiracy theory? It's an active voter rolls.
Run away.
If you're going to be running for Secretary of State, you're in charge of maintaining the voter rolls. Don't you care about if people are registered to vote from empty lots? Questions. I appreciate it. Do you think it's a conspiracy theory that people are registered to vote from empty lots, though? Well, I have the ability to go wherever I want to. People are currently registered to vote in empty lots, Commissioner. And if you're going to run for Secretary of State, aren't you going to at least take a look at that? It took me $45 to purchase the voter rolls. You can do that as well for the Fulton County. You can see that people are registered to vote from empty lots. They're registered to vote at a mark.
She's not even trying to hear anything he's saying, and he's asking good questions. And it does make, if she doesn't want to listen, even if she's not going to believe it. So that's not good. You know what I mean? Like, if she was just impartial, she'd at least listen and go, yeah, I'll look into that. She's not even responding. She's crooked as hell, I bet.
Yeah. No, she is.
Guilty.
Right. But that guy run up on her though. You notice it wasn't like WDRB or something like some independent, journalist putting the stuff out here on social media.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that clip. I really enjoyed that a lot. I love when people chase them down and do that shit. It's my
It's
favorite.
crazy.
Love it. Love it. More.
There was a political strategist talking about the same stuff, but like I said, we're so far in, and I don't even know where to go. There's so many things. I'm not even kidding. We could skip all the way ahead to his new one. Like I said, all that really happened though was they're trying to sue because they're scared and they immediately, and then they did this thing and he totally put it, it's like 20-second clip somewhere. They're like doing an election appreciation. They held themselves like a little party of how, and they're like talking about
I've seen that.
how in the world can make anything better? It looks so bad. Oh my gosh. John said, if I get in, I'll promise you the world, but all you'll get is I mean, that's what it feels like happens a lot.
Boy, they turned on Mondani up in New York.
What'd you say about Mondami?
I said they turning on him.
Really?
Yeah, he's not cleaning the streets up, right? He's not doing shit. He has no money. He's nobody.
And instead of giving them free bus rides, he raised the price.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and they're saying they're floating it out there now that he might possibly be Epstein's child.
Yeah,
that's another weird.
That's just so a conspiracy theory, but
weird.
who knows if it's wrong? I don't know.
No,
What
we
do you
don't
guys
know
think
shit.
about? I got a short clip of the Ilhan stuff where it's Trump basically accuses her of doing it herself, and her response. It's real short, but I am curious your opinions on that and chat too. But I'm just going to throw this up here real quick in case anybody didn't see or hear, which I don't know where you'd be.
After she was sprayed with an unknown substance. President Trump is accusing Representative Ilhan Omar of staging an attack on herself after she was sprayed with an unknown substance during a town hall in Minneapolis. When asked by ABC News if he'd seen the video, Trump brushed it off, saying, quote, "I don't think about her. I think she's a fraud. She probably had herself sprayed, knowing her. I haven't seen it. No. I hope I don't have to bother." Video from the event shows a man jumping up from the front row and spraying Omar with a syringe filled with liquid, shortly after she called for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign or be impeached. Now, the suspect, 55-year-old Anthony James Kazmarjak, was arrested and booked on suspicion of third-degree assault. Omar was not injured. Now, despite the scare, Omar continued with the town hall, saying she wasn't going to let an agitator win.
I'm going to go figure if I am, but I feel okay. I feel that it is important for people, whether they are in elected office or not, to allow these people to intimidate us, to make us not fight for our constituents and for the country we love. And as I said, I've survived war. And I'm definitely going to survive intimidation and whatever these people think they can throw at me, because I'm built that way.
But reactions online, they quickly split along partisan lines. Some critics claimed Omar nodded her head just before the man jumped up, while others questioned why she continued the event not knowing what substance had been sprayed on her. One user circulated photos of the agitator's family, suggesting the incident was staged and pointing to his children as political evidence. Democrats, meanwhile, blamed the Trump administration for insinuating violence. Representative AOC said it was no coincidence the incident happened after days of attacks on Omar by Trump and Vice President Vance, arguing leaders should look in the mirror if they want tensions to cool down. And the incident came just hours after Trump signaled out Omar at a rally in Iowa.
Great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? She's always talking about the Constitution, provides me with the following. The Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. So probably it's considered, I think, it's not even a country.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries also condemned Trump's comments, calling them disgusting.
That's a disgusting comment, and the president's lies and misinformation continue to fan the flames of these type of violent incidents. This should have never happened. I'm thankful that she is physically okay. She's mentally.
I don't even want to hear the rest of whatever he had to say there, honestly, but I'm just curious if anybody really thought it wasn't. I don't know. Fake and gay. Clay B says should have been
just like him saying that Kristi Noem be put on ice for good. That ain't stoking flames.
Jim Brewer said it's all scripted. I like Jim Brewer. But yeah, it did seem weird. And a lot of people on the internet, that's who will catch you. You know, there's too many eyes on people now. Like people are saying, why didn't she ever even worry what the liquid was? She just act like it was nothing. Like you don't know if that's acid or, you know, something like that. So I'm voting for baby Trump.
It could have been chemical. It could have been biological. It could have been anything. And the
she
thing
wasn't worried about
that
it.
looks so fake to me is her running after him like with her fist drawn.
She's a tough guy.
You know, come on, man. That was her Trump Butler, Pennsylvania moment. Fight.
Well, she failed.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, ex bootlegger says it's all WWE. Actually, it looks like 1990s WCW to me, but that's up for debate. That's up for debate. Yeah. But yeah, it looked like a wrestling promo.
Yeah.
A bad one.
A bad one.
Right? Not even a good one. Damn.
I know. Macho Man could beat the shit out of that, man.
Macho Man.
This one's really short and to the point. And there's more about it. I got all kinds of where they hacked the info of these people doing the ice watch and whatever. People just act like they're part of it and stuff like that. This is just a short one.
Well, here's what happens when the criminal justice students and the nerds team up to overpower you lefty goofball terrorists on the internet. One of the largest license plate tracking data websites that these terrorists are using to harass people in Minneapolis and aid and abet illegal aliens has been compromised. Ruh-roh. Here's Data Republican showing an image of hellostopice.net. All your logins, locations, passwords, and phone numbers have been given to FBI and ICE. Now, at the website that was hosting all of these license plate images, now you just have a bunch of pictures of Tom Homan showing you that you might want to lawyer up because RICO charges are incoming.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
No,
He's my therapy. I knew it was Jerry said George Carlin.
You know,
was his
he
therapy.
used to
I'm
be
like,
he used to be a liberal, man. He was.
Oh yeah, he's in San Francisco, so he's right near me, man. He's all the crazies. I love him. I don't miss much of his shows. He changed his schedule too. Now he's Sunday through Wednesday.
Yeah.
I just catch him
The
whenever.
weekends are lonelier. You know, they're lonelier. Mm-hmm.
I like Softy. Yeah. He just, man. He's
Yeah, Cohen's
getting
to go
wild.
live again on the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I just want to I don't know about that. I'm gonna get
Cola.
well.
Saturday
I'm gonna
night,
get
honey.
used to. I'm gonna keep the Wednesdays going because I do. There are a lot of people that show up all the time, and then once I get, if the kids do get situated in a different type of situation, things change up. Maybe then, but like I'm not ready to take on another night. I want to just keep. It's a lot to keep up with Wednesdays, to be honest. If I do another night,
you can always just do a chat too. You don't.
That's
have
what
to,
I was going to say. If I do another
all the
night, it's
videos.
very likely that we just kick it, and we don't.
That'd be fun.
Maybe a little bit of something, but like nothing like what I prepare for Wednesdays. And because like half the time I'm gonna get through it. That would be another good reason to do like what I had left over or something. That's terrible though. Here's the leftovers.
Your leftovers. That's what you could call it. My leftovers. Because
there's always
he has that, but his suck.
Oh, there's nothing like the feeling of actually getting through it all. Because every once in a while, it just works, and we're just on cue with it, And those are fun nights for me. I'm like so happy I got through all the stuff. This is a short Fox News clip here. I saved. Hold on, now I've done forgotten. Okay, it's about Don Lemon, but it's short and it's just a little clip I wanted to share. I skipped over a bunch, man, because we're in it pretty late already. Time flies, I guess, right? And Jeff stayed longer. I appreciate that of him.
Oh, the night is young, honey. It's only 9:15.
What's that?
The night is young.
Yeah, I know. You always try to, and it works too. I've noticed that. You'll be like, "Oh, you're staying here to your horse." It's been 5 hours.
Down now.
It's not on the East Coast, okay? So,
Darling, I'm on the West Coast, so I don't care about.
Yeah, but I have a backwards vampire schedule. So that's my problem too,
Yeah.
All right,
Not
this is
my problem.
I can't remember.
I hope you fall in the ocean.
You know that one hurts, Pootie. You know that one hurts. Pootie knows me, y'all. He knows me.
What if she can't swim, Pootie? What do you think about that?
I can swim. I'll swim around you.
Better ask some floaties.
Around you, buddy. I'm a shark in the water. Barracuda.
Barracuda, baby.
Now you got my musical Tourette's going.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yes. Yep. All right, here we go, real quick.
His words reported on anti-ICE protesters taking over a church in Minneapolis and allegedly threatening the churchgoers. Certainly, harassing people in church is unquestionably a federal crime. And in this case, it was on video. People were happy and proud to do it. You can decide for yourself whether Lemon getting in the face of churchgoers and the priest there was in some way breaking the law or simply reporting. But because Lemon had a camera, Democrats think he should be immune from any kind of accountability.
Trump administration has systematically targeted the free and fair press.
If you dare criticize this administration, watch your back. That's not a democracy. That's a police state.
These are Stalinist tactics.
Stalinist tactics by a rogue Department of Justice, according to Democrats. But let's not forget, and this is important, a federal grand jury indicted Lemon. When news of his arrest broke, Deputy White House Chief of Staff James Blair quickly tweeted, in part, a federal grand jury indicted Don Lemon. He was not just magically arrested. Pass it on. Fox and Friends host Charlie Hurt had this to say about the indictment.
Of course, if it was a grand jury that did indict him, that's pretty unimpeachable.
Unimpeachable. What a word, says Charlie Hurt of grand juries. Yes, Charlie, the same kind of grand juries that indicted Donald Trump and more than a dozen prominent Republicans during President Biden's term.
Right.
Yes, a grand jury, just like the Constitution says. It is a remarkably different take on the credibility of grand juries by Republicans and conservative media from just a few years ago. Back then, Republicans handed out ham sandwiches on Capitol Hill to...
He basically goes on to talk about how the Republicans said you could indict a ham sandwich because they were mad because they were doing all that to Trump. But the truth of it is all that amounted to nothing because they did hand them out like the ham sandwiches. He's just saying you should stay on the same side of it. But if you either agree with it or you don't. And they sure agreed with it when they were indicting the shit out of Trump. So why don't they agree with it now when it's Don Lemon? You know?
They've changed their position on masks and recording in public. He
Don
didn't just come in a church. No, the liberals.
And what about old Petty? They said it's all right for him to have a gun at a protest. Now, yeah, they backtracking on that even.
They didn't just go in a church and start recording. Okay, they went in a church and threatened people. They kept their parents from the children. Like if they'd have did that in my church, they'd have had a lot of problems for sure. It would have not been good at all.
Well, how many church shootings have there been over the last few years also? So
I don't know.
if you're in a church and all this mob comes in and is threatening, you know, I mean,
mob.
come on, man, you know?
We got a lot of cops packing at our church. You wouldn't know it, but I know them because I know my community. I know who they all are. There was some kids that came in a couple years ago and they were wearing backpacks. This one in particular sat right in front of me. He never took his backpack off. He could feel all our eyes on him. I didn't know what he was planning, but I knew he had something in mind, you know. He was just so uncomfortable sitting there with his backpack on the whole time. I mean, people stick out like a sore thumb when they think they're going to come in and do something in a room where everyone's aware. You know, they're not going to get away with that.
Yeah, especially with you sitting behind him because he could have soon been in a cross-faced chicken wing.
Dude, I was like, go ahead and move, buddy.
I know.
Like, he was feeling my vibe. I know
cross-faced chicken wing. I know it.
Yeah.
I was ready.
No, I'd have been scared. If I went to church and you were sitting behind me, I would feel uncomfortable.
Well, they say if you're scared, go to church, but you're in church and you're scared, then what do you do?
I'm not. Go home.
Perfect love, cast out all fear. Just don't be afraid.
Yeah. Start praying.
I sit right at the spot. If somebody were going to come in, I'm right on the end. It's like, I'm not going to sit there in fear and worry about somebody coming in my church. I'm not doing that. You know?
Plus, you can get out of there before anybody else, too.
We got a couple exits, you know.
You can
We
run
have
away.
people at the door. We have ushers at the door. They know, church people know people by name, like
Hey,
they
I
said.
bet there's a whole lot more people packing in there than the ones you
Oh,
think are just
it,
packing.
buddy. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Conservative churches be packing. You betcha.
And it's sad that you have to,
Mhm.
because I
Yep.
bet you 50 years ago nobody was packing, you know. But
There
these
have been
days,
instances, though, where they save lives because they're in there packing with their gun, and then something crazy happens, and I've heard it. It's been a long time, but I've heard some hero stories about.
man, I basically do nothing except for maybe go to the store. And you don't know how many times I've had to stop myself at the door and come back, strap up, just because I don't know what's going to happen out there, man. I don't know what stupid stuff I'm going to walk into, at the freaking store, or wherever, man. It's just better to, and God
You don't
forbid,
wanna
I
be-
don't ever
yeah.
want to have to use it, man. I mean, damn, that
No,
would
you
suck,
don't.
man. I mean, it's just like they
Well,
said,
part of
in the class, if you can run away, man, instead of having to, do that, man, which is, you have to think, I don't know, man.
It feels better
Anyway.
to be able to defend yourself, for sure. And we all have that right, and we all should be,
Yeah.
able to do that without questioning or doubting or being worried about any of the bullshit.
A lot
You
of
have a
times
right.
I forget I have it on me.
Shall not
You know?
infringe. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
don't forget, kids, if you're not packing and you're wearing a belt is your second best friend. I mean, I'm telling you, a belt, you can run off a couple people with a belt.
Oh my gosh,
Oh, yeah?
Navy vet. What the heck? Oh my god.
What?
What'd he say?
You see his comment? Don Lemon complains about getting effed over by white people, then goes home and gets effed by his white partner. What the hell?
That's a true statement, though.
I know. I'm
Probably.
just
And
saying.
yes, Cheryl. Yes,
He's
Cheryl.
funny.
Don Lemon's crowd kept parents from their children at that church. And they came in a threatening manner. They did not just come in and start recording. That's how that news clip sounded. Oh, we have a
Listen
right
to
to
Navy vet
record.
too. If we rob a bank and film it, can we say we're just making a documentary? Oh my gosh.
Don Lemon himself
Because
was speaking to the pastor, and he was very, very aggressive. You know what I mean? He wasn't just interviewing the guy; he was aggressive about it.
He was very aggressive. Yeah. Miss Minor Sue, that's Pootie Poot is the other one. And hello, good to see you, honey.
Yeah,
She's
Pootie.
like,
It's
Paula,
cute.
Yorga, D, and who?
And Pootie.
And Pootie.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I do have a
changed
little
my
bit.
avatar.
Have you guys heard of Cam Higby yet?
Yes.
I think I have.
I knew Pootie. Look at Pootie. He's never
Yeah.
he's never
He's
behind.
awful. He's
so
awful.
up and up, man. He knows everything.
I love it. Well, it's really cool what he did. Okay. He's like a digital crap. Now I forgot that. Nick Shirley. He infiltrated a group of some ICE watcher type people, and Govea covered a little bit of it. So I got a couple clips of that here. Shoot, I'm gonna lose my spot, but oh well, we'll figure it out. It's
See,
not,
Ben Dox had Tommy Boy on tonight.
I don't really know Tommy Boy. I know the character. Anyways, I'm gonna play it real quick.
The guy who's got his hands on the documents invaded a bunch of these insurgent signal groups and got materials that show exactly what they're doing. And he says this might be one of the biggest releases that we've seen thus far, because in this document, they talk about how they are intending to create flashpoints. What we saw with Renee Good, what we saw with Alex Preddy were individuals trying to escalate the situation. We read through prior memos earlier this week that they were distributing amongst themselves, where they said their entire operation was to gum up the process. Use your appearance just to kind of muck things up and just be that dumb protester, that dumb guy with the map. Oh, am I not supposed to be standing here right in between you and this illegal alien right here? You move him aside, he comes back in. No, where am I? Oh, no. And what they're doing is obstructing. Agents move them aside, they continue to come in and obstruct. But now this document reveals that they were intentionally trying to get their people killed, essentially. And here is the title of the document. It says, "Dispatch, please advise." It's a collective statement from Red-Winged Blackbird. So a bunch of people forming this group, writing this document. And we're going to put a pin in this in a minute and just jump over to this press release from the FBI and the DOJ. Back during the 2022 indictment indictments of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. And we'll come back to this and we'll see, they got indicted for doing certain things. And they got charged with seditious conspiracy and given decades in prison as a result of this because they checked certain boxes. They said, oh, it's a group. Oh, it's a conspiracy. Oh, they had a document. Oh, they had weapons, blah, blah, blah. We'll see if that can also be applied to this current insurgent force, which is permeating and metastasizing.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana...
Wait, I want to see this.
That's because Asana is where humans and...
throughout America. Here is one. Dispatch, please advise. Hey, I'm calling you. What should I do? These are tactics for fighting the federal occupation of Minnesota by ICE. Fight, fight, fight. They indicted President Trump for that. Here's what's in their manual. ICE Watch. What does it mean to be ICE Watch? Well, a wide range of people around Minnesota have engaged in the practice of following and monitoring ICE activity. And they write these in the most benign way, okay? You could replace following and monitoring with obstructing because they're trying to increase psychological tension. They're blowing whistles. They're screaming at people, getting in their faces, getting in their line of sight, increasing tension. This can be done on foot or in car. Sometimes this means showing up immediately to the scene like Alex Preddy did when we saw him racing in where an abduction is taking place. This is called rapid response. We saw it. We watched it. They come rapidly. Now, why follow ICE? Here are our goals. This is what
it goes on and much deeper, but there's a couple other places I had sectioned off of there. They throw them off their course, waste their time, force them to drive away. They were like psychologically harassing them. But I'm going to skip a couple of the clips just to get to this part that I really want to share with you guys, where he does a comparison with the Oath Keepers, and they were charged with 20 years. And he shows you how similar these crimes are, but they're probably not going to end up in the trouble that the Oath Keepers did because it's like, well, we'll have to see. I hope it does. I don't mean you guys are rubbing off on me I try to be positive. I don't know. They should, in a fair world, they would get just as much trouble, but I don't know. I do think they're exposed and potentially will get in trouble. There's so many of them. I don't know. Somebody mentioned the other day, like, where would we put them all if we did get them all? So there's a lot of them, but
Alcatraz.
Keepers got indicted and arrested. A bunch of them got picked up. 8 other people all hit with the superseding indictment. And what did they do? Well, they say that the Oath Keepers are a large but loosely organized collection of individuals. Okay, so if these are check boxes, it was good enough for the Oath Keepers. 20 years. Are these people that we're talking about here, these anti-ICE maniacs, these insurgents, are they a loosely organized collection of individuals? Of course, clearly. Some of whom are associated with militias. Absolutely. Armed queers of Salt Lake City, armed gay, whatever. All part of militias. Okay, so check that one. Though the Oath Keepers will accept anyone as members, they focus on military, just like the gay gun groups. Members and affiliates of the Oath Keepers were among the individuals who entered the Capitol. Just like these people are entering federal space, which are removal operations. So, I mean, it's like, that's basically irrelevant, right? Otherwise, that's a trespass charge. It's a trespass and parading around in the Capitol building. So what was the end goal of the conspiracy, right? It's to interfere with the operation of the federal government, in this case, elections. In Minnesota, it's with deportations. The seditious conspiracy indictment says that after the election, Stuart Rhodes, one of the Oath Keepers, and remember that Ray Epps was also an Oath Keeper and was there on scene and got a sweetheart deal. He conspired by others to oppose by force the execution of the laws of the United States. In this case, those laws were related to an election. In Minnesota, they're related to immigration. Check that box. Beginning in December, they used encrypted and private communications. Oh, just like all these insurgents on Signal. Rhodes and various coordinators conspired to travel to a location. They're doing the exact same thing. Check it. The date of the certification back in Washington. Now, according to this, they conspired using a various means and methods. They were prepared and willing to use force. Okay, prepared. They didn't do it. And they were going to transport firearms and ammunition to DC. All of it was like, body talk in these chat groups, which is all happening in the Signal groups. They were recruiting members. They were recruiting affiliates. They were organizing trainings to learn about tactics. Same thing all of these people are doing. They brought paramilitary gear. They brought weapons, knives, batons, camouflage combat uniforms. Alex Preddy brought with him a firearm to his obstruction. They tried to take control of the Capitol, just like they're trying to take control of these federal operations. And what did they get them with? They used text messages and encrypted messaging applications they went through. Then they talk about the physicality, all of the things, Oath Keepers and other affiliates. Here, they also had a QRF team, and they had this document. They said that they wrote a manual that said, if something goes bad, then we can deploy other people into Washington. And they said that manual was saying that's where the violence was going to come from. We said, wait a minute. If they were going to take over the country, how come they didn't bring guns with them? They said, well, somebody wrote this document and they were going to bring guns. They were just located outside of DC. Like, well, did they even start to bring guns? No. So that didn't happen. Was that just some document that somebody just shared around in a Telegram group? Did Christopher Wray write that? All of the same indicia. And they got 20 years maximum penalty. 20 years. So these insurgents are an order of magnitude greater than anything the Oath Keepers were doing or the Proud Boys. We heard testimony.
So I know I had a little sped up, but that was kind of a longer clip than usual. But it's so valid. Like he said, they're even worse. But we'll see. We'll see if it even goes down like that. It would be like I don't know. We'll just have to see, because they do think they're catching them a lot of stuff. And that's the very last clip from this video I'm going to play, is where they talk about sending the names of these people to the government agencies or something, and they left a message. I don't think it's the same one as that short. I think this is another one. It's not as hard to do as you would think, I guess, to infiltrate, so to speak, and like get a hold of people's names and such. Yeah, Datica Republican, that is what they said. He's just talking about the same thing, but it's still hilarious, and I think he may do a better job than that short. Had I known I had this here, I wouldn't have played it. I'm going to play it real quick if you guys don't mind, real short. He just breaks it down well.
Don't mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It don't need to be short either. It's fine.
Well, it just so happens it is.
Sorry. Whoa, something interesting happened last night. There's this website called ICE Watch, I believe is the website. StopIce.net. And last night it got hacked. So somebody went in there, and when you went over there, they've since changed the servers and got it back up. But when you went there, StopIce.net, it showed this screen. So all these insurgents are going over there. Yeah, Stop Ice. Said, we were not kidding. We sent your names, your logins, your passwords, and your locations to a bunch of government agencies. The guy who made the site, called Sherman, is a terrible coder, and so are RC Concepcion and Matt. Don't know how to vibe code. You can't keep your database unsecured. You have to secure it. Enter the proper command in the terminal next time, or don't. Actually don't, because we're happy to see all your identities. Now, the Senate Republicans are saying what they're doing is supposed to be being alleviated because the state administration is going to work with the feds on illegals. But Senate Republicans dropped this one yesterday, said officials in Minnesota have refused to turn over illegals in their custody to ICE for deportations. And so what's happening is Democrats are caring more about protecting violent and criminal illegals than they are protecting Americans. And we've known that for a very long time. Here's a representative called Ralph Norman. He says, yep, chaos continues to spread, but the Dems love the illegals much more than they do Americans.
The Democrats coddle the criminals that existed in Minnesota. The criminals are the ones that will be getting away if we bow down to the demands that the Democrats have no leverage to make. The Democrats coddle.
We can't give in to them. It's their power base. That's why.
Yeah, basically the same thing. But it is kind of funny, because if what they were doing isn't illegal, then fine. But if it is, why don't you do a little bit better? Like, y'all are not as sneaky as you think you are. I don't know.
Well, they think they can get away with anything. You know?
Well, they have is the problem, I guess. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But
They're gonna find out, though. We're in the find out stage now.
I do think it's funny everybody's freaking out about Tulsi being there, and I don't know. I got some clips somewhere I may find while I'm scrolling through all this. They were saying that Trump was actually talking to her while she was on scene.
Yeah, that's what they said.
He can participate.
Well, they just look. They said so, a lot of them ballots come from China, so there you go.
Huh. Oh, yeah. And then the mayor, which mayor investigate the ICE activity? Which, you know what? I'm not even mad at it. Like, I'm sure there should be checks and balances, you know? So if there's certain cities that are doing it, I'll share it because I won't say it right. It's really short too, but I know some people are going to be against it, but my thing is they probably will look for anything. But if there's no crimes being committed, then they shouldn't be able to get them with any crimes. You know, if they're getting spit at and they're like somebody got their head bumped or something on the way down was cut, you know, things like that, like that's different than anyways, but this is just what's going on. I can't remember which one
the
it was.
Executive order entails, Randy
Johnson
agents. It's something he's directing Chicago police to investigate and document alleged illegal activity by federal agents. It's something he's calling the ICE on notice order. Randy Gyllenhaal joins us now from City Hall with more on what the executive order entails. Randy?
Regina, CPD officers have now been directed or told to document alleged excessive abuse by federal agents. However, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office said they were not aware of this plan. More confusion about the role of local cops and courts to monitor federal government activity.
To prosecute ICE and Border Patrol agents for criminal misconduct.
At City Hall today, Mayor Brandon Johnson signing this executive order called ICE on Notice, directing CPD to collect evidence and the identities of federal agents accused of any illegal activity, crimes, or violating constitutional rights in Chicago. It comes after so many complaints during Operation Midway Blitz. The city says evidence they collect will be preserved and then sent to the Cook County State's Attorney for potential prosecution.
The state's attorney, her office is in complete support of this executive order. In fact, what she has said, her office has said repeatedly, the reason why she has not moved forward with prosecution is because no evidence has been provided to her. Our office worked closely in collaboration with the state's attorney's office.
But in a statement, State's Attorney Eileen O'Neill Burke here in Cook County said this, quote, Mayor Johnson's statement is not true. The Cook County State Attorney's Office did not receive the executive order until it was released to the public. We do not provide legal approval of any matter until we've reviewed it. On such a critical issue, she said, it is important to get this right. Also, a statement from DHS saying that, quote, ICE officers are held to the highest professional standard, and CPD's union, Chicago Police Union, Lodge 7.
So I don't know. People say that's not the way it's supposed to go, like the cops watching them or whatever. But what a joke of a mayor. But the thing is, if they are doing things right, there shouldn't be an issue. I feel like, I mean, maybe there's a little more nuance than that, but I just feel like, you know, hopefully they won't try to get them for something they didn't do, basically, as long as they're not like committing crimes or like, I definitely don't think that they should ever, you know, hurt somebody that's not attacking them, you know, something like that. That's where they would come in handy. But I don't know. Who knows? I got something from Carl. It's about, what's it say? President Trump discusses powerful sonic weapon used to take out Venezuelan soldiers during Maduro capture. Yeah, we've definitely talked about that one before, but this is dated the 4th. I guess he's talking about it again. It says, interview with Nightly News. This is the interview, people. Was this tonight?
Yeah.
On Wednesday evening, covered various topics. ICE surge. Well, we might watch some of that next week if you guys want to. I'm definitely going to watch it when I end this. I'm just curious what all was said. But he's talking. I mean, the headline is about the weaponry.
I've just seen a couple pieces of it. The last thing.
Watched some of it already?
Huh?
You watched some of it tonight?
Yeah, just a couple pieces of it. They on another show. Yeah, they asked him about if he thought he'd be president on January 21st or 2028. He said, I don't know. He didn't say no, but he said, I don't know.
That's interesting. So the date was after he's not supposed to be president, basically.
Yeah, January 21st after inauguration.
Goodness. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have it anymore. Of course, when I get rid of it, I want that. You remember that one? He's like, I don't know. I might do it. Probably, maybe, might.
Yeah.
Funny right now. But yeah, I got to rotate them or they get old, you know. But that one was pretty funny. That was Billy's favorite. I might do it because it's supposed to. The meme was asking your wife or your wife asking you to do something. Forgot too.
That's one of my favorites. Probably I'll do it. I don't know. Maybe.
Shouldn't have got rid of that.
Classic.
I'll get around to it.
I actually asked someone to send me that website. I know. I'm sorry. I jumped all around. I asked someone to send me the website because I wanted to share it because I did put it in the chat, but I know people and like people probably didn't even click it. And I get that. Like people are busy, whatever. But I was just going to scroll through some of them. I haven't done it yet because I'm trying to figure out where I put it.
Did you guys hear there were 600 people arrested in LA in the past week? A bunch of kids rescued.
I mean, did you say I saw a big number of kids rescued, but I don't know from where. Did you say
600 arrests? Yeah, LA.
Oh, they found that big old house with all that the lab in there too. You see that?
In Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think it was, but.
Yeah, I just saw they said something about in Vegas there was a biolab.
Yeah.
I did
a bunch of Ebola and all kinds of crap.
Oh yeah, they were linking it back to 2023 diseases too. They were like linking that shit back to an actual illness that they used that freaking bioweapon on. Actually.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. I got this open, but I don't see.
Well,
There's
no,
like
I'm gonna have to go to bed, y'all.
All right, Morgan. Thanks for hanging in while you
I'm
could.
kind of tired.
You're on
I'd
the
like to
morning.
stay, but that would keep me from leaving. So y'all take it easy. I'll see you next go round.
We'll
All right.
see you
Bye.
next
Good
time.
Have a good night.
Bye.
That was funny.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was gonna say we gotta say Virginia 3 times, or I haven't seen Bob in chat yet, so I don't know. It's kind of about time for both of them. Okay, here it is. Worst of the worst. Enter search county of origin, any state, or you can just put any state. I want to share it because no one's looking at it. Basically, I feel like even when you put it in chat, people still aren't really looking at it, because then they might have to do something, click something. I don't know. Maybe some people did, but there's so much. People say that they're just taking people that are just dads and things like this. But when you look through these crimes, they're horrible. Everywhere you type in, anywhere you type in. And, I don't know if anybody even went to look. Bookworms. Trying to get Virginia. I always second guess oh shoot, I'm making a phone call, not meaning to. Oh crap, it's still going. I'm sorry, y'all.
Hello?
Hello?
I totally did make an entire phone call, couldn't shut it off.
Christina, are you there, Christina?
Mhm. All right. No, I was trying to double check. Yes, I absolutely did send it at 3:30. So maybe she's just busy. And then I didn't with Bob because I usually wait. She's busy with Bill Clay. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Shoot, I thought I had something I don't have. I know I do because it's taken up an entire spot and I never did get rid of it, but I never can find it when I'm looking for it. The Bill Clinton blue dress. I used to have that right here. Oh, there it is. I do have it. This is crazy. Some of the things that I have right on deck are ridiculous. And what's even more ridiculous is how often they get to be used and be in context. That clip, what's her name? I've used that clip more than I ever in a million years would have ever thought that I'd use it. Because people always no, Michelle is a trend. I'm never getting rid of that. I swear to God, I'm talking comes up naturally, like every night. I'm playing every night when somebody says that. Please never show that again. Which thing? Hey, you want the link? We are kind of winded down otherwise. I was looking for, hopefully, Virginia. It's about that time for her. You never know what you don't know,
Not Carolina.
Oh, I get it. Now, look, I have such a short attention span. He's talking about the blue dress. Never show it again. Good night, Carolina. Shoot. Joan is missed. Yes. Well, she spoke the truth, and there she is. Look, we conjured her.
Good night,
No,
Carolina. Hey, Ruth.
Cujo might come, so she rushed up to see Cujo. Yeah, figured it out.
Oh man, I missed it. If you were talking, I was messing with my microphone because I know I have background noise. It's a fan behind me, and so I was on mute in the backstage for a while before I hit enter. So I missed like the last 7 minutes. I don't know.
I wondered, did you hear us mention you? You certainly heard us mention you. That can't be a coincidence.
No, because I had the stream muted because I wanted to try and get the background noise on my mic to reduce, So
that's why Navy Vet put buttworms in the chat because I said we got to say Virginia. It all makes sense now. No. Seriously though, yeah, I guess that's wild that you didn't hear it, but you could just feel it was time for Virginia to be here, I'm looking for Cujo with my phone so I could send him this link, but I'm not doing a great job. I don't bother him. I wait and see if because if he's not free, he's not going to come up anyway. Moonchild, good to see you.
Hey, Moon.
They came together. Ride in the same car. Something's going on here. Just saying. No, but they have actually met, and that's funny because Moon doesn't ever come on panel, really. Not very much. All right, I did send the link. So if he wants to pop up, he can pop up. And he got an icon now, and he can turn the camera off. The first time or two he came up, he couldn't turn the camera off. So he's just carrying the damn thing everywhere. I had one like that too. I didn't realize either. I thought because it was such a big ordeal to allow your phone to allow the camera,
Right.
that sounds like a deep.
You have no idea.
Yeah, that is really weird. You didn't hear that. That's about how it goes, though.
Miracle Whip.
Miracle
Oh.
Whip. Wait, what?
It's
Miss
inedible.
Miracle. That's so good to see. I mean, Moon, are you working? Are you off? Oh, Lord. I never made that Bill Clinton joke. That was a ghost that said that. Wait, what?
Mhm. No, it's good to see everybody.
Good to see you.
Good to
Yeah.
see you, honey. It's been a minute.
Yeah, for sure. Couple of weeks. Well, maybe last
Yeah.
15. Yeah.
Mhm.
Since yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
you ain't been
I swear
around.
I end
We
sooner.
missed ya.
I end sooner when you don't come on because I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. You're the nighttime slot, It like really does give like new life to the panel when you pop up. It really does. And that's not your job. But
Yeah, because she's done wore us all out, girl. We as wore out, girl.
So
I'm not even.
no
There's
color.
no
She's
way
a
I'm finishing this stuff, but
fucking
a lot of
slave
us have
driver
it.
here.
Oh
Another
my God.
video, another video. It's gonna be short.
No, the thing is,
I
no,
love
you gotta
it. I love
understand
your
how
show,
long did I
honey.
not play videos? We sat and I played like 2 or 3 videos, maybe 4 or 5
That's true.
for like an
That
hour or
Jeff,
2.
damn
And then I'm
Jeff
like, all right,
kept
catch up
talking. He
time.
wouldn't shut up. Fucking Jeff. He's such a big mouth, isn't he?
Yeah, he knows a
Yeah.
lot of stuff too, and he's getting more verified as he goes. So it earns him respect. You got to give him a little bit, like some of like along the way.
Well, I
there's
was just waiting for him to bring up Liberty Warrior again so I could call him an asshole, but he didn't. He said in some other channels I knew. I said, oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was just waiting, buddy. I was just fucking waiting because, go ahead and bring him up again if you must.
Oh
Go
my
ahead.
gosh, what is going on? Oh wait, where am I? Look, I have to.
Oh, he
I'll give him.
knows.
I want to play the dog.
No, he knows.
He goes through the whole song, but I'll give you a break from him. But I
But we
get
did half
guilty.
a second, y'all. Half a second for you.
No, it goes forever. He gets into all right. I agree. That's
And
talent. Trying to give you. I was going to give you a break, and then you're like, "Oh, 2 seconds." I'm like, "Well, now you're stuck. You're the whole thing now."
Looking for that D minor for Yorga. He wants a D minor.
Look, you
chicken.
notice Yorga's not here. I didn't play it while he was here because he does hate those chickens, Mary. Because he's like,
Does
like,
he?
are those shots firing outside? And it's like all serious toned and all this going on. And I didn't realize he was trying to talk or something. I had the chickens up. Oh, he hates those chickens. It's kind of hilarious. I don't even like playing them because I feel guilty. He was trying to be serious and I didn't know, and I'm all playing chickens.
That's okay.
It was funny.
We can't be
Now.
too serious all the time.
Oh, I agree.
No, we got to have some fun.
Yep.
Oh, damn, Donnie. I didn't even realize what I was putting up there, but
Damn, Donnie. That was funny. Damn, Donnie.
I feel like that's supposed to be a different expression. Damn, Gina. That's
Damn, Gina.
From Martin.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's a
we're
good
gonna-
one.
that was a
Damn,
funny
Gina.
story.
And I think, I don't know for sure, but when Salty Cracker says Christina, I don't know if Eimer's here because I know Eimer is Salty Cracker too.
Gary,
But when,
dog's
when
going nuts.
When Salty Cracker says Christina, I think he's referring to that movie Diary of a Mad Black Woman, but I don't know. It drives me crazy. You know Christina, his whore bitch he had when he stepped out on his wife, and then
I definitely
she
saw Diary
came.
of a Mad Black Woman
Oh
a
my
long time
gosh,
ago.
that's a great movie. You got to see that movie. I mean, I don't
No, I
read
did
movies
see it. I
anymore, but
remember
oh,
when
that
Medea.
was such a good movie.
Wait, maybe I'm mixing movies up. Didn't Medea chainsaw a couch in half because the man was
Yeah,
trying?
that was the
Yeah,
movie. And then so Christina was that whore he was with.
I
And then
don't have a
after he
name of
went,
it.
she came back home. She's all, Christina, Christina. Christina's not here. And so I just wonder if that's who Salty Cracker is talking about when he says it, but I don't know for sure. Might be somebody else. Nobody knows, huh? Okay.
Oh,
Was that chicken choking 101?
It's
No,
cola
that was
acidic
music.
mhm.
Cola is half of my name, my God-given name. My name at birth was Nicola, but no one ever calls me that. It's always been Cola, and that really is where it comes from. That's my real life name. So it is also probably a 70s drug. But it really
Probably
is
a
my
what?
real name. A 70s drug. It says, is cola a 70s drug?
Yeah, probably.
But I was just saying, in my world, that's not what it is. But yeah, I mean, I'm
Right.
talking, I was a little kid getting nicknamed that. Like, I didn't even think of that. Looked at me with his
I
head
like it. I
tilted.
like that nickname. And at first I thought of Coca-Cola, but then that just kind of went away and it became you became cola in my head, you know, but it's weird when you have other images of things at first. It's kind of hard to replace them. But you're not a soft drink, so
Right.
and
Well,
you're
no,
with a
what was
K.
funny was the same jokes over and over. Like I've said this is so true too. And I guess it was around my 6th grade year, the Ricola thing went. It was such a big. I don't have the link for that, Lisa. I would give it to you if I did. If I had a place I could send it because I screen recorded it from a short, like whenever I first got it. So that's how I have it, is like a screen recorded. So only way I could do it is like send it to you because I don't have the original short anymore. Or I would, but anyways, I didn't want to ignore her. I saw it and I was thinking, I was trying to think of ways, and I was like, well, if I had an email, maybe, but it's not like it has a name, unless I actually. So it was Echo, I believe, that sent me that in the first place. If she so happens to still have it, I don't even know if she's still here, but that is where I got it. But yeah, when I was younger, it was like it was like a joke. It was that was like the longest running commercial. I think that commercial still comes on. The Rico with the big O, you know. So I remember that, but also I remember whenever I'd meet new friends or something, and the first time that they'd ask me for a Coke, they'd just crack up because they'd be like, "You want a Coca-Cola?" And then they just giggle, and I'm like, it was never funny to me, you know. After the first
I'm
5 or 6
glad I
times,
didn't do that.
well, you won't now. But everyone else
No,
did because,
never.
like I said, the first couple
Sure.
times it's funny, and then you're like, God, I know. All right, haha. It is what it is. But yeah, that is not a drug nickname. But I'm sure people think it. I'm sure there's been
There you go. Mitch said he,
and I didn't
somebody
even
said
know.
he found it.
Oh, Moonchild is a
Oh,
mastermind.
yeah. There you go.
That's exactly what it was. It was a short video, and then I screen recorded it to put it on here just to goof off with. Good job, Moonchild. She must not
You
be.
go,
That's
girl.
why she hasn't had enough drink in her. If she can go find research and get that clip that quick, she must be pretty sober. Oh, there's Cujo. Good to see you.
Uncle Cujo, right?
Oh, we lost Pootie. He ran. You
Oh,
scared him.
Pootie.
You scared him.
Oh man,
I'm just kidding. You
it's Uncle Cracker Cujo.
I'm down.
Uncle Cracker Cujo. What's up?
It's good to see you.
Pootie, come back. I promise he won't hurt you. No, I'm just kidding. He probably just got sick of us.
I think he
I forgot
drops
to
a
look
lot,
into.
doesn't he? Doesn't his internet just drop a lot?
Okay, so yeah, sometimes Garrett says Cola, the panic within the NFL just got a lot worser, which is grammatically incorrect, but we'll overlook that. As the drama within the NFL just went from the boardroom to the locker room in a new damning poll by Athletic, a whopping 41% of NFL players say. the drama. Is it something to do with the Epstein files or something? Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. Do you know anything about that, Cujo? Yep, I knew it, Moon. That was way too quick reaction time. She hasn't even had a drink. I don't know about that. Do you know about that, Cujo? Are you here?
Yeah. And no, I was doing something else. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Neither do I. I read it.
The performer Bad Bunny.
Oh, that's what I was gonna. That's what I was. Where I was gonna go. Go ahead.
No, that's just what it's about. It's about Bad Bunny. I think is performing at the halftime show, and
yes,
some people hate the idea, and so I guess they did like a poll in the locker room.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, now I feel bad. I was giving Garrett shit, but yeah, that does make sense. I was gonna say I keep forgetting to look into and do research into that halftime show that's gonna compete with the NFL halftime show. Because apparently a couple conservative singers, I think maybe I would assume Kid Rock, just because I know.
Kid Rock is one of them. It's Turning Point USA. There's another old star. I can't remember who it was, but it's they were significant a long time ago. Anyway, I don't know much more about it than that, but it's Turning Point USA that's doing it.
Well, good for Turning Point USA, man. Cheryl's happy to see you. That's my buddy.
Oh, hey, Phil. Sorry, guys, I can't see the comments when I'm on my phone. So if anybody said hi to me, hello.
Right.
And I do not believe Moonchild has not had anything to drink yet. But anyway, okay.
She cracked the first one.
Oh my God, he's met her at least twice, maybe 3 times. Yeah, that's funny. She's laughing right now, I promise. Navy Vet said 2 halftime shows. Other will be Kid Rock with TPS. Now, I knew Kid Rock would be there. You know who else wouldn't surprise me would be Tom McDonald, just like a Masonic black and white checkered floor. Tell me that's not what they're performing on the alternate. Wait, what? Oh, okay. No, he's saying equal to like good and bad. There's one Super Bowl show, dark, one light. I get it. And yeah, that's Garrett. That is what he was saying. I'm sorry, Garrett. You were making sense. That does make sense. But I hope personally that the Turning Point's halftime show blows out of the water, which is probably not going to. At least equal to will make me happy, because that's the biggest show of the year, right? The halftime show.
Yep.
It's supposed to be the most highest ratings or whatnot.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
screw it up.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Moon Boots.
They always get on my damn nerves.
Man, I think it's more than that, Moon Boots. I don't think it's just for money. I think that they're taking it as a snub kind of thing.
Man,
cheers,
the Super
Moonchild.
Bowl,
Cheers. I am.
cheers, girl. The Super Bowl has the highest costing ads of any TV broadcast through the entire year. So there is some truth to that about it being about money. Like it's, what is it? Like $1 million, I don't know, $1 million or $2 million for 15 seconds. Like it's insane.
Yeah, it's really bad. I don't even understand how they necessarily track that if you're not streaming. Like, how would they know that you turned off the Super Bowl to watch like Turning Point? Like, you could get it'd be easy to get the numbers for Turning Point up. I don't even know how you would watch that. Or if it's,
I don't either yet.
If it's behind a paywall or what's up with it, but I wouldn't even, because nobody's turning off the Super Bowl. It's going to still be playing. So
Right. So they're going to get, all they can do is get close or just get some good numbers. They're not going to, I'd be shocked if they actually got more, and they'd probably lie. And so Navy Vet don't like Pastor Greg Laurie, because I've actually listened to that guy a couple times and I liked him. I guess you're going to say he's a bad guy. Pastor Greg Laurie is a bad guy. I know people, I live in Kentucky. I know people that drove. I can't remember exactly where he's at, but they drove from here to go see him personally and swore it was a great message and he was wonderful. I have not done that, but I have heard of people doing that.
I used to like Greg Laurie, but he's involved in that Romania. No, he's involved in that Romania orphanage. His name is all over a lawsuit. and someone he had involved in it. They were told to get this guy out of here, and he did nothing about it, but moved him into the California. I read it. It's pretty gross. And I was a big fan of his, so it pissed me off because he was the guy that movie Jesus Revelation was about. It was him.
And he did what that made you mad at him?
Well, he's in a lawsuit. He's still innocent till proven guilty, but the lawsuit is about him being in charge of an orphanage in Romania, which is also talked about with TPSU. And what he did was, what I read was the actual complaints that when people went over there to inspect the orphanage, they had told him, hey, you need to get this particular guy out of there. He wasn't hands-on accused of anything, but he had somebody there that was accused of a lot of very bad things. And then he moved him into California and put him in charge of an orphanage out there. So really wasn't a good move on his part to do that. So I read a lot of it and then I just had to stop. It was making me sick.
Right.
Yeah.
But
it's, he's not been convicted yet. So I will say, I think in this country, we should assume people are innocent till proven guilty, but it doesn't look good at this point. I'm just saying. But anybody can, make accusations, but there was multiple victims that wrote up the things that were done. There was multiple people that complained that he did nothing. This was a very long term issue that he turned his eye to. He just didn't even. And he seems to be clean from it at this point, except for he is in charge of that, So that's also very interesting when they're that crafty and they're not really caught their self, right? But somehow everybody else is around them. So I don't know. I don't know.
That's a hard question. Cheryl, I love Cheryl. She's so. What was your favorite halftime performer? There have been so many. I think Michael Jackson did it. There's a lot of good performances. I don't know what would be all-time favorite. Do you guys have any?
I never watch it. I'm not a football fan or a Superb Owl fan. But I remember the Michael Jackson one, like Pat saying, that one was good. I can't really think of much of any others. I know a lot.
I can't either. I feel like maybe Janet Jackson, but I mean, not that long ago, Eminem and 50 Cent and a bunch of those did it. And for me, that was like, I was young when when that came, that made me like nostalgic to watch that. And I felt guilty because I've heard so much about, the symbolism and all the crazy, but for a minute you forget it, and you're just like in that moment of, these are artists that I grew up with,
Was the bra pull thing on Janet Jackson, was that a Super Bowl halftime show?
It was when Justin Timberlake pulled her. She had, that was a weird one. Were you saying something, Cujo? Yeah, probably stage 2. Did you say something, Cujo?
I missed the booby. I've watched every Super Bowl since Super Bowl 9, and I have never watched a halftime show. It actually hacks me off that the game stops for 45 damn minutes because I love football. But anyway, I use that time to get sandwiches or smoke or whatever. But I've never seen one. I heard about the what they call that, the uniform
malfunction,
booby gate, whatever.
The part about it was she had this big silver like tassel on her nipple. Like, I just wear those every day just in case my top, comes down. That was the thing that I thought was strange. Like, we were to believe that she was just wearing that every day of her life, and oops, this time it showed. Like,
she is a Jackson.
That is true. So I wonder if you have been, certainly you've heard that they're rated Georgia over the election stuff.
Yeah.
Or maybe you didn't. You did hear that? Good. So they were also saying, though, everybody's freaking out about Tulsi being there. And I thought, which I always go a little conspiracy, but I thought that meant maybe international fraud. Like why should she, the Democrats are freaking out she's there. So anyways, I have like a 2-minute clip of Tim Pool show talking about an article that came out and like a little bit of whatever they said. And I want to play it real quick if you guys don't mind. It's like I said, it's short. All right. And it is true. They are freaking out, man. That's the headline here.
Bizarrely and personally lurking. Gabbard's appearance at FBI election raid alarms Dems, as it should. For those who don't know the story, I'll keep it real simple for you. Trump raided the Fulton County election hub. Tulsi Gabbard was there, and Trump's been spam blasting videos about how the 2020 election was stolen, how it was stolen from him. And Tulsi Gabbard, she's the director of national intelligence. So what I find really funny here is that these Democrats are going, oh, she shouldn't be involved in domestic affairs. Why is she here? Would anyone like to posit perhaps a reason why someone who should not be involved in domestic affairs would be at an election hub?
Maybe there's a foreign interference.
Ian, ding, 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 right away. Could it be that the insinuation they're making is that foreign countries and influence have been subverting our elections, and that's why she's there as the DNI?
Possible. I think Dominion, correct me if I'm wrong.
Venezuela?
Is that where, is it headquartered in
the
Venezuela?
Arguments, the theory right now is that one of the theories is that Trump's invasion of Venezuela, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I actually think there's a decent probability, maybe even greater than chance, that the reason he got Maduro was over the 2020 election and nothing else. And the reason why I say this is, if there's one thing that Trump's pissed about, it's 2020, and he still won't shut up about it. He posts on Truth nonstop about it. He, what was it? Pam Bondi wanted election voter rolls from Minnesota. Now you've got this action in Fulton County. When I see all this stuff, I'm like, man, yeah, I don't know if it's true, but I can genuinely believe it. If someone said Trump invaded Venezuela because he wanted, information on these voting conspiracy theories, I mean, I'd be like, yeah,
I have a question.
I believe it.
If true, and if proven true, what is the remedy?
For what exactly?
Right?
Monarchy. We have no choice. If Trump finds even a single fraudulent ballot, he has to be king, right?
Oh, I see the logic in that.
I mean, like, at the end of my that was an obvious joke, but like Sam Cedars going to clip it and like, oh, he finally showed his truth.
He has to be king, right? Smart ass. So I don't know. I just liked it all put there, and I do think there's some big stuff going on, and I think it's funny to see people get nervous and afraid. And one of the things they're doing in court, which I didn't play, but I might still, we still have time. They are wanting it to be unsealed. They want to know what they know. I don't know that they're going to get their way, but they want their records back. They're trying to sue for them, but they also want to have the sealed information, what they basically said to get the warrant, which is funny to me because I think they're like, yeah, we know we did a bunch of things wrong, but which things do you know about? That's what it sounds like to me in legal jargon, It's kind of hilarious.
Anyway. I know that the far left people were accusing Trump in 2016 of having foreign interference in the election. So anytime I start hearing the left pointing fingers and saying something, I automatically know that they are guilty of doing that.
Right.
I mean, it's like 100% accurate. Every time they say, oh, they're doing that, you turn around 6 months later and you're finding out all kinds of truth that they had their hand in doing whatever they're accusing the other side of doing. So,
right. Did you see my clip of the walls are closing in mainstream Mockingbird media that they were doing to Trump? Anyways, it's short. It's 8 seconds long.
Feeling the walls closing in on him.
All the walls closing in on him.
The walls closing in on him.
The end. The walls are closing in. The walls closing in.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Especially because Governor Walz really is probably on the chopping block. He's getting there, if not.
I wonder how Ilhan Omar and Walz feels about that clip with the walls closing in. Yeah.
I have a couple clips on some of the stuff coming out about Ilhan. I'm not quite there yet. I'm scrolling through and trying to get through because we had other people on earlier and I was kind of not playing stuff as much. And then it's just hard to get it all out there. That's one of the things that keeps me positive is I always say, man, I get I only come on once a week, and I try to share, the most crazy things that happened in the week, and I almost never get through them all. But I try to share things that I think are going in a good direction, positive things, fraud being caught, things like that. But I never get through them all, almost never, because there's so much of it, and we're talking about all things, and we do goof off, obviously. But still, it's crazy that there's so much going on. We can't even get through, as many clips as there are. Because
obviously we're a bunch of goof offs around here.
I know, right?
We should tighten it up. Tighten it up, guys. Tighten it up.
We're the back of the room people, man. Dropouts, stoners,
Blaine
truthers,
Collis, she's the one that sent me a link.
boozers.
We're not talking about you. You could have passed off as been the one most serious one in the room.
Oh, that's a sad day. Now, that's one thing that I've noticed ever since, especially since Trump got reelected, but backing up a few years, it used to be the news cycle. There'd be like 2 or 3 big stories, and then it would go through, and then on Sunday, the Sunday shows like Face the Nation and all that would come out, and it would kind of reset for the week. Unless it was like a huge story, it would bleed over into the next week. Mm-hmm. But ever since Trump and a little before that became president, there's so many damn stories in the news cycle that you can't keep track of them all. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's always like 10 huge stories that you don't even, beyond the fact that media tries to repress some of the stories, just even the couple outlets that you can trust to at least cover what's important, they can't even get around to everything that's going on now. It's nuts.
Right. And I think if we reinstate the Smith Month, that would make a lot of difference overall, because as it stands, media is classified as entertainment, and that was under Obama.
Yep, that is exactly what it was. And we talk about that a lot here. The Smith, what that one is? That was, they brought it up about Charlie Kirk. They actually added Donald Trump. And wasn't it Charlie Kirk was something to do with him was the reason that some type of viral video made it to Donald Trump. And they were talking about getting rid of that so that the news could be true again instead of what Obama signed to make it propaganda. I cannot remember now. And
before Charlie Kirk. It was before Charlie Kirk.
I know, yes, but there was something
recently
that it was, and we talked about it here. You guys might not have been here with me that time, but we did. And it was a viral video, and this girl, she was so outraged. I believe it was negative news about Charlie Kirk or something. Yes, Smith Month. And and she added Donald Trump, and he responded to it. Like, it was, everybody was talking about it because she was talking about how awful it was that the news could be so propagandized. And I do believe it had something to do with Charlie Kirk's death. I could be wrong. Whatever it was something recent that had happened. And this girl did this video, and she's just going on and on how it's Obama's fault. And this is Navy vets putting it out here. Anyways, I totally agree with you, Virginia. I totally agree with you. That's a bit, and I kind of was hoping that Trump was going to look at that, and we don't know. I mean, shit, it's only been a year. Somewhere I was
most people think
2 years.
Trump
it's not been 2
is
years.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
That when this whole PSYOP mind fudging is all done with, that shit does have to go away. But for now, they're not going to let that go. Not right now. Not while the greatest show on earth is playing. That's the whole
really is too
thing. But it's annoying because we know we're being lied to, and we know we have to take things, in this certain prism. We have to put it through the prism of he who saves his country can do no wrong. Mm-hmm. That's the prism we have to put it through. So we know there's been fuckery. There's no doubt about. We're not stupid fucking people. We're smart people.
Say a foot. I can't say it because my uncle's here, but say that in a foot. That's my favorite. There's effery afoot.
Fuckery in a foot?
Yes, I love it said like that. I like those ones that do like the medieval and they put if on everything. I don't know. I don't know. There's I'm not going to say it.
Fuckery in thy foot. Yes.
Fuckery is afoot.
Exactly.
Yes, it is.
I love that word. It was the fuckest.
What is the
sometimes,
one
it
you
was the
had,
find
Scott?
out
It was like,
sometimes.
I told the bitches come hither, and the bitches came
Hobnobbing.
hither, or something
No,
like that.
I said whatever, bitches, and the bitches whatever.
Yeah, I said whatever, bitch, and the bitches whatever. No, there's something about come hither too. They're funny, okay, but real
They are
quick, I do have a 30-second or so clip. This is just Comer talking about how Ilhan is under investigation, which I think is also good news. It's not, all the things, but it's still good news. Well, maybe if I can make it work.
What exactly is the business that you're involved in? She won't answer any questions, so we can investigate her husband, and we are going to do that because we're, as you know, in the middle of this Minnesota welfare fraud, and there's been a lot of accusations about a circle of influential Somali Americans that are benefiting from these financial scams in Minnesota. Her name is on the list.
We know Ilhan Omar's.
Her name is on the list, so that's good.
Yeah.
But
I want to see people start going to jail though. Like,
you don't count Don Lemon? Don Lemon went to jail. You don't count that?
he's not in jail right now.
No,
Yes,
we want
and
to
we
see
were
him
just
stay in jail.
Okay, hang on, everybody. Y'all are getting it. Let me finish my thought on this one. Yes, he's not in jail right now. But if any one of us without a very bad criminal background went to jail for just about anything short of murder, we wouldn't be in jail either. We would have to await a court date. And if we were proved guilty, then we'd stay in jail or get a jail sentence. That's all that's happening.
I'm not arguing that point, Nicola. I just want to see his ass in jail.
Damn, you can't do the government in front of all my friends, man. Shit.
But you know what? We have to sit here. We have to sit here and
You
take
pulled
all
out
this
the whole
wall.
name and shit.
You did.
We have to
Like
take
I got
the
in trouble
wall
with all my
fraud.
friends.
We have to take all this fraud and just keep taking it. Everyone's sick of it. We're all
He
sick of
didn't
it.
even know. Yeah,
Right.
I'm just kidding. Yes, it is crazy, but I'm just saying, no matter who he was, unless he had he was a flight risk or he had a huge criminal record, he was going to get back out. We don't know what he's going to get yet. Hopefully, they do get him in court. I mean, yeah, it'll probably be probation or something, but he went to jail, and I think that's a step in the right direction. I don't know.
Well, he went into
Hopefully.
a holding tank until he got arraigned, and then they set a court date. Presumably, that's what the process is. But a lot of people can be arrested and let out for a variety of reasons, never even get a court date. So maybe a term that would be more fitting is I want to see people in jail, like actually
Convicted.
sentenced.
Yeah,
Don Lemon
convicted.
has not had his court date yet,
Right.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the process.
Yeah, me
Your
too.
asses would be sitting in there. They would have
I
been like,
guess
no, don't let this guy out.
I guess the proper way to say it is I want to see people in prison.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Fair
we
enough.
all do. We all do. Every one of us here.
All right. Here's the thing about, let's see what I got here. The winery, and it's about 1 minute. But yeah, I didn't know all this stuff. I mean, it comes out, fast and all different subjects. So I want to see it all, which is impossible, but I try to, which means I get little tidbits in every direction, and it's overwhelming sometimes. But yeah, this was about their winery, which doesn't make sense. Like, it's crazy.
Asset she listed in her financial disclosure is this winery. What does a Somali know about wineryism? That was in 2023. That was worth, according to Ilhan Omar's own financial disclosure form, between $15,000 and $50,000. But on her financial affidavit from a year later, that same winery was listed at a value of between $1 and $5 million. Just real quick. Why does a Muslim own an alcohol company? I thought that wasn't a thing in Islam. It gets weirder. Up until yesterday, Benny Johnson was able to find their supposed inventory bottles and all the things they had, their office location, and a bunch of other information on the business. But as of today, those sites are totally shut down. And any mention of their website has been wiped off the internet. I'm talking gone. The Wayback Machine, all these other crafty little archive sites, everything is gone.
That's weird. I wonder why it would all be gone. It doesn't
Well,
make
all
sense.
the money got washed, and then it was put in the dryer, and then they got it out, and they it was scrubbed, washed, dried, hung out,
And then someone came and stole it.
Right.
Came and stole the paperwork of the paperwork. That was
Just the
crazy when they did
paperwork.
that.
Only the
Man, there's
paperwork.
so much.
That's when we knew that their actors were getting real bad. When they rolled that motherfucker out and he was like, yeah, they came in and stole. We're like, oh, please. This is just getting real bad now.
Does
Right.
anyone
Got
have a
me
bottle of
fucking
that
kidding.
wine that can confirm it ever existed? Does
Have
anyone
what?
have a bottle of wine with that label
Her
from that
winery?
bottle
No.
that can
No.
I
confirm
doubt it.
that wine even was in any form of existence?
I don't know. I do know I've got this is the last one on the subject. This is Benny. I've got someone else sharing Benny sharing this information, and now I'm going to share it. But this pretty much puts a bow on it, and then I'll be done with it. This is like I said, Benny Johnson did this part, and it's somebody else sharing him.
Financial disclosure from the Congressional Record, year 2023. I want to bring your attention to this company right down here, Est Crew LLC. This is a winery in Santa Rosa, California. It's not doing that well. The total value of the winery is listed at $15,000, and Ilhan Omar is barely making any money off of it at all. Nothing really mysterious there. Businesses fail all the time. But go ahead and look at her filing for 2024, and you'll find that Est Crew Winery, the same company in the same location, is now worth $5 million. That's incredible, up from $15,000. And now Ilhan Omar is making enough to pay rent. So this must be one of the most successful companies ever.
Yeah, there were those numbers. What was it? 5 million, and 1 year later. Wait, I can't remember. I had the figures written down, and it was impossible. Like, it's got to be effort put.
That's another thing that cracks me up when they talk about that shit. The first clip you played where the guy says, and now it's worth anywhere between 1 and 5 million. That's a hell of a. How the hell do you, like, I can estimate some shit and get a lot closer than 1 to 5 million.
Range, huh? Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
We can roll
Really
some dice.
Yeah.
Now, I can't look. I'm just going to speak openly. Nicola, you can cut my mic whenever you would like, but
Oh my God, it's like that.
I
I'm
can't
muted.
stand that bitch. I cannot stand that fucking bitch. I can't stand any of the motherfuckers involved with all that shit. I have earned every motherfucking dollar that I've ever had in my possession, and I have never taken one dime from the U.S. government, and I have been in some bad spots before. And then these little son of a bitches come over here illegally like that, gets in our fucking government, frauds a damn wine company, and never mind.
Man, I really want to know.
Stop now. We're on the edges of our seats.
There's not a pit in hell deep enough where I would bury that fucking whore and everybody associated with her. Okay, I'm done.
What do we got?
Dude, I want to know if her husband really is her brother, because that's another level of fraud too. And it's
right.
Oh, she did marry her brother, right? That's
I know
everybody
that's
knows now?
that's what they say.
If anybody ever wondered why, I swear him and Yorga are spirit animals. There's no two ways about it. After Yorga met him the first time, he goes, "Yeah, we're cut from the same cloth. I like that guy." They have the for me, it's the stories, which honestly, YouTube hasn't heard a lot of Cujo stories, but they're all good and they're all true. So same thing. Like Yorga is the same way. He's got a shit ton of stories and they're all true. So it's pretty funny. But you guys do have things in common. So does anybody even watch the Grammys anymore? I bet nobody here does.
Nope.
I really don't, but you almost have to just to know what's going on like they're all in it together. What's that?
You were just asking about the Grammys, and I never in my life have ever watched an award show, but I did happen to be in a bar the night that it was playing, and the volume was off. And all I could see was what they were doing, and I kept looking up and seeing a bunch of out of shape bitches shaking their ass in little shorts, and the freakazoids that I saw. I was, my God, what's this world come to?
Yeah.
Anyway,
John Jenny, what do you really think, though?
Yeah. I don't think you're.
It feels like we're holding back a little bit there.
You're the dumbass that sent me the link to the show.
No,
So,
I love it. Look, I have discovered, and I figured it out. I was literally talking about almost every friend that I have, even in my little YouTube world. All of them are super outspoken. None of them mince words. If somebody comes at them, they address it. Like, I pick people intentionally. I don't like fake people. I would rather you just say what you think, you know? And I know you personally, so I know you are what you say, you know? Only when, yes, Ricky Gervais did everybody saw that. I am convinced everybody here saw Ricky Gervais. And he talks about Epstein. I know you flew here on his plane. It's all right. I know you did.
That's your friend.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, mic drop. That was so good. Well, the only reason I brought up the Grammys, you guys, is because Trevor Noah had some things to say about Trump and Epstein. And everybody keeps talking about Billie Eilish. I did not catch that part. But anyway, so Trevor Noah came out, said some stuff pretty shitty about Trump, and Trump immediately, it was the quickest response ever. PBD covered it, and I was going to play a little clip from that. I may have to cut this out because of whatever, but I'm going to risk it because, you know, the Grammys, they'll probably make me cut it out. Hopefully they don't. I don't think they'll shut me down, but oh well. It's this. If y'all didn't see this,
artist wants almost as much as Trump wants Greenland, which makes sense. I mean, because Epstein's island is gone, he needs a new one to hang out with Bill Clinton. So, I told you it's my last year. What are you going to do about it? That is a great.
Okay, so that's then.
He said this. I don't think he's going to. I don't. Hopefully, he doesn't repeat it. But he said he was trying to have his Gervais moment, and I agree. Oh, it's my last year. He tried to pull a Gervais. It didn't work. But
Go back one, Rob. This is the president quickly tweeting. The Grammy Awards are the worst, virtually unwatchable. CBS is lucky not to have this garbage litter their airways any longer. The host, Trevor Noah, whoever he may be, is almost as bad as Jimmy Kimmel at the low ratings Academy Awards. Noah said incorrectly about me that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton spent time on the Epstein Island. Wrong. I can't speak for Bill, but I have never been to the island nor anywhere close. And until tonight's false and defamatory statement, have never been accused of being there, not even by fake news media. Noah, a total loser, better get his facts straight and get them straight fast. It looks like I'll be sending my lawyers to sue this poor, pathetic, talentless dope of an MC and suing him for plenty of money. Ask little George Stephanopoulos and others how that all worked out. Also, ask CBS, get ready, Noah. I'm going to have some fun with you. President Donald J. Trump.
The only thing that would have made that better is if he said, "Thank you for your attention to this matter."
That's my favorite thing he does too. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's a nut job. Yes, I agree. But that was like a really quick response. I don't know how quick, but it was like, you know, the Grammys are going. He was watching them and he got right away to a computer. You can't convince me he doesn't type his own stuff. Dude, I do have it, D. It's way after the fact and irrelevant, but I'm going to play it anyway because I do still have it.
I haven't done it yet. I may do it. If this doesn't work out, probably I will do it. I would almost say definitely.
We were talking about that earlier, and I'm like, I don't have it.
I love that clip. That's Pootie's favorite, I think he said.
Man, Billy likes it too. Because the
Billy's
joke
favorite.
is, this is what you say to when your wife asks you to do the chores, and Trump goes on that too. That was the meme there.
Oh, I see.
So, anyway, that wasn't it though. A lot of stuff happened at the Grammys, and Nicki Minaj wasn't there, but they talk bad about her because she's been saying such good things about Trump lately and all that. But I'm trying to see.
The only clip I saw of it was
Jelly Roll?
Osborne.
Really?
And dude, you guys, she looks like a Walking Dead person, and it was shocked, like my mouth dropped. It might have been an interview actor or something. I don't know, but that's the only clip I saw.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That lady that just died, she looked kind of horrible too, right?
Who just died?
The one that was in Home Alone, the older lady.
I saw that. I wasn't sure if it was true or not. Yeah, that's crazy.
She didn't look too good either. She always had looked so pretty.
Navy Vet and Doc P say Ozempic, Osborne, and they're both saying Ozempic. Navy Vet and you caught up yet, Moonchild? I'll send you a link if you want it.
You're talking about Catherine O'Hara that just died.
Yes. I had liked her a lot at one time.
Well, I'm sorry. I am going backwards on y'all. I'm sorry. But so on that PDD podcast, right as that was happening, he said simultaneously CNN was airing this short clip I'm about to play where they basically vindicated Trump again. And this is through the Epstein files. I really do think he pulled a trick on him. I really do think he knew what he was doing the whole time, because this is hilarious. Trump doesn't want to, CNN doesn't want to come out and vindicate Trump. That's the last thing, but they have to. Here we go. But this was happened simultaneously, PBD
Forced
said.
to post the truth, and how Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago for being. Watch this.
Oh, Yorga wants to see this.
We pride ourselves.
All right, here we go. Sorry.
From Mar-a-Lago, often house calls to Jeffrey Epstein's home 2 miles away. But those house calls, quote, came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex. The HR manager faxed Trump a letter suggesting that the club ban Epstein, and Trump agreed, which does mirror the president's own public comments about why he cut ties with Epstein. The White House is responding to the Wall Street Journal, writing, no matter how many times this story is told and retold, the truth remains President Trump did nothing wrong, and he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep.
He cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein long before Epstein became a convicted sex offender. A lot of Democrats didn't, and it is corroborated by the Wall Street Journal tonight.
There you go. So he wanted to make sure he got the facts straight. So by the way, people are saying a lot of different things. There's a lot of stories. His name is also in it. You'll see it in a few different places. But nothing's been, Vinny, matter of fact, I'll turn it over to you if you want to take it from here.
Okay, so, as you know, the weekend drop of everything, there's 6 million. What they drop? 6 million or drop 3 million, whatever.
3 million of the 6 million.
How much?
3 million of the
6 million. And obviously, guys, everybody's dumping stuff online and all the there was so much that I couldn't even send the Rob because I know that we can't show it. Epstein, there is one of him chasing little girls.
Yeah, it gets dark there, but it also gets better because I love Vinny so much. And he brings back up Pizzagate and all the things and says it's real. And I probably should have separated those words apart, but I didn't. And my phone is getting flooded with crazy stuff. I'm like, should I put it in? Like different stuff coming out. I mean, it's Epstein. I got Pooty, like different people sending different stuff. I'm like,
yeah,
I love it. I love the information. I love the clips, but it's funny to me that everybody thinks that right when I'm in the middle of a show is the best time to send me a clip to play in the show that's going on right now. I try, but I'm like, I'm trying to juggle shit like in the air, This one does look good. It's 3 minutes long. I don't know if I could just go ahead.
I think it's funny whenever that little Abby bitch from CNN or one of those cows from The View have to make an apology about shit that they said about Trump.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Just watching their face when they're doing it, it's just it's worth gold.
Yes, I agree.
I have not seen a smoking gun on anyone, to be fair. Whether
this is black pill meet black pill, like he's being positive. And here comes my black pill. But yeah, he is usually pretty black pilled. But when you look at positive things though, you got to admit it's good to see CNN go, that thing he always said, well, he wasn't lying though. Like they hate it. They're so mad.
Yeah,
but they have to because it's the truth. But go ahead, Virginia. I'm sorry.
I don't think anything's going to come out of this Epstein shit one way or the other.
I don't either.
And I felt that way since it started. They're not. It is so. There are so many people that are so deep in all that bullshit. If they convicted everybody that had their something to do with that and their hand in the pot with these scams and everything, I'd have to be sitting in Congress.
No, God, there's my other black pill. Get another beer and you get up here then, Moonchild. Come up here and tell me how horrible things are. Come on. Let's go.
I still believe.
Oh, there's my
I
got one red pillar.
Hey,
that's all right. We can be black.
Listen to this.
We'll be on the
What store, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
You'll find out. You'll
That
find
was
out.
on, listen, this is on the back of.
I mean, we're gonna find out.
Hang on. What's he trying to say?
This
What
is
now?
on. This was on Nextdoor. Okay, you guys know the Nextdoor app, right? 9 helicopters just flew over Redwood Acres. Thought one was coming down till it went outside. There was 9 of them. From where I am, there's also some beach crawlers. Like, this shit's going down. Y'all believe what the fuck you want. I do not care. But shit
Oh,
is
it's
going
going
down
down.
in my area. Okay. It is
I hope
somebody's getting dealt with here. Something's happening.
Maduro got dealt with. Maduro swoop, and people are.
I
Did
think
y'all
they
hear the clip?
will.
They think it's for elections. I don't care if that's what it was for. There's other reasons too, but
It's
that
elections,
shit
and then
didn't
they're
happen.
all dirty criminals. They all have done their own shit too. Like that's where they get them on. And then as they dig with their own personal dumb shit they do, like Fonnie Willis and Letitia Big Tish, those bitches are going to prison, aren't they? Didn't they get indicted? And
Oh my gosh, you guys. So the
what's
clip
her
I'm
name?
not gonna play.
Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. Where's James Comey? I ain't seen him in a bit. There's a few people we don't see no more. Where's Bolton? Where's James
yeah.
Bolton? Where's all these talking head motherfuckers that always got shit to say? They're quiet.
Nothing.
They're
D,
gone.
She's just gonna sit.
I hope
Nothing.
you are 100% right about seeing some people start paying. I'll throw the biggest. I was a wrong motherfucker party, and I will celebrate the fact that I was wrong about everything if these sons of bitches start paying a price.
I'm with you, honey. I want to see
Well,
it
I
too.
have a question
We
for
haven't
Dee.
seen enough. Yeah.
Oh,
When
watch
you
out.
said there are certain planes, trains, automobiles, boats,
Mhm.
what do you think they're doing? Like, what do you?
I think they're pulling people out of the hills here because they're all up because it's very, it's not going to be some big lights flashing. Everyone's going to see this shit. This has to be this way. It has to be. They are doing it. Our sheriff's already come out. He came out 2 weeks ago and told everybody, like, there's operations going on here right now. It has to do with trafficking. It has to do with drugs. It has to do with all of it. It's going on in my county. Santa Rosa
Do
is
you
4
think they're
hours
picking
south.
people up?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And there has been there's been some arrests that I've know about, but I haven't seen them yet. As far as like, it's on the military channels, but it's not being put out in the public yet. You have to look at other places. You can't just look at your.
Like Jeff was saying earlier, all
Yeah.
these, what are they called? Quick reaction force teams, 500 people to each state. Like, what is that there for? They are going to, I believe they will be arresting some people. I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine they don't. There's a lot of court cases going on too, which of course, if they don't prove it, yeah, it's over. But in Florida on January 12th, my little girl's birthday, they started like you said, pointed out, Virginia, that is just to see if there's evidence, but there's evidence, man. There's going to be a case brought against Brennan, Clapper, Comey, everybody, Russiagate, and everybody involved in the Mar-a-Lago raid. And I believe they'll get some things out of that. We all know what they did was jacked up. They just got to get
about
them
the grand juries.
Yes, in Florida,
Okay.
January 12th started over Russiagate and over the Mar-a-Lago raids, which includes all the way up to Obama, depending on who's telling the story, you know?
Well,
And-
now we'll have to see if they actually take it to court. I mean, that'll be really interesting
Right.
which ones do or don't,
Exactly. And trust me, I want to know everything that did and everything that didn't happen. And I'll be honest about it. I don't do the confirmation bias. I want to hope that I'm right, but if something comes out to prove that I'm not going to just ignore that fact. Some people do that shit,
Yeah,
if
they do.
I'm going to see what I see, if it's good or if it's bad. And I've seen both good and bad things that support what I believe. I've also seen things that don't support what I believe, but I
That's
try
how
not
I
to
report. That's how I report.
I know
too.
that about you,
mean,
but
have
we
to
are both
be
on the hopeful
honest.
side.
Right.
Yeah, you have to be, or you're
But
not
we
credible.
we also look where other people don't look on
I agree.
both sides. On both sides.
And yes,
I like
and
to
what's
see.
crazy is you will be able to tell so many times. I've got clips from CNN, but wait a minute, I don't agree with CNN. Why am I watching it? Because I don't want to just hear from one side. I do listen to more than one side.
The truth
But
is
I do
sprinkled.
like a lot of conservatives. I do. And this next clip I got for you guys, I really do want to play it. I know we're probably winding down on the clips and stuff. This is Benny going on a tangent about like Pizzagate, all the things. And if you really listen, I love this guy, dude. We need more Vinnies in the world, man. But I do want to play it short, and I just want to share it with you guys.
Around this table, Rob, and It's all redacted. It's
Oh, it's
him
about
with
Epstein.
the little kid in the pool that has floaties that can't be more than like I don't even hear the audio because you can tell that these are children that he's chasing. And it's like you just saw her little dress right there. And by the way, those are not his children, FYI. And a lot of people, it's not vindication, Pat, but for how long we've been saying there's something dark that these elites have been doing, okay? They serve a different master than we do. And when I say, Tom, we had this conversation about a year ago, we have our rituals. We pray, incense, church, communion, we have ours. What do you think they're doing, okay? They do it behind closed doors. They do it on private islands, and sometimes they do it in plain sight. Pizzagate, as much as everybody thought everybody was crazy for bringing this up, Pat, and they tried to dismiss it, if you look at the evidence with the people involved and the paintings that they had in the house and their connections and what they did and their Instagram posts, it's clear, okay? And then on one of these documents I came across was from 2019, Rob. It's a sacrifice one. And it said, a purported Epstein victim telling agents about ritualistic sacrifice, witnessing babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the bad part of the intestines from the intestines. And the FBI
This is in the emails?
This is in the email. I think Rob has it. And it says one of the FBI agents, and by the way, these are all DOJ legitimate documents, said, I didn't realize Bush blanked him too. It's the R word that I don't want to say. And he said, okay. And then if you guys remember,
Bush Senior.
Bush, yeah, it said Bush.
Well, that's a lot to take in, but
Yeah, it's a
Oh my
lot.
gosh, it is.
That's very
Yeah.
dark.
that's in the files, though. That's all in the files.
There's
It is
a
Horrible.
there's a whole lot of reference in those files to not not as graphic as what he just said, but I heard I think it was Matt Walsh talking about some of them the other day, and he was going through them, and there's a whole lot of stuff in there about child sacrifice and whatever, and you saw what Nicki Minaj put out.
Yeah, that's
Which-
up coming up. Yeah, in my clips here, they talk
I
about it.
don't
But go
even know who she is. I know what she does, but of course, I quit listening to music about 15 years ago when it became garbage. Maybe it was longer. I don't know. But
I
anyway,
didn't know, real quick, I didn't know Lex Wexner was going to testify in Congress. That's news to me, Navy vet. Thanks for telling me that. But I did know that Hillary and Bill were supposed to. We'll see. But I didn't know Les Wexner. That's a big deal. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cujo.
no, I was done.
Okay, good. Then I didn't interrupt you. But yeah, I didn't know that, and I'm digging, and that's what I'm saying. There's just no way to keep up with it all. There was also, dude, I was thinking, Cujo, about Dana, your friend Dana, because I know he always called her. I'm going to tell, unless you don't want me to. I was just going to say some of the things she believed you thought she was nuts about, and because half my chat thinks so too.
Feel free.
I would like what I was. I'd love to have her on because
If it came out, my mouth, if it came out my mouth, you can tell it.
it came out hers, but and yours. It's not bad. I'm just saying she believed that Biden had clone doubles, and you were like, she's nuts. I can't believe she believes that. You don't understand how many people have thought that and talked about it and shown different things about his earlobes attached to. She's one of the first persons that was talking about this before I went in internet rabbit holes, and I met her in real life in person. He's always like, she's nuts, and I think about
Who
it.
are
Like,
you talking about?
Dana.
Dana,
Your friend Dana.
my friend Dana.
Yes.
I'm sorry, everybody else, to hold this up, but she's a little loco. Dana was way before Biden.
I'm aware, but she's the one that told me that before I heard it on the internet, even that she believed there was more than one Biden.
What are you doing talking to my ex bitches after I broke up with them?
That's what I'm saying. He can't even keep him straight. You're talking to his ex shit.
No, she's on my Facebook. We've talked about it. And
That's some bullshit. You are an unloyal niece. I am cutting you off. You're not getting anything in my will. I was going to give you all my Steeler shit. Now you're not getting dick.
Oh, you're cut off.
That's not true. And no, we all talked about it. We have talked about it. She had it on her Facebook, and you and I talked about it. But I'm just saying, I didn't know
Hey,
you guys were so friends.
Can I come to Thanksgiving, y'all?
Ruth likes
What
Cujo.
are you
I
going?
know.
Are you going to go to
You
her
like
house or my
Cujo.
house?
I don't care.
Because we ain't gonna be in the same room.
Oh my gosh, whatever. This was not separate than you. We had these conversations. I think you're the reason I know. 'Cause
It's
you were
jokes, Cola. It's jokes.
All right.
But I don't
Well,
remember anything about her saying that shit. Because I quit talking to my exes when they're my exes.
Oh my goodness.
Right. That's how that goes.
Moonchild calls bullshit, Cujo.
Who
No, I'll tell
does?
you, Moonchild. I'm waiting on her. She needs another beer.
Tell-
She'll come
tell-
to the backstage either way.
Moonchild's drunk. You can't trust a damn thing she says.
He's just trying to make her mad so she'll come up here.
Right.
No,
Yeah,
but
poking
our
the bear.
Thanksgivings were the best Thanksgivings. And my poor grandmother, you know, she'd have to deal with so many different personalities and so many different time frames. And she wanted people there early, and people would stroll in till midnight. So she just had to keep rewarming the food up. And really, since the older folks in the family decided 11 o'clock in the morning was a good time for Thanksgiving. And I think they're insane. They go to I don't think I've been to one Thanksgiving, because that's nuts. Who gets up at 11 in the morning for Thanksgiving? That's
Right.
not, it doesn't even make sense, especially since she's pissed at every one of them. I guarantee you, she's cussing them out right now. Like, y'all couldn't get up before 2 p.m.
You haven't figured out that we meet that early because we
Yeah,
know
get
you're
rid of
not going to show up.
Well, it all makes sense now because that's insane. No, I couldn't believe it. I was like, are these fools for real? 11 in the morning. Scott goes? I was like, he go? How does he get up?
Yeah, that's
Y'all
a
are
big
crazy.
deal for 11 in the morning. I do it at like
It's
dinner
a
time.
diner. It's not even real.
It's not even. It's not even 11. Cole, they meet at like 9 or 10, and I show up at 11, but they order my beer for me, and I just show up and have some eggs or something, hug everybody, have my beer, and go about my merry way.
Good to
But
see you, Death Dog.
anyway, nobody on here gives a flying shit about our family Thanksgiving. What were we talking about?
She said she wanted to
That's
come
not
to Thanksgiving. I was telling her to set her
Yeah, we
alarm
want to go
clock.
to your Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I want
Set
to
her
go.
alarm clock super early.
We
to
want
go
to
be at
go.
your old boring Thanksgiving.
Hey, Devil
I'll
Dog,
start
good to see
learning how
you.
to cook a turkey now.
Word.
Well, I'll tell you this much. We had great Thanksgivings when my grandmother was here. We really did. And that happens to a lot of families, you know. The matriarch, when it's not the same anymore. We don't really even like each other. We just pretended to for my grandmother. And I'm not talking about me and him. I'm talking about everybody else. He's the one I like. I'm just,
That's sad.
yeah, I know, right? No, it's just there's he's like, you're not supposed to agree with me.
Carl got on there and said, "Uncle, come and go," or no, it was Doc. My bad.
Doc P, yeah.
I don't know what the hell that even means.
I don't know, but you're far behind. We're way past there. It probably made sense at the time. And Moonchild, not you, I guess, because you're not up here. I'm just saying.
Right.
Not her yet. Let's see. What did we have? I had something else. It's still Vinny, I think, or we were talking about, we mentioned Nicki Minaj too, and they totally talked about that. Bill Gates, that was pretty grimy, and that's been talked to death. I'm looking. But a lot of the stuff that came out that was real controversial and crazy that a lot of us all kind of found out together is coming back out. It really is. All the pizza stuff, all the code words. I put that up today, and I will not be shocked if I get like a warning underneath or whatever. I don't know, maybe not, but we talked about everything today. But it's all been talked about before. I think other people are figuring it out for the first time, and that's kind of cool. Like, I feel like more than the first time too. Like we were deep in the internet. A lot of people don't know some of the shit that we all found out kind of together, you know?
Right. I agree with that. Yeah.
I'm looking for this one clip for y'all guys. I really do want to share it. It's the Nicki Minaj stuff. And, people talk about, I don't know why she can't have found Jesus. She totally came out and defended Donald Trump's position and said that when he came out and spoke for the murders happening in Nigeria of Christians, and she was the only voice praising him for it, it was a weird world, but she just keeps inserting herself in the conversation. For whatever reason.
Can I
Maybe
say
it is.
something about that? I want to say something about that. Okay.
Go ahead.
It's not that she couldn't find Jesus, was the point I was making earlier about people being forced to do and say the right things. Like I was watching Jasmine Crockett today. That bitch has turned a 182. And she's not found Jesus, but she is saying all the right things and doing all the right things. And certain people are just doing that. That's all I'm saying. That's a pattern recognition I'm seeing. Whether, she's found Jesus and she's legitimate, I really don't know. I just don't believe it every time they come on TV, especially a Hollywood actor. They're the last persons the last person that did that I think was Russell Brand, and I was like, but it's not for me to judge anyway. I'm not God, they don't have to prove it to me. So I just am a
that's
little
valid.
bit, yeah, I'm just amazed at how much people are really pivoting to the plan.
What she's saying is super controversial, but it's stuff that we all pretty much agree with. And I mean, she's done. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people that will never, they're openly mocking her now because she's went so far. I think they talk about it in this clip. I certainly hope so, because I don't remember it and I don't want to quote it wrong, but she said some crazy out there. I'm not saying it's
like
crazy.
Her songs. I've heard my daughter's like, "Oh, mom, hear this song." I'm like, wow, yeah,
right.
But
I don't know what her
Jesus
latest
now,
is,
so it just gets old with some people. It's like they all do. They all do when they're going to prison or when they're but sometimes they legitimately do. I'm just saying. I just reserve. I'm just noticing a lot of people finding Jesus. That's all, and that's good. I hope they really are legit. I hope she really is.
I hear you.
And now if Kamala comes out and she finds Jesus too, and you're all like, she found Jesus, you guys. I don't know. Maybe she will.
Well,
She
just
rose from
listen
the
how
dead.
far she pushes it. Just listen what she's saying.
Jesus going to have to find Kamala because she can't find her way out the bottle.
At the Grammys, they're saying what they're saying. I think, Trevor Noah was up there making fun of Nicki Minaj and saying, "Hey, Nicki, where are you?" Oh, Nicki's not here. Nicki's still at the White House with the president. And while he is impersonating Trump, right behind Trevor Noah is John Legend's wife. I don't know what her
Christy
name
Teigen.
is. Christy Teigen, right? Is this the one, Rob? Is that the one you have right there?
I believe so.
I think this is it. Go forward, Rob.
Okay, they might go into Chrissy Teigen because she's also one that said some weird stuff about babies and children, and it just simply got swept under the rug. But I'm going to play it either way. Sorry, y'all. It might not be Nicki Minaj.
Every single person here, John Legend, Billie Eilish, Phineas, Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here.
See the girl on the back, Christy?
Yeah.
Go back 2 seconds, Rob, if you could.
With Donald Trump.
Go back. Watch what she does. Glad that you're not here. Thumbs up.
She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues. Actually, Nikki, I have the biggest ass. I have it. Everybody's saying it, Nikki. I know
so
they say
cringe.
it, but it's me. Wop, wop, wop. Look at it. Look at it, baby.
Okay, so that's happening. Nikki goes on Twitter, and you'll see what point I'm trying to make. I'm going to bring you back to Trump here. Nikki goes on Twitter, and they're showing me these tweets. Tom follows Nikki very closely, and so Nikki, this is what she tweets. Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their God. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However, this jig is up, okay? Nikki, to say something like that, how many views does that get, Rob, the tweet? With, 8.6 million views. And then Alex Jones, out of all the people, thanks me, Nicki Minaj. I want to thank you for your courage and extend an invitation to you join me on the podcast. I loved your comment about Don Lemon. Okay, he's doing his thing. Apparently, there's more things going on. If he can go there, Rob, there's pictures of many major names. And one of the faces right there, go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. She posts that picture of Jay-Z. And then go a little bit lower, and you'll see different pictures of Jay-Z with younger women.
Oh.
Okay, and I don't know who that is. Is that Aaliyah? When she
Aaliyah.
was, what, 16 or something like that?
I think there's one, Rob, where she puts the age right
here.
there.
Zoom
15,
in.
16,
15,
age
16.
15.
Okay. So, by the way, here's the difference. There's a lot of people on X that will say stuff that are nobodies, that'll tweet. And you're not going to go sue everybody that's going to do whatever they're going to say.
He goes all into the different reasons why you're going to have to sue Nicki Minaj if it's whatever. But that picture that he showed of Jay-Z and that other kid that looked just like him, that was, did we lose somebody or am I tripping? It doesn't matter. I thought we had one more person. And I guess, we were just dwindling down. But that's Ray Meir. That's the little boy that looks identical to Jay-Z that keeps trying to make him take a paternity test because he knows he's his kid. I covered it like a billion, and everybody thought
we did talk about that. Yeah,
I've been obsessed with it, and now all of a sudden Nicki Minaj is showing it. I'm not saying that, but it's a bigger deal. Ain't nobody watching me. People watch Nicki Minaj. You know what I mean? That little boy looks just like him. I mean, he's 20 some years old, but yeah, he's young, and he looks just like him. Anyway, they denied him.
Avoiding it. It's just for the money.
Well, his mother was his mother was like 16 when he was conceived. So that's, I guess, she's dead now too, but technically that he'd have to admit to a crime to, I mean, I don't know. Is it a crime? He was definitely, I feel like he was much over 18 and she was 16. So it's maybe I think that's the reason he won't admit he's the father because she was so young.
Oh man, I think it would have to do with child support and maybe it overlapped with some other people, like other relationships, because like Jay-Z, we've all known he's a scumbag forever. There's quite a few of them, right? Because there's always whispers that come out. So like with Nicki Minaj saying what she's saying, it's interesting because whether or not she found Jesus, it would be like she knows in the back of her head they don't have the same blackmail on her because she's saying, straight out, your favorite musical artist is a Satanist and they're doing this and that. I'm kind of curious if she was talking about the Beehive or what, but so she's
I shared
all of
today randomly, and this is, I'm just real quick, I'm in, I'm out. I shared something that said, if you think what Jay-Z be in the Epstein files, wait till you see what Beyonce did. And it was just a post that somebody put up. I don't know what they know or don't know, but anyways, go ahead. I just wanted to interject.
That's connected to the same thing, like no doubt, because you notice even through the Diddy trial, Jay-Z, Beyonce, a lot of people were pretty quiet. They were, staying pretty quiet. And I think Nicki Minaj is, she knows whether or not they have shit on her, and that's, whether she's come to Jesus, I have no clue. But she's saying some pretty.
I think she's seen dark things personally herself, because here's a clip I don't have on hand, but if you guys are interested and haven't seen it, I'll find it for you. There is a clip that exists, and you can probably search it, find it for yourself. Nicki Minaj is in an interview, and she talks about another personality / demon, possibly. And she says exactly, or very close to exactly, his name is Roman. They conjured him up. It's her alter ego, the same way Beyonce has Sasha Fierce, but except she literally uses the words, they conjured him up. And that was a long time ago. And she says, he says things I don't want to say. It's really awkward and weird. And you can feel that something strange. She looks, anyways, I think she's pulled away and she's like, this is dark, and maybe saw God knows what, dealt with God knows what. And she wants to not be part of that anymore. And she's willing to damage her reputation because she's being thrown to the wolves, over there at the Grammys, all her little celeb friends, it's over for her because she said nice things about Trump and Christians, and that's the end of her career. Well, and she also, all the things she said about people and their sick You know, she's outing Hollywood. They're not going to be kind to her for that, you know?
Right. So
Heard that.
I would think she is not a
Davey
Satanist.
said Nicki Minaj didn't kill herself. Exactly.
Wow, I saw that too. That's funny.
Navy is hilarious. Come up, Navy. I'm gonna send you the link in case you want to. But he's gonna say his headphones or his battery charge or something. But I'll still send
You
you.
might think this is, I hope, I don't want to annoy anybody, but I will just say that Hollywood skit with him talking about her, bringing her up with Chrissy, whoever brought up Nicki Minaj at the Grammys.
Oh, talking shit about her, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's very good for Trump. All that brings attention for Trump. And the situation with Chrissy Teigen and what's his face too. They just happen to be right there. It's all very good. It's all very good.
You think it's all good things? I do. I hope so.
I mean, I think it's all scripted. I don't find it to be genuine. I think it's good. I think they're all being used. I think everyone's being used, you know? But I don't think they could, I don't think they would feel, how can they feel that confident? I mean, where the hell's Tom Hanks? Where's Rosie? Everyone's gone. Rosie, Ellen, all their shows have crashed and burned. People have died. They're moving to other countries. They're faking bullshit right now. There's no way they're not all shit in their pants. There's no way they're being made to say things. That's just my take. I annoy myself, so I'm sorry. I yield.
I agree with you.
My own brain annoys me.
I say the
Yeah, I
same
know
thing.
you
I've
do,
never heard
Roots.
anyone
We
else
think
say
a
that,
little
but I've said I'm getting on my own damn nerves.
I am. I'm on my.
I've
my
never
own
heard
brain
anyone else
hurts.
say that, D. God
I'm
bless
hurting
you. I knew there was a
myself.
reason.
That's funny. That's that shit too.
Yeah. We're in a psyop. It's hard not
I,
to not, you know,
I
it's hard
do.
not
I say that shit all the time. I say Cola and D are getting on my damn nerves.
Oh, touche,
welcome to the slam day.
Touche.
Sorry.
I'm going to shorten that to just stop being that. And
No,
it's gonna
that's
be
good.
awesome.
The pain in the ass is good too. I like it. It
Yeah.
gives us time to
It puts it
breathe.
in context.
Yeah, we need the context. You're a pain
The,
in my
the
ass.
context
You
is
need
that little hot number on the screen there is knowing she's recording the convo. He doesn't know, and she's just pushing those buttons and trying to make him. It's kind of makes it's not that genuine. When he's so mad, it's the breathing. He freaking means it.
so mad. Yeah,
I
he
love
is.
that one. Yeah, even if I
So
do shorten
mad.
it to stop being that, because everybody says that they'll go stop being that, and I know what they're talking about. Even if I shorten it, I got to keep the whole clip. You know, I have to have it. It's the same with the Joan. I have two of hers too. I got the longer version where she doesn't just say she's a tranny. That just gets in and out of a, you know. The longer one, 21 seconds, and it's the whole thing. Oh, they all know. You know, it's like you got to have both of them because they're both relevant for different reasons. But I'm going to play it now that I talked about it.
We'll see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
we
president.
already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay.
It's okay. Can you
I
imagine
love her.
being that reporter? You're like, I just went viral. She's a what?
Joan Rivers, R.I.P. She was amazing. I loved her.
Me
too, actually.
She was so fucking funny on the phone.
What?
too.
I hope
Can we
this
talk?
Rosie and Randy Quaid are filming together. You know, did you guys see it where he talked about star whackers? I'm
What?
telling you, Randy Quaid went off on this interview. He was scared he was going to get killed. He talked about the stars that kept dying in Hollywood, and he was calling them star whackers. He had like this moment in this breakdown. And Baz is saying that Rosie O'Donnell and Randy Quaid are filming. I hope they are. I like this clip
don't
of
think
Roseanne.
you have met him, but his name is God.
I love Roseanne. I hope she really is filming. Especially with Randy, because imagine what that could be. It could be anything. with those two. I heard they didn't like Ellen in England, but I didn't know if it was true or not. And that, well, I don't know. How old would Joan Rivers be if she was still alive? Wouldn't be young.
God, she had her 80s.
I think so.
Wow. Talking about the adrenal. They talk about that. I feel like I really can't tell the difference on some of the clips, whether it's really in there or people have altered stuff. Because I've seen some stuff I don't know if I really believe. Like I said, it's being alleged, and I've seen videos saying that they put the DOJ releasing the Epstein files that Biden has been gone since 2017, and there's a guy wearing a mask. And even though I think that could be possible, I just don't believe they put that out. I just can't believe they would just put that out. But maybe it's true. I'm hoping somebody will go either find evidence of or evidence of not and let me know, if they can actually verify that, because I just didn't have time. There was so much coming at me. Backwards she'd be Ruth's age. Really? That's
damn backwards.
Ruth's not the age. She's younger than
Oh,
right
what
now.
a fucker.
He's just being an a-hole.
Yeah.
So
What a
talk to the hand, bitch.
That's right.
That's from Virginia. But that's not true either, right? Because you're like, I'm not going to out myself, but you're not old. Oh, not Roseanne. Oh, good. I didn't think Rosie O'Donnell. I thought Roseanne myself. That's what I was thinking, Roseanne. If you have a way and you want to shoot him the link,
yeah.
I don't know how much longer we're going to be on, but he could come up if he wants. I know y'all are friends. Just compare pics of Biden from 10 to 15 years ago. Now, totally different. See, Karen, you got mad at me, Cujo, but for real, I think she has a point. And I swear you and I talked about this. I didn't even talk to Dana. You're like, oh, behind my back, all this shit. I really feel like you're the one that told me that. Like, she's crazy. She thinks Biden's a clone, and telling me about the ear. But I've seen since where they show the pictures and they're like earlobes attached, earlobes not attached.
Okay. I'm not going to debate. People can believe what they want to believe. And I'm not even saying I'm right. You show me evidence, I'll admit I'm wrong. I've always been that way, but it's never happened yet. But
you've never been wrong, not once. Oh,
only when I got married. But anyway, I don't understand the whole point of this. He's been replaced with so they found some other geriatric doddering person fall around. And I mean, I don't understand the point. Like, he supposedly died in office, and then they were just keeping a corpse there so that they could keep power. I mean, I don't get it. So you have to explain to me the reason they would go to all that for me to start believing that.
I don't know the reason, if it's even true, but I know what is alleged is that the old one was a really bad guy or whatever, and supposedly they got control of the other one or something. I don't know if it's true. I don't even know if I believe it. It's just the fact that when you look at certain pictures in the earlobes, and he looks like a different person. But yeah, it's probably just a conspiracy theory.
I don't know. Maybe he was so bad that they had to trot out an imposter. So, I mean, that's possible, I guess. But I mean, there's no version of Biden that I have seen that he is a competent person ever, really. But I'm seriously, since he started running against Trump, and a couple years before that, he was so old, and he's just like, you watch his highlights and he looks like an SNL skit. I don't understand what benefit they get out of like trading.
He did. He looked ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he's running around shitting his pants, falling down all the time. Easter Bunny pointing to where he's supposed to go. He sees a light at the end of the tunnel and he starts walking towards it when he's supposed to be. So, I mean,
the Easter Bunny shows him the way.
I don't see any, Bad Bunny, whatever. I just don't see. I have to understand the motivation before I can believe the story, and I just don't understand the motivation. That's all.
Have you ever seen Weekend at Bernie's?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of like that. And what I think, if they're using the CIA biomasks and some of the digital manipulation and making him look like a fool and all of that, I think it's possible that Biden was a placeholder for some other pieces of the chessboard to fall into place, or the puzzle, if you will, of trying to fix things in this country. And so I think that he was just kind of a bookmark for a while. And that would be a why, because you're saying, well, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Why
when it comes to the auto pen, they found out that he wasn't like signing any of that. Like who was in charge of the auto pen? Because it wasn't him. They were just doing whatever they wanted on Dad's credit card, and he was just didn't even know what he was signing off on. So it makes sense and benefits because he let them do whatever they wanted. So there was other powers in control, is my thought. But I don't freaking know.
So what's okay? So you're saying you gave me a reason why they would want to have Biden there as a placeholder. Mm-hmm. Why are they? Why would they be faking him with a double or whatever?
Well, he could have died years ago. Who knows?
Oh, I think he did die years ago.
Well, that's the legend. This is what I'm trying to say. I don't know this is true. I've seen several videos alleging that in the Epstein files from the DOJ, Backwoods is here. What's up, man?
What's up?
From the DOJ, supposedly. Do you know about this? I know you were digging in Epstein a little, Backwoods. That supposedly they released that Epstein was dead. Right. In 2017 or 2019, I can't even remember. Somebody corrected me in chat, said 2017, and that they put him in with the double and this mask. But I thought maybe people were lying and putting out false information because I couldn't really verify in time. But there's videos out there saying it's in the Epstein files. Probably is it. It might be not true. So I say allegedly. But did you hear of it or see it with your own eyes, Backwoods? I'm curious.
So you're talking about Biden?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, there was a 6'7" Biden that came out. I mean, he towered over Jill. I don't know if you've seen that video where he came out there and at the White House or wherever the hell he was, and he come walking out there, and Jill Biden and some other people come out there, and he towered over all of them. And then there was another time where they were in a parking lot and of something, and there was it was Biden. It looked like Biden, and he was like super tall, and he scattered away pretty quick, and that's not the way Biden moved. We all know that.
Yeah, not quick.
If you've dug into all these masks and everything, dude, I'm telling you, some of these masks, and I mean, you got to think now, the masks that we see, that we get, that we can get our hands on are pretty dadgum convincing. That's not no telling what kind of mask they have.
Well, I've seen some videos they say are those CIA masks, and it's ridiculous. Anybody can look like anybody if those are real,
Yeah, I think it was Bush Sr. and that CIA lady went in there with that mask on, and she fooled Bush. Like he didn't, like he thought, she was whoever, she had the mask on, and he was like just talking to her and whatever, and then she pulled that mask off, and he's just like, wow, so I mean, did Biden really pass away? I don't know. Is this a conspiracy? I don't know, but I'll tell you this. Here's the part that I think that everybody needs to really understand is they confuse us with so many different angles that it keeps us confused. We don't know what's real and what's not. And I mean, people from all sides, some people are convinced of some things and some people see it completely opposite. There's a reason for that, man. And you know, I mean, I know the whole conspiracy when it comes to, you know, Biden and the white hats in control. And I dug down all that rabbit hole and,
Hang on. Oh man. No, here we go.
Trust the plan.
All right, continue.
yeah, there you go. Trust the plan. And so, I mean, I've been all down that rabbit hole, but you know, when it really comes down to it, I think that what we need to understand is, let's go just real quick to the Epstein stuff, and I'm gonna make this tie in here. You know, this whole Biden thing, you know, Biden was dead. No, he's not. You know, whatever. I think that we need to understand that when it comes to Trump, for instance, on these files, right? Well, I think that a lot of people don't understand that once all the files, all these files came out, that wouldn't we say that there's more of Democrats on there? I mean, if you think about it, Jay-Z, Beyonce, you think these people are Republicans? Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, what's some of the other names on there? Ellen, you know, I mean, do you think any of these people are Republicans? I'm not saying Republicans ain't there, you know, people that are right leaning or whatever.
Virginia had this argument about 2 or 3 weeks ago when I look, she muted and unmuted. Really. I said that I believe that there's way more Democrats than Republicans, based on who Jeffrey Epstein was, who he donated to, because he largely donated to Democratic campaigns. And like, why would you invite, you know, a really hardcore, staunch Republican to your weirdo?
Yeah, but here's the part that people are missing or forgetting about. Donald Trump was a Democrat for a long time.
Once upon a time, he was.
Yep. He was a Democrat up until the time actually that he decided to run for president.
But wait, there's a saying for that, right? Cujo, you still here? If you're under 30 years old and you're not a Democrat, you're heartless. But if you're over 40 and not a Republican,
you got no brains.
Yeah, there's a saying for that. So it kind of makes sense. Like, I was yeah. But anyways, go ahead.
If you were a JFK Democrat, then he would, or no.
The party has changed.
You'd be a Republican.
Has gotten more radicalized than it used to. The Democratic Party.
But I'm saying the Democrats of JFK's time, they'd be Republicans today. They were different.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. That's
right. But I'm trying to make the point that even Donald Trump, the allegations that were against him in all the Epstein files were basically while he was a Democrat, correct? I mean, he was a Democrat. And so when you, he even went to Chelsea Clinton's wedding, from what I remember reading. I'm talking about Trump. And so they're all protecting each other. And, you know, that's the thing that I think everybody needs to understand, you know, like this whole Biden thing. You know, I think this is all a big, I hate to use the word psyop, you know, but I think they're just trying to keep us all divided so that we don't.
Well, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. Do you follow any military people at all?
Some, I mean, yeah.
That are like that nothing good's happening. Do you follow any military people that are confident that good things are happening?
I mean, this is what I'm trying to get at is that
reaction forces and, you know, an actual plan. But okay, are you trying to land the plane still? Let's let them finish. I'm sorry, you're trying to still get to your point, and we're interrupting you.
Well, no. I'm just saying that I think they're all protecting each other, and I think it's them versus us. But they have got the ball game on the, because you know Trump come out today, and you know what he said? Trump said, I hate that they're going after Bill Clinton. I really like Bill Clinton. That's what he said. That's what he said. They're all protecting each other.
Who cares?
You know, I know, but see this
matter.
Okay,
It doesn't
don't
matter. He's not. He
You-
is
wait,
playing
wait.
games. He is playing games.
He does say things. He does use his personality in ways. And I think everybody that pays attention. He does that art of war stuff. He'll like when he says, you know, Canada's going to be the whatever, and he says things, and then he lessens up what he really wants. Like, I don't think everything he says is
He's
supposed to
doing
be taken at
reverse
face value.
psychology. He's doing reverse psychology. Oh,
Bruce
I
does
don't want him to.
trolling.
So he's a white hat trust the plan.
Yes.
How's
Close
that working
enough.
out for us?
Close enough. Close enough. That's what I do. That's what I'm looking at. All the good things.
How's that working out for us?
It's working out a lot better than it was in 2020 when
Is
I
it?
couldn't even buy my groceries.
Is it?
and
We
shit.
just did you not see the
Yeah,
pork
it
bill
is,
that
because they
Trump
would've-
just begged to sign? We got to open the government. Oh well, there's tons of pork. I don't care. Let's sign it. He just
You
gave
don't
away
follow
billions
military
and
people.
billions.
I'm
He
not
just
going to
gave away
argue with
billions.
you. I'm not
Listen,
even going to waste my time arguing with you. You don't believe
Well, there
in
isn't.
anything
It's
good
not an
happening.
argument. It's a conversation.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's a conversation, not an
Well,
argument.
that's fine. But debate, whatever word you want to use, it don't matter. It's just not worth it for me to sit there.
But I am seeing good
when
things. And
people
you were
are
just saying
nothing
the other
good is
night, Backwood,
happening.
about the SAVE Act. And I've been following information about that in Govea, and I'm watching them raid Fulton County. And I'm seeing things like this, like domino effect and all the court cases that are taking place. It's not the time to get queasy. You know, this is the middle of it, in my opinion.
Queasy?
Tunnel vision. He
Well,
has
yeah,
tunnel vision.
queasy
If
or
you're
I ain't
only
queasy.
looking at
apprehensive,
you're
like
only-
it's
I ain't queasy.
ahead.
I see what I like to do is I step back and I look at the whole
You're
picture.
in trouble. No, I'm just
I
kidding.
step back and look at the whole picture, and I don't sit there and try to say, well, I'm gonna follow Trump no matter what. Nobody
I never
is
did
above
that
reproach.
either, but I'm looking
Nobody
at
is
my
above
county.
reproach. Nobody.
No, nobody's doing that here either. I'm looking
Really.
around at what's happening. I'm
Trust the
following the
plan.
military.
Trump's playing 4D chess.
You don't follow the military, Backwoods. You're not following no people
Okay.
in the
All right.
military.
Tell me more about what I don't do, please.
I asked you. I
I
asked
did,
you.
and when you asked me, I said yes, some.
Right. But
Right. So then you just turned around after I said yes, and then you tried to tell me that I don't follow the military. So
Well,
step the fuck off of that bullshit.
okay, it's not bullshit. It's just a question.
Yes, it
If I
is.
got it wrong, I got it wrong. You don't
Yes,
gotta
it
get
is.
all
Did you not?
shitty
Did you not
about
see
it.
what Trump,
If you're gonna
what Greg
get angry,
Vivino?
we're
Did
not
you
gonna
not?
have a
Hey, stop
debate.
cutting me off. Stop cutting me off
Don't
there.
be yelling at me, bro.
Well, goddamn, you've been sitting there dogging me the whole time.
Calm down, you guys. Calm down. I'm gonna get the water.
You didn't even let me freaking talk or finish anything I was trying to say, and you started cutting me off and telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
I asked you questions, and you gave
And
me
I
your
and I
answers.
answered you.
Yes, you did.
And then you turned around and told me opposite of what I
Okay,
told
I'm
you.
sorry. Maybe you could fix it now.
Jesus.
Let's just calm down and try to, because that always
just
works.
Well, I came on here just to have a normal conversation,
We
and
are
I get
having
attacked.
a normal conversation.
So when I
We
get
are.
attacked, I'm gonna fight back. You can go fuck yourself.
Well, I
How
don't
about
think
that?
anybody's
See?
trying to be attacking. I don't think anyone's trying to
attacking you.
attack. But we're having
Bullshit.
difference of opinions. Like, like she's seeing things, what she's trying to say, I think, which I shouldn't do because I'm just saying, I think what she's trying to say is that she follows some military and she does see that she hasn't given up hope that there is a good plan. When you're saying making fun of trust the plan, which by the way is like low key offensive to me because I'm not like a zombie trust the plan, but I do think there is some relevance to some of the things that were said in the 17th letter and such. It's too much to not pay any attention to things landing on certain dates. There's a lot going on, but I'm not mad at anybody. And I do like to have conversations. I can't believe Virginia's not here because she would totally be all up in this. And Virginia and I don't see eye to eye about a lot of things, but we talk out everything and we
Well,
don't
that's
get
what I was trying to do.
Well, let's do that. And not either one of us though. Let's just like take it down a notch and still have the same conversation, but with less fervor. Let's just calm down a little bit on both ends. Because I don't want y'all to fight,
I didn't come on here to fight. I come on here to just have a conversation.
I mean, I've moved on. I don't know why you're still talking about it. Why can't we just fucking move on? We got to sit here and talk about moving on, or can we just move on? It's not that fucking complicated. My family talks like this all the time. It ain't no big fucking deal. We just talk normal like this. Nobody gets offended when we ask questions. I'm sorry. I said I was sorry. I am calm. I don't want to leave. I would like to continue.
I don't want you to go. I don't want either one of you to go. We
Well,
can
then
work
let's just
through
get
this.
on with it. Okay? I don't want to keep talking, grinding it out. It's silly. Like, let's just move on.
Oh,
I
damn.
said I was sorry twice. That's all
Well,
I
there's
can
nothing
do.
to be sorry about. A difference of opinion that happens online. Nobody needs to be sorry. Let's just talk it. Just talk through it. Did you want to add something to this, Scott? Because first of all, I feel like you're in the middle. We all kind of have a difference of opinion. I mean,
First of all,
listen, I'll tell you this, Backwoods. My uncle thinks everything to do with the 17th letter. He thinks it's like any smart person could put that together, and he doesn't believe in it whatsoever at all. And I don't follow it to a T, but I can't dispute that there's people at the top that have inside information that try to get it out there, because that's what Q really did, is get that info out there. But we all of us stand in a different corner, but we should be able to talk about anything together without being in an argument or getting upset. Oh, Virginia's back. Just in time, girl. Are you watching any of this? We're trying to have a conversation without any, aggression on any end.
I literally just got back, so I haven't heard a thing since I fell out.
She's so convenient. It happens every time. I didn't hear you inviting me. I just showed up, guys. No, didn't hear anything in the last 10 minutes. She got here. You're so diplomatic.
I did. I really did.
Her internet is about the most consistent thing that I've ever seen at this time of night. It is consistently, it will kick her off.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's consistent. Consistency is key, man. I'll just start glitching out.
you can't do
That's my theory, Red Horse.
the podcast thing and OnlyFans at the same time. I know it doesn't work.
Oh, did I not send the link to freaking Moonshot? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Because she said link me. I seen it. Shoot, I didn't. I suck. I'm fired. Y'all distracted me.
So what I was getting at a while ago is that, like the Trump administration, I voted for Trump all 3 times. I mean, I still don't regret my vote as far as it goes for the economy and immigration. But what I do regret my vote on is that his stance, for instance, on the Second Amendment. I'm not liking what I'm hearing out of this administration. You've got Trump, who said you can't bring the guns to these protests. You can't bring the guns. So in other words, you can't have your Second Amendment. Kash Patel said the same thing. Kristi Noem said the same thing. Greg Bovino of the Border Patrol said the same thing. He brought a 9mm gun and made it sound like he was pointing the gun at these officers, and then Janine, Judge Janine, you know what I'm talking about.
Shapiro.
Yeah. She just recently was like, you come to DC in my district, and I don't care if you're a law-abiding, gun-toting citizen, you're going to get your gun taken away. You're going to go to jail, and good luck getting your gun back. And it's like,
I think the context is on protests. Like if you ever take a concealed carry, you don't go to places like that packing heat. It's not wise.
Really?
I thought that's the point.
Really?
Because Harmeet Dillon, the AG, really. That's how it is
Really?
in a concealed carry. You don't
So I
go to places.
I should have been arrested when I went to the BLM protest as
that's not what I'm
carrying
saying.
my weapons.
I'm
No,
saying,
and nobody
I
said
think-
arrested, but I did hear at least one of those people, and I don't have the clip on hand. Maybe if I dig, because it is pretty. I've been on here forever, but I heard people. I can't remember who exactly. I feel like more than one person. I think I've even heard Trump, and he walked it back. Like he said, he doesn't think you shouldn't be able to. And I've heard Tom Holman. I've heard more than one person speak on it. That. It's not that you shouldn't have it, but you should if something happens and there's something going on, you have a weapon on you, they're going to treat you in a different category than if you don't. And that does make sense. Like some of these people are trying to run them over with cars. You know what I'm saying? They don't even need to have a gun.
I'm not defending Alex Pretty and Renee Good at all. I'm not defending them, not one bit. But I'm trying to say I don't like what I'm hearing out of the Trump administration, because not only are they talking this about the Second Amendment, and they also are bringing in that the Palantir and you know, a surveillance state. They're bringing in all this stuff. I mean, I think that at some point, you know, we need to kind of wake up and say, well, what plan is this Q plan and all this?
Yes.
Have you heard of Harmeet? Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Rich.
I'm
sorry. Look, I'm interrupting all of y'all because that is always so taken out of context. I remember that.
Yes.
Take the guns first. That was a one-time thing, and it was taken. People say that like he's just doing this to anybody. It was
But Pam Bondi is a red flag law
Let me
person.
ask you this: there's never an instance in which someone's mentally ill. Because mind you, I've known some mentally ill people, and I wouldn't want them to just. You know, it's different. It's a different situation. That's exactly what was being talked about when he said that. And if it was a mistake, well, give them back. That's the thing. Would you rather just say everybody gets a gun? Everybody, whether if you have
Yes,
mental
that's what the
issues,
Second Amendment says.
well, that's our difference of opinion. Because of what he said in that instance, I know a lot of people are against it. I'm going to say in that instance, I understood what he meant. He's not the most well-spoken person, but when it comes to he always defends our right to have a gun. In every other instance, all the time. Where have you guys been? Have you not heard him defend our right to carry? Because I've heard him defend our right to carry. It's in very specific situations in which they get these quotes. Yeah, I don't want somebody who might want to kill themselves and others or Columbine shooter to have a gun. You know, I'd rather you take it from me, even though I deserve to have mine, in the case that maybe it would save a life, and then give it back to me because you were wrong.
Well, don't worry, Plant.
And everybody can be mad at me.
Palantir is going to do that.
That's all.
I don't agree, because it's like what happened to innocent until proven guilty. You know, like don't take my rights away just because you are assuming and because of bad choices that other people make until I can prove myself that I can have a gun. No, that's not how that fucking works.
It's not. It's
Nobody's taking no one's rights away.
At a protest where you're trying to be, there are literally in groups conspiring.
We was rooting for fucking Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yep.
You know, we was rooting for him. Like, damn, that was fucking good. Like we stood behind him. You know,
I was Kyle Rittenhouse.
Now it's like not okay.
I didn't say it wasn't okay, Moon. I'm saying that in certain instances, it's going to change it. It's going to change things. This isn't the same situation either. These people are literally meeting up in Zoom meetings. They're blocking and impeding traffic. They're trying to stop ICE from doing the thing. And supposedly, if we are to believe them, which I do, and there is a website I never did pull up where they're showing the criminals that are being taken off by ICE. And they're not just people that are here illegally. They're people who have international murders. They've done things to children. They are vile criminals, and there's a big, long list, and it's so simple to search. It's easy to do. I'm just saying, like, these people are blocking those people from doing their jobs. No, how dare you get the pedophiles off the street? We want to ram our cars into you. That's how I see it. They may not see it.
I see it the same way.
I see it. And when you bring guns to the protest with a bunch of people and you're gumming at these ICE officers, spitting in their faces, throwing shit and piss or whatever their crazy shit they do, and then it's like, they reacted. Well, what are they supposed to do at that point?
I stand with ICE. I agree that they are blocking and they're doing wrong.
So when someone comes to the protest to ICE with a gun on them and they think you're going to shoot and you get shot, it's because you had the gun on you. You don't have to do that. You have a choice to not enter a dangerous situation. You don't go at all. Stand on the outside and use your weapon that way to keep people from breaching the line. That would be much more lawful, in my opinion, to defend versus to go in there and face the line of scrimmage with these people with a weapon on your side and expect them not to flinch with all that they deal with. And that's my opinion, whether people like it or not. That's my opinion.
No, I think you should. That is your opinion. But what I'm saying is the laws that are in place, you can carry.
Those lives would be here had they not. The guy that had a gun is gone because why?
She can't let her.
If he had that gun right there, he would be alive.
Hold up.
Jesus.
Ruth's trying to say something a couple times. I want to hear what she's trying to say.
I understand the agitators, and a lot of that is they are paid and organized. Ms. Mindersu, paid agitators. I agree. But there are changes being made to the laws regarding the 2A. And so whatever we see in these news stories and events, yeah, those are fucked up situations. But
Sound
I
bits.
do not think it's for Trump is for the 2A overall. There have
Well,
been
I've
more
never heard
laws
him
put in
say,
place.
only in very specific instances and taken out of context. I've heard him actually say exactly the opposite, that he thinks we
I'm
have.
not talking about his words. I'm talking about the actions of the law. I'm not talking about what he says somewhere out of context. I'm talking about laws, whether it's bump
Right.
stocks, or red flag laws, or
Yep.
how many mags you can have. In my state, you can only have a 10-round magazine. Whether it's, the restrictions on types of ID and triple background checks for certain things. Okay. The laws, not his words, the laws are reflecting restriction on 2A constantly. And I saw the thing with Jeanine Pirro. It didn't look good. It looked to me like disarming the citizens in a town that has more armed police force, which would be Washington, D.C. Everyone's a Fed. Everyone's got a sidearm. The only thing that does, what she said, was disarming citizens.
And I agree with the. Real quick, I agree with I think there was a negligent discharge from that Pretty's gun when that officer grabbed it. When you watch him walk, I think it was a negligent discharge when and the other officers opened fire. I mean, that's my opinion on that. And yes, if you're going to carry a gun, you shouldn't be jumping in federal law enforcement spaces, because this is what happens. So I agree with that 100%.
He was also in a group, the same as the woman was in a group, and they're proving it, where they literally try to psychologically disrupt them. That's their whole entire purpose, is to stop them. And my point is, what these people are doing is taking criminals off of our streets that are here illegally. So the fact that that's what they're gathering, they're trying, they're agitating, they're psychologically disturbing and disrupting, and they're following a book, and they're meeting up. This is the same thing the Oath Keepers went to jail for 20 years. Some of them, all the same check marks. Govea went through it earlier on the stream and pointed out how they're exactly parallel, and if not worse in this case. I don't know if they'll see justice or not, but they are literally conspiring to stop something that is for our greater good, in my humble opinion. And I don't know if I'll get to it because we've been going for so long, but I would encourage everyone to look at to look at your area and look at who ICE is taking off the streets and see if they're just border jumpers, because they're not. They're international, they're cartel members. They are not good people, and their crimes are listed. Go ahead, Dee.
Just for a quick minute, before all this other stuff that was said that, Backwoods and Roots had mentioned, Trump has said, and all this stuff has been said against 2A, I just want to point out Harmeet Dillon's the AG in the Trump administration. I was trying to find some of the laws on it, because what I've heard her talking about is reinstating, mostly in the minds of America, that we have a right to open carry in all the states. There's been language coming out of the AG's department that has been more pro 2A. So that's the only reason why I said I don't care what all those little sound bits are. I look at what actually has been passing, and his AG is a ferocious civil rights attorney from San Francisco, and I like everything she does. I think if we look into her, but I'm trying to find, I'm on her site, but so there's all this chatter, but the laws, you're right, Roots. It's really what the laws say. And that's really the only thing that matters to me as well, is,
I think
Well, that's some of the first things. That's what I said about the what he's done. Some of the first things he did was change the things that Biden had done when it came to our rights as gun owners. Like, it was like that's what I'm saying. I've not seen any laws changed and I'm sorry, but the red flag laws, as I understand them, make sense to me. There are people.
Real quick, Trump's also talked about reinstating firearms for felons. That's some chatter. It's all chatter.
Which would seem completely against what was just said, but I've always saw that him taking up for the rights of the gun owner. I've always seen that. Like I said, the red flag laws is a very specific situation, but there are people who are out of their minds, insane, criminally insane that would not be able to have a gun. That those are the situations in which you could ask the questions later. And if you're wrong, you return the gun. You could probably get a lawsuit if you're not, whatever. But there are situations in which people would still be alive if those were intact. And you tell me I'm wrong about that. There's never been a crazy dude that killed someone that wouldn't have been able to do that if he couldn't have got the gun, because I'm sure that there's several cases
All
that way.
criminals can get guns, so I mean,
But
criminals.
it's a very specific
You know what I mean? Like,
situation.
there's a
And
lot
I
of
think it
criminals that
makes
have
sense.
guns. There's no taking away guns from criminals. If you want a gun, they're going
I'm
to get
talking
it.
about insane. I'm talking about
Sure.
mentally insane.
Well, even
Full
those people,
hallucinations, straight
they-
jacket
people-
wearing, crazy.
If these people want a gun, they will get a gun. But just because,
well, it won't be as easy. And I'm just saying, I can see the point, and I'm sorry that no one else in the world sees that point but me. But it exists, and there would be more lives alive. It would save lives.
I'm not willing to give up my rights, and
I'm not
for
giving
a
up any
ti-
right.
for a time being to prove myself that I can have a gun. You know what I mean? I don't need. You know what I mean? I need to sit there and prove that I can't handle a gun. That's the problem. Like, I don't need to prove that I can have a gun. I need to prove to them that I shouldn't have a gun. And maybe that would fucking save Boz Weber. But just because there's some crazy people out in the fucking world doesn't mean that I need to sit there and give up my right for a time being to prove myself that I'm okay with a gun. That's not cool with me. And they're using these little fucking incidents like the school shootings, these little protesting incidents and stuff like that. I've been saying this forever. Like, they are using these incidents to chip away at our fucking rights to have a gun, rightfully so. They're chipping away at it slowly but surely.
Well,
They're making it harder
legislatively,
and harder.
that's not
There's like
true.
the fucking fire rings to be able to get in and keep a gun is getting smaller and longer. Like it's ridiculous. We just need to fucking have harder fucking consequences for the ones that fucking misuses or whatever. We need harder fucking consequences. So sit there, set an example. Lead by example by setting an example. Fucking make harder, fucking more fucking I don't know, fucking unrealistic fucking consequences.
Yeah.
Like that's
All
what
right,
that's what I want to see. Instead
I
of
hear
fucking
you,
chipping away
but-
at people's rights to carry.
Well, we're having a
Well, people
difference of
should-
opinion. I'm not mad at anybody for having their opinion. I can see why you would say that, but I don't know if you guys understand why I would say what I'm saying.
Hey,
I
Cole,
was- What's up?
can you share that video, please? It's
I
from
don't know what video. I was
it-
getting ready to share Biden something from Navy Vet about Biden and shitting his pants or something that was a minute long. I didn't know there was
well,
another.
I mean,
video.
it should be on the bottom. It's from Mr. Guns and Gear
I mean,
on YouTube. He's got like almost 1 million subscribers. I mean, so
I was kind of trying to change the subject and
okay.
play
All right,
something
never
serious.
mind. All right.
I'm sorry. I just really
you-
do. Is
no,
there
it's
somebody
good.
else here? No. Okay.
No, it's
This
good.
is just something Navy Vet sent me, and I did not watch it. So hopefully I don't get in too much trouble. I don't know what it is. It's comedy. Supposed to be, I think. The music. I'm sorry, I don't know about the music. It's hard to believe that was real. So many times he tried to get it back together and fell right back down too. Bless his heart. I almost feel bad for this guy, whoever he is.
Jim Carrey.
That's what some people said, and I can almost see that. Who knows?
Chevy Chase.
The song is shit in my pants. I really want to play it, but I'm sure it'll get. Let's see. Is it gone yet? This is where he wanted ice cream or something. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of diffuse. I don't want to sit here and I'm gonna write him off. I don't want to go back and forth about it because we obviously don't agree. There's good points to be had on both sides, but I really don't want to stay on one topic the entire time. We probably are going to close it down. I had more stuff, but I don't even know what anymore. The SAVE Act, which actually I heard Backwoods talking about another time, which I actually agreed with. We need it. It helps with the elections. And I had a little bit from Govea. Arthur Murray. The music wouldn't have copyright me. I know people say that, but that's always when it gets you, right? When you let your guard down. I also thought you could play, what is it? The rapper, Tom McDonald, because I'd always gotten away with it and had no troubles. And the last time I played Tom McDonald, I got in trouble. I had to take it out. I was like, you're kidding me.
Because he was supposed to be one of the ones that, because he was
independent.
Yeah, independent.
That's what I thought. That was the whole thing.
Dang.
Yeah, that's what it was. Sidney Powell's the one that talks about there's 35 members of Congress, and they were asking Mitch McConnell to stop delaying the SAVE Act because it changed. It keeps illegals from being able to vote. Basically, got to prove who you are, whatever. And there was a lot of good that could come from that, but I don't know. That was just today, and they're also suing for the files and things like this. Oh, Jelly Roll. I did appreciate what Jelly Roll said at the Grammys too. I don't know whether people believe him as genuine or not, but because how do you go into get all the Grammys and you're still people say that, but I mean he spoke good about
I said it in chat, and they're saying like there's a lot of people speaking on that, and it's like you see celebrities when they win awards, like doesn't matter what fucking what awards are attending, but they're always like, thank God. And here fucking Jelly Roll is like, thank you, Jesus. I hear you, Jesus. Like he's like, he says Jesus' name like fucking 5 times. And they're like, it was like him spraying holy water on everybody in the fucking crowd. It was funny.
Right.
Yeah, they don't like that. It is like
that.
But he did win 3 Grammys, and people say, "Oh, you can't make it if da." But I've got Jelly Roll right here. I would like to play it just to, shift gears for a minute. Maybe. Here we go.
How the Grammys is going on? Okay,
Yeah.
Jelly Roll is here. When he wins, they call this him. There's a clip of him when he's announced when he wins. The reaction is phenomenal. Here's what Jelly Roll had to say when he won. Go for it, Ron.
You're going to try to kick me off here, so just let me try to get this out. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord. Woo. Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd have ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow, Country Radio, baby. What's up, dog? Oh, Republic, John Manili, we did it, baby. There was a time in my life, y'all, that I was broken. That's why I wrote this album. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 foot cell. And I believed that those 2 things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life and God had the power to change my life. And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody.
Listen.
Jesus is not owned by one political party. Jesus is not owned by no music label. Jesus is Jesus, and anybody can have a relationship with him. I love you, Lord.
Oh my goodness. If that doesn't give you goosebumps
That's
and
Reba
let you know that
McEntire
he's
right
in a
there.
room filled with depraved creatures in Hollywood and he came up there and he praised Jesus' name, good for him, Pat. Like I always was a fan. That is freaking amazing. Taking that moment filled with these people and he did that. I mean, you can't.
By the
beat
way,
that.
did you see the clip you were showing in the back of Joe Rogan talking about Jesus?
Oh,
and
does he have
how
that, Rob?
going? Rob, do you have that clip?
That's a whole different one. I'm not gonna
Where's
play
the
that
clip? Play the clip.
one too. Right. Tom McDonald gave permission to play his music on a short. Well, he lied, Regina. He didn't mean to, but he lied. I had to take it out.
I like the Jelly Roll.
Yeah,
but
I do too.
I don't like him. I mean, I don't like his music. I think he's always crying about something.
Aren't all
He's
country
not a
boys?
macho man, is he?
He's talented. He's got a good voice and all like that. But I could kill people when I'm at the bar and they go to the jukebox and put him in, and I'm just sitting fucking depressed. I got to go outside, smoke. I'm like waiting,
I don't know
my
his music at all. I don't think. I don't even
I
know if
don't
I've
either.
heard his
I
really
knew quite a few
music.
songs. I listen to Jelly
I
Roll
like the song
sometimes.
"Save Me." It's a really good song called "Save Me."
Oh,
It's such a good
I
song.
sing that song at work all the time.
It's such a good song. It's so from the heart.
Everybody should sing that song at work, probably.
Yeah.
I'm retired.
Well, I don't know. There seemed like a lot of stuff was going on at the Grammys too, and it does feel spiritual, like a spiritual war, And there's always something to argue about, one little detail or the other detail or what. But in my opinion, that doesn't mean just because you don't agree on every detail, because I wouldn't have no damn friends. There's not one person. Who's the closest is Yorga when it comes politically. That's probably why we're such good friends. We don't have anything to argue about. We do agree a lot about most things. And my uncle's pretty similar, but I noticed he got quiet there for a while. I don't know for which reason, but it's all good. I don't know.
I try to keep my mouth shut when I don't have anything to add to the conversation. There was so many
Yeah.
different viewpoints about everything I thought was being well represented. So
Yeah, everybody had a corner. Right. Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I don't mean to make people feel like their opinions are not valid or wanted. It's just at a certain point, how long do we want to, keep going rounds? Like, let's talk about something else then, because nobody's changing their mind in chat or on panel. We all kind of feel how we feel for the
But
most.
it's not about changing each other's minds. It's about expressing it, getting it off
Well,
your
we did.
chest. It's
You don't think you can
it's good to
overexpress
sit there and
mood?
just be like, this is how I fucking feel about it because this frustrates me, and we don't have to change each other's minds. It's just about being able to have somebody to fucking listen to us whenever we want to fucking get something off our chest. This
Exactly.
is what frustrates
Yeah.
us,
Right.
because we're
I
all living in
agree.
different corners of the United States and we're all dealing with different things. And so that's why our opinions can be different.
Right.
So we are fighting at different corners, in different corners, but not against each other, but because of our own
But it comes
location.
down to that in a lot of situations.
Here, here, Moon.
I've noticed
Here,
in more
here.
and more people are just stopping. They're like, all right, we're not friends anymore because you don't believe this. And I
Yeah.
believe
Well,
that.
some
It's
people,
not
but
fun
we
for
aren't
me.
those
No, it's
people, though.
crazy.
Obviously, we are not those people,
I
and we
try
all
not to
deserve
be.
a chance to be heard.
I agree
I
with you.
might be sometimes. There are
At a
people I
certain
will
point,
not be friends with, for sure. But not over stupid shit, okay? It's got to be pretty fucking serious for me. Not just some dumb little debate,
I mean,
For real.
I mean, I can be like that. I mean, if I don't know. I mean, I try not to be like that, but not on YouTube. I don't try to be like that on YouTube because it's like, who am I going to be like? Who am I trying to be petty over with YouTube? Like they're not here relevant in my life, so it's like it doesn't matter.
there's a lot of people I'm not going to be friends with, but I'll listen to everybody. I mean, you're either going to say something, you're either going to affirm what I already believe, or you're going to say some shit that I didn't think about that may, help shape. It may help me, or I'm going to think you're a moron, and that's also going to help. You know what I'm saying? Seeing all sides of
Right.
things.
One of three things.
Well, I don't think it's as much changing each other's minds, but bringing another perspective, because I've learned a lot from people here or in chats or on other panels or, watching some clips here and there. I've learned a lot. So it's not so much about changing minds or arguing about something. It's more like people just want to be heard. That really is what it is. And it doesn't have to be black or white tug of war. It really doesn't. Like we've all read different articles We have.
Yeah. And people do deserve to be heard. That's what these platforms are really for. And I have my own show and I can fire up my stream and I can talk my shit all day long. I don't need to come here and like ruin Cola's show. And I'm sure Backwoods can fire his up, and that's what that's for. But when we come here, I do want to, I'm not trying to be
I'm not firing up no
combative.
show. I'm here to wreck everybody else's show. No, just kidding.
Well, that's your role, okay, bitch? Right. No, I come from a big family, man. I had 12 aunts and uncle, 13. My grandma had 13 kids, 22 cousins. They drank and played poker and just argued all the time. It wasn't like the end of the world, but for some people it's harder. It is. If they don't recover as quickly when there's kind of yelling and stuff. Like my husband was so jarred by my family when he came around it because they're just so like that all the time. And it's not a big deal, but it is for some people to be, that way. Family motto is that escalated quickly. Shit goes down real quick and, there's everybody's ducking for cover. Next thing you know.
Nothing anybody says ever bothers me unless you get up in my face or touch me, and then it's a whole
Yeah.
different. But
Yeah.
sticks and stones.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Right.
I can't be on liquor up here debating people because then I get too much. I become too much. Liquor is a
Not
different story for
you.
me.
No, I don't believe it.
No, never. But beer, I'm so fucking chill. I don't care, really. No, I really don't care when I'm smoking, and then I become silent. That's how much I care. I just like don't even speak. I'm like, I don't care.
I really don't care either because I don't have any kids. So I've got another 20 years at best, and if everybody around here runs it into the dirt, well, oh well, my kids aren't going to suffer. Sorry, Cola, but I didn't bring you into this world.
That's okay. That means you can't take me out. That's the rules. That's what they say.
No, that is definitely not the rules.
Only mamas say that one.
Yeah, I brought you into this world. I can take you out.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I dug a hole for you about 10 years ago, but I don't live there anymore, so you're safe for now.
Right. Because after murder, trespassing is going to be the thing that stops you.
We gotta have standards.
No, that was like the longest joke ever. You got to have the hole dug. Got to have the hole dug. Don't act rash. You got to have the hole dug. But,
I used to tell Cola's daughter when we lived together, I always tell her, be smart, dig the hole first.
Right. Right.
Among other things, he told her that. Among other things, God knows.
She came up one time to me and put her face in my face and said, give me $1. And she was little bitty, like 4 or 5 years old, something like that. And I started laughing so hard, I reached in my wallet and gave her $1. Before I handed it to her, I said, you just learned a valuable lesson. Might makes right. That's probably terrible parenting, but I was uncling, so it was okay.
Right. Yeah. You're one removed. I like it. Yep.
Sorry. That cracked me up. I had to share it.
Oh, it was funny. I kind of remember some of that. It was long. So she was so little and cute. She's still little and cute because she never got tall. So she still gets to be little and cute, but she's grown now. But anyways, I don't want people to feel like their opinions aren't valid because everybody's opinion is valid. And I just don't agree with some of them. And I don't know, like I've heard people say everybody thinks they're right. And that one always bugs me because I don't think that I'm right. I hope that I'm right because usually the choice I choose is the rose-colored glasses. I try to look at the best case scenarios and hope for the best. And if things go right, this good thing could happen, instead of if things go wrong, this bad thing could happen. Because truly, you have that choice at everything you look at. You can choose to, view it whichever lens you want. And if you're always
okay.
negative one, you might be causing it. I'm just
No,
saying.
it's okay. It's okay to fucking be hopeful and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that, because like that
I'm just
is
saying,
what
I
keeps
don't
all of
think
us
I'm right, though.
sane,
I hope I'm right.
like everybody wants to be hopeful in this world, it's just some of us have opinions, just like I'm speaking for myself. Some of us have fucking opinions that don't agree to all the hopefulness, because I feel like I can see where this can go. This can have a fucking what do you call that? The fucking that fucking like snowball effect, you know what I mean? Like I don't want
Right.
to be,
Like dominoes.
I just don't want to convince myself to be so hopeful that I don't see that snowball effect happen, and I'll be and it fucking like I'll be
You're
so
managing
fucking
expectations.
yeah.
You're managing expectations. I
I
think
guess
that's
yeah.
it is.
So that's why I always like I may seem like I'm always against you, but it's like I'm hopeful too, but this is where I worry, like I'm always like, and I see it like just going, and I'm not trying to bring the whole conversation up back again, but just like the two, I worry so much about them chipping away at our rights, and I see these things happening, and then they're like speaking on them, and it's like these are their little loopholes, and that's what a lawyer does in a fucking courtroom, is find these little loopholes through laws to sit there and get through, you know what I mean? And there's these little loophole laws that, and then they start creating each other, like it's just like a fucking, I don't know.
You're here. I want to interject something here, because when you said like a lawyer, that really rang with me. Hold on. I'm echoing in this room because I'm getting a beer. Anywho, I worked a union job for 30 years, and I was a union steward for about 17 of those. And every day in my bag that I took to work, I had a copy of the Bible, the Constitution, the federal
papers,
and the contracts for my union, both the local and the national. And so, anywho, I would go into a situation, and I won every case I ever had in 17 years. And supervisors would get mad; they would avoid me, like when I was walking down the path, they would get out of my way. And whenever I said I was going to file a grievance, after a while, they would just concede whatever I said. And the reason being is because where you're going with this, being a union steward is a lot like being a lawyer. And it did not matter what the company said, whatever their position, I would go through the national labor laws, the state labor laws, the national contract, the local contract, and the safety regulations for the company. And I would find a reason why the company was wrong every time in one of those books. Well, so this is where I'm relating that to. It doesn't matter to me personally. Like, let's say in the left is evil and the right is good. Let's just for sake of this conversation. It doesn't matter what, the right makes laws and does this for a certain reason or whatever. And you can always pivot and use the laws and the courts and everything else to push back and undermine it, or to use those decisions for your good. Kind of like the FACE Act that they did, where they put the people in jail for protesting the face stuff, but the Republicans had negotiated in about the church services as well, and now they flipped it and they're using that to stick Don Lemon et al. In jail. That's what I'm trying to get at. What you're saying, Moonchild, is that it doesn't matter what one side or the other does, like getting rid of the filibuster or keeping it. The other side's going to use it and finagle it to get what they want. And so whatever you do is handing power over to the other side. They just have to figure out how to use it, how to leverage it.
A chess game, like I can argue either side of the debate because I can use things for or against me. I mean, that makes sense. It's a certain balance, and that's why it's best if things are fair, but they never seem to be that way. If things were just fair on both sides, I feel like there's a lot of corruption that's coming out, and it's going to make it closer to fair, where before it's been unfair and rigged on the other side's favor. And I'm not just talking elections, just different things like the districting and stuff. People brought up one situation in which it's in the favor of the Democrats, but there are a lot of situations in which it's in the favor of the Republicans with the redistricting and catching on to things. There's so much being uncovered. And I do feel like, I don't think either side's perfect, but I feel like there is more corruption on one side than the other. I feel like it's crazy to not see that. But I think that there is corruption on both sides, though. And, that's why the people came up with the term rhino, because it's Republican in name only, because those people are working for the deep state or the Unite Party or whatever. But that doesn't mean that everybody on that side is bad. I mean, it does start chipping
good
away.
And evil everywhere. There's always going to be yin yang. And that's the way I see the world. And it's not that I'm always against you. And I don't think that's why a lot of people are. I honestly don't think a lot of people are against you, Cola. Whenever they like have a different opinion, it's just I think a lot of people see the yin yang. There is good and evil and stuff like that. And just because we're hopeful doesn't mean that who we are hopeful in, they can't be held accountable for. There are some things that Trump can do that is not a good thing. And that's okay. He just needs to be held accountable just like everybody else, we need to hold that accountability to every single body. And it's not just about Trump, it's about whoever's going to come next, everybody needs to be held accountable. And that's where we, the people, I think is the big thing,
I agree.
We need to be held accountable for whatever we hold our fucking president or anybody in Congress or whatever in our states, whether it's government or state, we need to hold them all accountable, So
I think one of the first things is we have to stop with the us versus them. It's red versus blue. All Democrats are evil. If you go to Democrats,
I don't think they're all evil, but I do think some of them are evil. Sorry. Well, I think some Republicans are evil as well.
They are, but both sides are saying that about each other. Yeah. And my point is that if the Epstein files and the fraud that we just talked about tonight, if that shows us anything, it's that this is a worldwide problem. It's the people with the money. It's not even about politics or which side someone's on. They don't give a fuck. It's about the money. Our elections are kind of like, I don't know, a pyramid scheme. They are purchased. There are backdoor deals of if you give my friend a favor, I'll give your friend a favor. That's all part of the illusion. The divide is part of the illusion. And if we don't get over that aspect, and that's why I say Trump is more or less irrelevant as far as this whole argument. This is a worldwide businesses.
The reason he got brought up was over the one thing he said about the red flag laws. And what's hilarious to me is I completely respect the right to have, it's not in no other circumstance, but I do see that there are, there's the exception in the rule. And I feel like when people say taking my rights away, that's if you don't, if that's what you think is going to happen, unless you think that maybe it's just for like 90% aren't even going to be changed. Anything in your life will not be changed. If there's not a big red flag, which is why it's called a red flag law, it's against the norm, then you won't even be bothered. But if you've been to a psych ward 6 or 7 times and you slit your freaking throat one time when you were having an episode, you might cause a red flag. And to me, that makes sense. Hence the name.
Red flag laws is when your neighbors call and rat you out because they got scared. So you want every liberal Karen in the world to be able to completely ruin your life because they felt
that's not the only thing. There's also the thing of mental illness. That's not the only
There
way.
is, well, I know,
but that
hey, Bob, you want a
includes-
link? I'll send it to you, bud.
Hey, Bob, we can't just jump without completing the thought about red flag laws. That is a very slick slope because it's anyone who feels weird.
Just like CPS.
Your life.
Just like CPS. That is just like CPS. Oh, well, CPS is supposed to be here for the children.
Yes.
Well, my neighbor can call and say that I fucking, I don't know, whatever, neglect my children. I don't have children, by the way. But I say it like my children ran out of the fucking house and they're playing, and while I'm in the shower, and they're out there in their diapers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
My neighbors are fucking calling the law saying I'm neglecting my children. I'm not supervising them, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Whatever scenario, whatever minor scenario you can conjure up in your mind. And my neighbors fucking called just because they don't like me. And then my children are taken away. But then look how CPS turned out. I feel like the 2A fucking, and I know this is kind of like a apples and oranges type of scenario, but it can relate if you, I don't know. But fucking, there's like your neighbors can fucking call or anything. Just like, okay, so you smoke weed. Okay, you smoke weed. You get a fucking card to sit there and a prescription card to go to the dispensary. Guess what? Why are you getting prescriptions? Because you have depression or whatever. You can't change that. And then you're getting a card for your depression or anxiety or whatever to get fucking marijuana. Well, they're going to question how you can handle a fucking 2A.
That's
already in place. That's not cool. That's not cool at all.
That's a valid point that the doctors diagnose conditions in people like now. Everybody's got a condition. So with what you're saying, the red flags, I would say limited to people who have proven themselves violent.
Right.
Because there should be a check and balance for these extreme cases. Do you not agree with that? That there should be just everybody can have a gun no matter what, and there should be no check and balance whatsoever. Because I could see why that could be a problem. There are people that are severely have issues that I would rather have to go through at least a little bit of check and balance. I would be willing to do that so that everybody had equal,
I will say this. I can say I have 2 members of the family that had mental breakdowns. They cannot get a gun for 5 years. We're all okay with it. They're okay with it. I'm okay with it. They can reapply in a few years. But
I'm
if you
saying
have a
exception,
mental
not rule. I'm saying there
breakdown-
should be something, right? Exception, not rule. Not the thing that it should not affect 90% of people, but in a rare situation, there should be a protocol, or we should just say, screw it, no protocol. That's what people are saying.
Should
That's
and
what
the
I'm-
reality are 2 different things.
Well,
I think a
I'm just
mental
saying that's
breakdown.
my perspective. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
a mental breakdown qualifies as one of those safeguards where
That's the thing
everyone
I'm thinking of.
has. Yeah, exactly.
That was the thing that made me think it makes sense in situations in which people would still be alive.
That's not the same thing as a red flag law, though. Red flag laws is basically where anyone can rat you out, whether it's true or not. And I've actually gotten into this debate many times with the 2A, as far as there are certain people that maybe they shouldn't be armed. And I'm talking extreme mental situations.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, there are felons, they have a certain time period, I think, depending on what state you're in. But there are some people crazy as fuck.
Yeah.
They probably shouldn't be out wielding a weapon. I agree with that.
And because they're not, if there's any check or balance, there will be people. To me, that's the thing that makes it important. You're saving lives. And if you don't, then you're costing lives. You're just letting it be you know. But like I said, in most cases, I agree 100% with, you know.
Well, in a lot of cases, sometimes whenever there's like a fucking store robbery or whatever, I mean, if we didn't have our two ways, sometimes there's cases of fucking people that actually defuse a fucking armed robbery because they're armed. You know, like we can. I mean,
I'm agreeing with that. Like
Sure.
I'm with
Yeah.
that. I was saying earlier, the people in churches, you know, but the one place with an ICE thing like that, with all the things going on, it seems like a really bad time to be packing a gun up in an ICE officer's face with all the things that are going on, the climate. Like it seems obvious to me that's a bad idea. I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but you should take precautions. You should be aware of everything has a repercussion. You know, they say, go ahead.
There's nothing wrong with carrying a gun at a protest. He was not protesting.
Right.
Well, yeah, he was with agitators. He was
Exactly. That's two different things. He was perfectly fine to have his gun there.
Right.
Where he fucked up was he was impeding the officers. That's taking it beyond protesting. I don't have a problem with him having his gun there at all. I personally think it's stupid to do that. Okay.
But I'm saying the thing that Trump said was because of that incident, and that's where people are flipping out. And I agree with him. That incident, that guy should have not, like you said, at a certain point, it goes beyond protesting. Just like when you hit a cop with your car, is beyond protesting. It's not protesting anymore.
But he had a right to have that gun. There's no question about that.
And I wasn't questioning it either. I'm saying I could understand in that scenario why it's going to cause issues. Like if depending on your behavior, if you'd have stood there in the crowd with everybody else, it probably would have never been an issue. And I don't think it should have been. But in the situation that unfolded, it was a different set of circumstances.
It's because he escalated it, though. You know,
right?
Right. And it had but we all should be punished to sit there and have it carry if we are legal.
And I
to
don't
carry.
think so either. I'm not saying that. I agree with you. I don't think we should be.
I'll take it a step further. I think it ought to be mandatory that every citizen over 5 years old carry a sidearm.
Fucking for real. Same.
Yeah. And just, you know, let
but on
the
a
dumb
serious
people
note,
weed each other out.
I do teach gun safety with my like little brothers. They are 9 and 10. My youngest one, or the oldest one, he shot his first black bear at 10 years old. And they've been, going hunting and stuff like that. We during the summertime, we go down to the bottom pasture and we fucking line up the guns, whatever, and just shoot to have a good time. That is just our thing. I think it's very important for children to understand and be very aware of guns. I that's my belief. A lot of people are like, "Oh my God, children, no," but teach them. Teach them.
My uncle took me out one time. I'm talking about Uncle Bill, but he took me out one time when I was little bitty, and he had me shoot his shotgun, and laughed his ass off when my shoulder blew out of socket and I fell on my ass. But I learned valuable lessons that day. And he was there to make sure I didn't shoot anybody. He was standing over top of me. But so, yeah, I agree that at some point in time, and it's probably too early. I grew up old school and all like that. But at some point in time, I think children should be taught a respect for guns because they're part of our life. And, shit, I don't know where I'm going with this. It's late and I'm 20 or so beers in. So who knows what I'm.
You're also an hour later than me, whatever time it is there. I was hoping that he would come back and continue the conversation, but maybe backstage. I tried to hang on for a little while in case anybody wanted to come back, and Bob didn't make it. So unless he wants to come backstage, I tried to send the link out. I should have done it sooner. But I do think that maybe we should just go back I had some more clips, but I don't. It has been late, and I had a couple glasses of wine, so I'm right there with you. Does anybody have any good nights or anything for YouTube?
Good night, YouTube. Much love.
So yeah, good night, YouTube. And one for the road this was for Trump. Whenever they were going after Trump, and I think this is the other side. So whether people have any hope left or not, I think the walls are closing in on him.
Feeling the walls closing in on him?
All the walls closing in on him.
The walls closing in on
the
him.
end.
The walls are closing in. The walls closing in.
Kind of like you said earlier, whatever they are saying about him, they're guilty of. The walls are closing in on him, but it's really the walls are closing in on them. That's what's happening. What's that? I think they are. I think they're tripping.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Dee, are you here to? Oh, you already said goodnight, YouTube, Virginia. Any last thoughts?
I like a solid whelp.
You like a solid what?
Whelp.
Well.
Well, there you have it, folks. What is Looney Tunes? What does he say?
That's all, folks.
That's all, folks. Yeah. You should have that as an ending.
Right. Well, I don't really have anything else except, like I said, I'm not mad at anybody. I think that listening to different opinions is good, and I have fun doing it. So have a good night, YouTube. See you next Wednesday, I guess, if you guys are here, and Sunday over at Craig's. Have a good night.